It's Grand Final Sunday, one and all. Welcome back to the show. That's right, Stormgate Nexus, the first of hopefully many here, a $2,000 tournament. After the last 2 days, we have narrowed the field down to just 4. And by the end of the day, we'll have our first champion. Before we get to that, though, big reminder, hit those subs if you haven't already. Hit those follows. Make sure you're following this channel throughout the day because I'm expecting pretty intense action, potentially 22 games still to be played on this channel in one day. And all of this would not have been possible without our sponsor. Really big shout out has to come across to Herenya Capital Advisors. They have done a phenomenal solid here and funded the entire $2,000 prize pool. They believe in the esports, and we love to hear that. It's music to our ears. But if you want to make a little bit of moolah, a little bit of money yourself, be sure to check them out. They're an award-winning stockbroking and asset management firm in South Africa. They also have a really cool focus around building a community and helping to drive continuous improvement in your investments and teach you the tools and the means to get better off in life yourself. They also happen to have a fully integrated system with the TradingView. On top of that, I do need to remind you guys that this is not financial advice, but if you want to get that financial advice, if you want to have the people that can be in your ear helping you all the way through that experience, be sure to check out Herenya today at herenya.co.za. But with that out of the way, we need to start focusing on what's to come. And to help me get focused, I've got the wonderful faces of Bearmorph and Thanius to open this phenomenal day. Nay, we've narrowed the field, buddy. We are down to the final 4, and it's quite the lineup we've got here.
No, I mean, yesterday was just nuts, and I think I speak for everybody that was there when I say if you missed it, especially towards the end, we finally got to see one of the sickest macro games that we've had in a broadcasted Stormgate match, and for all the chaos that was there, and there were certainly some of the dogs were let loose once or twice, but I feel like we've gotten to see a good range of things. And for me, I'm just gonna say I'm super excited to see what a laser does today. He was probably one of the most interesting players to follow in the round of 8 yesterday, and in the bracket beforehand. So he's been busting out all sorts of interesting strats to deal with stuff like that dog build. And while that's not really going to be something in his way anymore since he's conquered it, now he's got to take on Celestial and potentially more. It's just been such a cool story. We've seen a lot of people breaking new things out this weekend.
Yeah, and just so many games still to come, right, Bearmorph? I mean, we've got Parting versus Laser first, Luciferon versus Mana second. Then we have a 2v2 show match, then into the grand finals. But, one thing I've got to challenge, do you think we're going to get another macro game like yesterday? Because I was looking at these players, I was thinking about their play styles. They kind of have no chill.
Yeah, no, I was, that 3-minute thing, that clip, someone actually couldn't even put this long, but that VOD I was passing around, I'm like, guys, look, this is what we could have. Like, this is where we could be. It's so cool. Really, really fantastic. But, yeah, this is right. Absolutely. Luciferon, very aggressive. Laser got this far because he's like, okay, there's this scout meta. They're getting aggressive. What if I just shove up into their main base and, cause some problems, make all this work out? So I think we can get there. The other side of the coin is like, okay, well, these players are aggressive, or is anyone going to be able to survive? Well, if you are that aggressive and you are that good, also, it means you can maybe deflect your opponent's aggression. And then, well, maybe we get to a weird mid game, right? We don't get there immediately, but we get there. And then we get, like, oh, how do I respond to this? How do I evolve? What's my build? Do I go Mass Saber? Yeah, probably not. But how do I develop into this? And I think we have a chance for some, maybe not standard, but some very interesting games.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thought, right? It's like what we've seen so far now is I think all these players have presented elements where they had to suddenly pivot very aggressively. I think the pristine example that comes to mind for me from day number 2 was that final game of the day from a laser, right? Like so many elements of that you could see were on the fly type reactions that we kind of come to expect at this level of play. But you still got to appreciate it so much.
Yeah, I think this is where we see the RTS experience that a lot of these players have also come into it. And for me, another really big story of yesterday was Mana and Vortex the series on paper, we were talking about it. Okay, Vortex, him and Lucifron dominating. We kind of expect them. They're at the top of the game. They're at the top of the ladder. But what ends up happening? It's a best of 5. So Vortex kind of brings that aggression. He brings that really intense strategy that he's been dominating people with. And Mana, he takes this series where he takes that blow on the chin and then he adjusts. And we see him use and leverage that experience and say, maybe I haven't played as much Stormgate as other games, but I can use that experience and kind of figure out a way to let this attack happen and then go for the counter. And the fact that he came out on top of Vortex is just another awesome story of, well, yes, the strategy is hard to play against. There are things that can be really difficult for that matchup, but at the same time, the top players can find a way and kind of impress and shock and awe all of us, and that's why we're here. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, it can also make you sometimes question the strategies you've been brewing, right? Vortex getting knocked out like that, Bear Morph, Lucifron, of course, him and Vortex scrim together all the time, so maybe they had similar ideas and they now have to flip that a little bit. Of course, different factions, but I guess there's always that idea of a clashing of ideologies. In that single elim format, there's not much room for forgiveness.
No, they're really, especially in the best of 3s. I mean, we lost Probe in day 1. He won the first event that we had in early access, right? So it's unforgiving. That's by design. You want there to be that little bit of extra, I guess, weight in the games that are happening. But yeah, on the flip side, now we're in best of 7s, and I really like what Nate's talking about here when we talk about how Mana evolved. We saw that in best of 5, but now that we're in this best of 7 as well, you need more than one build. You need more than one idea about how you want to play the game, because we saw, again, that Percival series, right, against the Laser as well. We got to one mid game, and the Laser immediately turns up the taps level 2, level 3, and kills him with it. So what I'm watching here, on top of, okay, you know, sure, there's a lot of pressure. This is a best of 7, single elimination. These players are good with that. You know, Parting, world champion in StarCraft 2, former world champion. A Laser won massive tournaments. Mana as well. Everyone here, they know what they're about. But more importantly, how can they evolve into this series as the players are countering and or playing builds and countering each other? And that's what I'm following.
I think that's the big challenge, right? That's the test. Is, you know, I always say, Nate, like a good player can have a build order that works, right? A great player figures out what to do when the build order starts to fall apart. And I think the interesting part is the fact that we're doing all the maps now. There's no dodging. There's no easy evolution. Yes, you can try and learn from a previous game, but it's still going to take place on an entirely new map.
Yeah, I was just making sure. Sometimes it's not super clear when I join the lobby after I see that it's been in the channel for a second, and then I don't realize I'm in the player spot. So, yeah, no, and going back to your earlier point too, when we talk about how the maps play into it, that of course affected a lot of how we saw people deal with like the scout builds. But I also wanted to mention again, since I know you mentioned that final game of the Laser series, because I kind of just had that replay go in my head of it, but the block on the split with the brutes, right, as the tier 2 hit to deny the repair on the buzzsaw turret while he gets the Shroud Stone manifest up front, pops the unit before it can even get away after the turret's destroyed. Like, this is the kind of ruthless, that's a split-second decision. You don't necessarily plan ahead like, oh yeah, I'm gonna run my brutes into his base in 3 minutes, split them, and then block his turret. It's like, it's kind of a crazy thing to try to just like say that's gonna happen. It's something, it's an opportunity you see in the moment and you go for it, and that's how we know a Laser is here to party.
And that's the thing, right? You know, it's that killer instinct. Do or die. You're not here to survive, you're here to win. So let's find out who's going to win our first semi-final of the day. It's time to kick off our opening series, Parting versus a Laser. It's ready to go.
All right, Nate, you're right. It's the first series of the day. This matchup, aggression, defense, but it's a new matchup, right? It's a Laser, it's Parting. A Laser's dumpstered a bunch of Vanguard players to get to this point. He has the counter build in that matchup. Parting? Well, this is also a rematch, right? A Laser took down Parting in the first event that we had in early access, right? That Tasteless TV Invitational. And he did it 3-0 in the lower bracket. So there's some history here. There's aggression versus aggression in this case. Who's got the sharper timings?
Well, it feels like we look at it historically, it's like, okay, well, a Laser and Parting. How do these players match up stylistically, even if we look game agnostic? And Parting is pedal to the metal. A Laser still was a player that is classically and historically used timings and strong pushes. So I think it can be really tricky to try to knock somebody like Parting off tilt, because he always kind of keeps that baseline. When the game gets crazy, when the game is kind of going standard, he's always in a good place. So I feel like I kind of give him the slight edge, but for a Laser, we're going to find out how much he can keep up with Parting. And for me, that gets more exciting because so far, a Laser's kind of one off of his, it feels weird to say, but he's one off of his intellect, really. More than I think like the endurance of the long series. And this could be that opportunity, but it's time to find out, Bayo.
That it is. So we're going to spawn on a very macro map, very standard map as we get started in this series. In the bottom left, Nate, in the blue, he is the best player that we've had in Stormgate thus far. He's the Celestial player. His name is Parting.
Absolute champion. And his opponent in the Northeast, no stranger to championship finishes himself, a ruthless competitor throughout the years. He is a Laser.
Yeah, so as we take a look at this map, again, we're talking about how do you get into a series. Celestials, they have very strong early game. They're very good at maybe not playing on the map. You know, you have Fiends, that's an issue. But they can hit this timing with a bunch of Argents. They can hit this timing with a bunch of Kree maybe going for aggressive plays. But it's that mid game where they struggle, Nate. Yeah, early game, they can do relatively okay. Late game, they get a bunch of Dark Prophecies out, Sabers, Scythes, whatever you want. They can make things happen. But how do you survive that early game to late game transition? And in game one, we see something from Parting, Nate, that we saw against a bunch of Vanguard players as well. There's that Morph Core on the map on the bottom side. And, well, looks like we're probably going to see a Legion Hall go down. I guess he thinks this Seraphim idea, again, we're extrapolating a little bit, but I guess he thinks that this Seraphim idea is going to work pretty well against Infernal just as well as Vanguard.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of this yesterday, like you're saying, Bayo. He sent the Morph Car out early, takes out a couple of trees between those camps, and we'll likely see him go for the tier 2 clear from the top bar and then drop on the other, and there it is. So he picks up the Luminite camp very quickly, and then, I like you said, he did before, just straight up to the Legion Hall, Seraphim. That's the air unit that does a tremendous amount of damage to the camps, and it can do a decent amount of damage to ground units. It doesn't really fight air units, but it's kind of fast too. It's a flying raider basically for camps. And if I think the one area where we saw this kind of fall short though was when that really heavy hedgehog pressure came. But this is a completely different matchup, like you said. So how does this build play out versus the Infernal? I typically feel like they have a little bit weaker anti-air, so I'm interested to see where it goes.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? As we take a look at this, certainly there's not a lot of early anti-air coming out of a Laser. Gaunts, this is a double vault opening. You're not going to have Gaunts, that early game anti-air unit, or the game ranged unit, really, that the Infernals have. You're not going to have that for a while. So Seraphim, technically, they have nothing to counter him. But also, a Laser says, look, I've gone double vault. I've got a lot of early game units. Yeah, they don't shoot up. That's fine. I'm just going to run into the main base, and I'm going to see what I can find. But yeah, the Seraphim is just going to sit on top of things. Certainly one Seraphim should be the Hexen, and you add a couple on top on that. So this aggression from a Laser already just a little bit countered. Like, what exactly are you going to do?
Tough.
Your brutes, as someone was saying yesterday, that you should be able to throw your swords for a one-time attack. Well, that does not exist, Nate. So you just gotta run
With how
home.
long the windup takes, you would think that sword's tall enough to just hit him from there, right? Just do an upward thrust or some kind. And this is where it gets awkward because now they're both fighting over the same camps, and he's got so much burst damage against them that it's I'm assuming here a little bit. I can't quite see those pop-ups that the resources are going the way of Parting, however, and you just can't really do too much. You can just fly over you. Can't really take the healing camp, so that buff goes his way. And this is a kind of like cool map control-esque style we see from him, but at the same time, it's still very bizarre. And Imp is walking into the main, by the way, of Parting. Just gonna, I'm not sure if that was a miss rally, but things are getting chaotic in some way. Okay, no, there's the attempted meat farm start in the main. Yeah, I guess it won't take bonus from the Argents because it's light. Is that where we're going with this?
A Laser just feels so hard countered into this game right now. This map or this series designed from Parting. This is what we were talking about getting into this series, right? It's not just, wow, I'm a really good player. I'm a really good Stormgate player. My macro's great. My micro's great. Sure, fine. It's about series planning as much as it is everything else. And this is a situation where Parting's early game has been going so well for a Laser, but a Laser has adapted, right? He does have that Conclave down. Gaunts are now on the field, so there is anti-air pressure. And remember, Seraphim, they do a great job against these creep camps early on, right? They take half damage, they do double damage. Awesome.
They're
Gaunts
fantastic.
are not creeps, Nate. They actually can do damage to these units.
No, that's where the efficacy is going to fall off a little bit, and the question now becomes: has Parting gotten enough money off of this? He was having to contend for that Luminite camp on the bottom too, and when we consider the way that he's invested a lot, especially as you said, into these units that might struggle against the Gaunts, that amount of resources he has to work with now becomes an even more important question. Actually, one of them kind of rallies towards that watchtower and does get picked by the Gaunts. You can see immediately the damage. The damage is there for a laser to fight against this. So for Parting, he needs to make sure that whatever ends up happening, he can try and get the engagement to be the way that he wants. But I don't really know what is that enough Argents there? Is he going to be able to get enough to stop this?
So what you're looking at right now is the Brutes are a lot faster than the Guns until they get their tier 2 upgrade, but that's going to take quite a while. So ideally, the Seraphim are picking away at some of this stuff, and really more importantly, rather than the number of Argents and the number of Seraphim, and maybe there's a Scythe transition later on, we're going to have to see exactly how Parting wants to play this. Better question, what's his static defense like in the main base? Does he have Link nodes? Does he have Blast nodes? Does he have things that allow him to go and deal with this massive amount of units? Because for right now, Sovereign's Watch is nice. Of course it is. Guardian Nexus means that your structures take less damage while it's empowered, which it is. So for now, with all of that static defense, with Sovereign's Watch getting kicked off, with these Argents behind, a laser wants to go for this aggression. He moved into the main base, and the best he's going to get right now is cooldowns, power use from Parting, and a couple of these Brutes just getting picked away at as he has to kite backwards.
Not able to get up close with the Brutes, and like you said, the Gaunts, they can deal the damage, but does not have that speed upgrade. We're talking about a relatively low-tech, struggling infrastructure kind of matchup, because it's been all about the camp so far, and for a laser, there has not been an expansion taken. I guess the prisms are down on the low ground Luminite, but there's not even a collection array there for Parting, so we're playing very heavily on map control, and for the camps, that Luminite patch on the bottom right did end up going back to a laser too, sent the Fiend over to cap it, and it feels like he wants to try to force this through, though. A laser's not down to let Parting out of his base and transition into whatever it is he wants to do, but I'm not sure how much he can force it, because you make a great point, Bayo. He's got the strike node in the back, he's got the link nodes in the power bank, so is he breakable?
I mean, do you need to break? That's the other question right now. Eventually, and I think it might actually be dead now,
okay,
the Legion Hall's gonna fall down, right? So you're not gonna have that structure on the map you can build more Seraphim out of. Okay, I guess it's around a little bit, it's gonna take a little longer. But a laser does have a lot of map control. Yes, some of these bases are gonna be, or some of these camps are gonna be hard to reclaim because there are scanners on them and the Hexen died early. So detection, not the easiest thing to come by for a laser right now. That is something that is gonna allow Parting to go and hold on to these camps up until the point where they respawn in a little bit longer. So that's first thing. And we are going to see the resource camps get reclaimed by Parting on the bottom side as well. But again, it's this contain. Eventually a laser is going to expand. A laser is going to take the majority of this map. And, well, how does a one-base Parting get down the ramp?
Yeah, it's a very bizarre situation, because I was waiting to see when a laser would go for the economy here. We do have the Seraphim on the right side too, so the heal camp is something that could be contested. It looks like he got the clear on the sweeper in the top left off of those camps. So for a laser, he's trying to get a little bit more of that map control back. And you're right, he's been able to maintain a good amount of those camps. The Seraphim can contest those a bit, but they're not going to take the army on head to head. So for Parting, he's got the Arc Station. We're getting he's getting a Legion Hall back home, moving up to the Ascension Matrix, another Creation Chamber. So what is his next move here? Is he staying on Argents? Does he get a sign for himself that he can move out in this situation, or is he feeling a little bit scared to expose himself on the low ground?
So the Ascension Hall gives you, really the big thing that Ascension Hall gives you is those Animancers, right? That ability to go and have a bunch of splash damage, Dark Prophecies against these, these very important light units. Gaunts are the majority of the damage, the majority of the DPS that an Infernal army will have. So, from that perspective, getting that up, getting the smoke ability, right, that the Animancers have that allows them to run around and be hidden for a little bit, and not just them, the entire army. Sure, that I haven't really seen that used to much effect, but more importantly, that ability to go and drop these massive slowing AoEs on top of this low-tech army of a laser. If you can get there, it's fantastic. But we can see the setup right now. A laser, big concave moving on top. Immediately, the effigy goes down. Blast nodes are here, so that's doing a great job of dealing with some of these fiends. But man, there are so many Gaunts into this game that despite everything that we've seen out of Parting in this early game map control and this counter of the build, there is just so much stuff, right? Even with double Sovereign's Watch, that the units of a laser are not dying quick enough at the moment. It seems like destiny that this collection array is going to have to fall down. The static defense is going to have to fall down. Maybe the damage is going to be enough that enough of a laser's army goes down that Parting buys a little bit more time, but Nate, I don't believe in it. The laser was countered by his build early, but he found a solution.
I mean, the Sovereign's Watch on the collection array trying to escape that is still not going to be enough. We see the power shift off as well, so it's just an awkward spot. That's a huge economic swing to lose that base, especially considering that, like you pointed out, Parting fought for it. He committed he committed about as much as he really could to that. The Argents did not have a way out, so he was on that low ground. He was going to take the fight, stand and deliver, all that jazz. And for a laser, you make a great point. He's exercised fantastic patience. In Stormgate, it can be a little misleading to see the late expand after the early aggression because there's just so much of the economy is unlocked through the camps, at least in the current meta. But now he's able to move and secure the central base, so he is really trying to cement himself a formidable advantage that Parting will not be able to freestyle his way out of.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well seeing how these two players approach the game, right? So Parting, his build's so good. Realistically, Parting builds are a thing. He is very, very good at this. A very, really deep understanding of how you want to build yourself up into Stormgate. On the flip side, he is not the best macro Celestial player. I've heard him complaining about how, Celestial macro needs help. And then you talk to Monty, he's like, no, this is fine. So we're seeing the strengths and weaknesses of Parting. And also we're seeing what happens when we have these players that are very good in early tests that have been developing things more and, winning tournaments and doing all that off their fundamental RTS ability, their micro, their multitasking, things like that. But as you have players that go and start to understand the game a little bit more, figure out the unique nuances of Stormgate versus just any Blizzard RTS game, they start to go and they start to perform really well as well. And a laser kind of seems to have both right now. Again, he was thrown for a loop with this opening. This entire idea of I'm running across the map with a bunch of Hexens or with a Hexen with a bunch of Brutes and it's going to be great. And oh crap, I can't shoot up. Like that's not going to help me out at all here.
That's not good.
but he goes back and he figures things out, and all of a sudden, Parting tries to go for this natural, but he can't do anything, and it's all going to be about the Dark Prophecies. Now, Animancers are done. I don't know if Dark Prophecy is, but if he can land these massive AoE slows, massive damage, maybe there's a shot, but that is the only shot that exists.
Trying to catch the army coming around the I love this, using the layout of the base, saying okay, this is the fastest path to get to the ramp, drops it on there. He's buying himself as much time as he can, but the Fiends do try and come up and get the surround, take a lot of energy out of the Argent shots. But a laser still has a pretty huge army. A ton more Fiends are going to run up the ramp and surround the rest of Parting's forces, and that is going to be GG.
That it is. That's one of the really cool things that you can do, right? Brutes, they have a decent amount of HP. They're not great fighting units. You have to get them in close. They're a little awkward. They have this long back swing on the sword. But when they die, you can split them into Fiends. And suddenly, you have a much more of an HP buffer. So you run the Brutes through the Dark Prophecy. They're slow. It takes them a while. But the moment they're through, split them into Fiends. Get them on top of the Animators. Knock them down. Get them on top of the Argents. And, well, we saw exactly what happened. So the idea from Parting, by the way, really cool. Really smart. But he's going to have to figure out his trend. And this is what we were talking about at the start of the game too, Nate. Early games can be very cool. How can we survive into the mid game? How can we survive that transition point? And Parting in game number 1, not quite able to make that happen.
No, very difficult situation. And I like, okay, we called it, but at the beginning of the game, he does this kind of cool build. I'm going to go for the Morph Core out, break the tree between the camps, get the Legion Hall out, and go for this Seraphim build. And like, I can kind of see that against anybody who tries to play a traditional macro build, the idea would be that you can just kind of contest their camps and then take all the camps and have map control off of this type of style. But a laser again kind of just demonstrates he has this like, I'm gonna just bring the pressure to you so you don't feel comfortable being out on the map in that way. And while yes, the Hexen can't beat the Seraphim 1v1, he pulls him all the way back. He gets some serious damage on him, so it becomes an issue of okay, well, we gotta go and find this, or maybe my Seraphim can't contest this now. And he's not in the place where he wants to be. And a laser just does a really good job of kind of getting in the way of whatever that set plan is. So it's another tip of the cap to him, because that's what he was showing us all tournament long, is anything that Twitch chat thinks is too strong to be beaten, you just got to get a laser versus them, and we'll find something.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny picking up on what you're talking about here, where laser. So there is this truism in RTS games. I'm going to quote Day 9 for a second. It's like, look, if your opponent's doing something weird, just go kill them. And it's like, yeah, we're going scout build and we're proxying Seraphim on the map and we're taking all the camps. No, there are boots in my main base and I cannot take my camps anymore and I have to go play defensively. Great, I'm pinned at home. My scouts can be on the map and I am pinned at home. I love this. This sparks so much joy into my life. So yeah, that's what we saw happen right there. Laser you're right, just doing a great job of kneecapping his opponent's builds. But you know what? Look, this is best of 7, Nate. We talked about this. It's not just about having a couple builds or being mechanically more talented or having a better understanding. It's also about adapting to your player, to your opponent, how they play the game, how the series is going, what maps we're going into. Like Broken Crown is a different map. It does not have it doesn't have the resource camps on the edge that make that Seraphim build maybe a little bit more powerful. How exactly you want to play that? I don't know. But we're going to have to see how these players are going to play it because very quickly, Nate, we're going to move into Game 2, Broken Crown. Reminder, Laser's up 1. What do you think? Can Parting take it back?
Can Parting bring a series back? A question that has probably precluded almost every major upset that we've seen him be a part of until he became the overdog. But that is the $1 million question as we move into Broken Crown. And as we get in here, this beautiful shot you have of the player intro, a Laser going for his funky old school opener on this map again we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it's funny. I think we keep calling it the old school opener, the elephant opener, the build from a year ago, but it's working out really nicely. And honestly, it's looking a lot better than a lot of these newfangled, more interesting, we're going to go and we're going to, like slightly more efficient builds. Because at the end of the day, right, if you get double vault, those are Luminite structures. Those are things you build a lot of brutes out of them, fine, but you don't have to mine that secondary resource. And if you're doing so, that means you're mining more of your primary resource. That means you're getting more workers to mine more, to speed up your natural expansion, and you still creep well enough. You still get all the money off the map. So it is by far more efficient. Certainly that is the case. And now, well, the question is, how does Parting choose to respawn? He's gotten this creation chamber right on top of the speed camp. He's going mass Argents here. And this is kind of how we've seen a lot of these Celestial series go, right? Game 1, we're going to try something weird. Look at this Seraphim proxy we're going for. And then game number 2, much more standard. We're going to go for Argents. We're going to go for map control. We're going to have this big fighting army early on. And yeah, maybe our transition's going to be a little awkward, but at least we're not going to be pinned into our main base for the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and we actually see, last thing you want to see is Shadow Mastiff getting shots off on the Morph Core. Gets it about 13 health. Little tanking action going on there from the camp. And yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. For me, my favorite thing to say in this situation is that's Parting, showing that little bit of respect here. That he's like, okay, a Laser is not the person I do that against. He is someone I'm going to need to bring out whatever my, in his mind, maybe even least interesting strategy is, because I just need to do this. I need to bring out the sharpest tool in my box and find as much purchase as I can. So the Argent's already coming out to contest a little bit over here, since he did have that early speed camp, a little more kite ability, trying to shove off the vision tower. But as they run out of energy and lose that temporary speed boost, you don't want to be caught flat-footed out on the map.
No, you really don't. And that is one of the more, if not most important skills that is not always the easiest thing to learn in Stormgate. When can I be on the map? When am I allowed to put pressure? When do I have to go home? A lot of units in Stormgate can be very slow. So yeah, sure, maybe my cheap units, maybe my Gaunts, for example, can run away, but my Hellborn, my Magmadons, if I lose all of those, that is by far the most expensive part of my army. So when can I go? When am I allowed to be on the map? And, at this point, again, these players are very good at that, but we have seen games lost because Parting is a little bit too far on the map, and he goes and just gets surrounded and dies. And this is a little scary of a position here, Nate. It's a big Fiend surround on top of these Argents. Yes, they're heavy units. Yes, well, these Fiends are light units, so certainly, but there's just enough of them right now that Parting's going to have to run home. Maybe even, actually, he can't even pop a Sovereign's Watch. He's not near enough one of those mining structures, so the Fiends are just going to take down every single Argent. Now, finally, there's that cannon from the Arc ship. But again, this is what we're talking about. You have to know when you're allowed to be on the map, and Parting was not allowed to be where he was right there.
Look, a Laser's positioning around the trees, using the line of sight blocker and just saying, hey, he thinks he can take the camp. He thinks I'm going to retreat to the vision tower. I'm actually just going to swing around. Tried to hit him with the Skull of the Shredder as well. That ended up hitting one of the slime camps. but it really a disaster, especially considering he didn't even get the Shedder, but managed to take out the majority of the Gaunt's. And when you're fighting and jockeying over the last 2 slimes in your heal camp this late in the early game, it feels a little bit brutal too. And I say brutal as they split into a few morphines and get another grab of an Argent, a little surrounded. A Laser demonstrating his micro chops here in Stormgate today with another strong game 2 opener by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think it's important to point out as well that these Argents, right, they have 4 shots, give or take, because they do have some energy regen, but they have 4 shots where they do a ton of damage, effectively really double damage coming out of these Argents as they fire that's that big beam that you see. But once they're out of energy, right, once that purple energy bar goes down to 0 or below the last quarter tick, they do a lot less damage. So a Laser, he had the benefit of that. The Argents they were firing at the creeps instead of the units, which meant that by the time Parting had to go and fight the units, well, he didn't have a lot of damage. But now he's going for a little bit of a backstab, trying to get on top of this Hexen, trying to get on top of these Gaunts, but there's no power, so you can't pop that massive laser cannon. The Sovereign's Watch is not available to him right now, 50 out of 45 on the power bank, so it's all about this hiding away from the Argents, and a Laser just sticking in his face is not allowing Parting to do anything close to what he wants to do.
He knew what was in the main. He already had a few Fiends in there nibbling on the collection array, so as the Argents pop up there, the rest of the Fiends come back, more Gaunts in the natural, and a Laser is eating Parting's. Well, it's 6 a.m. here, so I'll say breakfast, but what an absolutely filthy set of aggression that we've seen 2 games, and Parting is not a player that we're not calling Parting like a turtle or anything. He went out and met him and fought him on the map, but he has just not been able to match the aggression of a Laser so far in this series, and it's kind of wild to see. We talk about Parting, all of his fans, all of his accolades and his success, and he's been dominant in Stormgate as well, but a Laser is throwing his hat in the ring, top 4, no joke, that he should be considered as well among the elite of the elite.
Oh, absolutely. So Parting, he does have a Guardian Nexus up, right? We are on tier 2. I would love I don't know exactly what's researching on the Guardian Nexus, but man, a couple Kree, given the game that a Laser's playing, would be really solid. I mean, look, it's a bunch of Gaunts. Splash damage is really good, but Parting has just been overrun for 2 games in a row now. It's just a setup where we talked about this a lot yesterday, Nate. You have to earn the mid game. Nothing is given to you in this game. Absolutely nothing. And you might think, well, look, this is Parting. Former world champion. He's won like everything there. He's won half the events that we've had in Stormgate right now. He has by far the biggest prize purse across all he won the EGC tournament, didn't win the Tasteless TV tournament, but won the EWC show match and did all these things. Doesn't mean he has a mid game for free. Doesn't mean that a Laser's going to give him an inch.
Well, I think it's a good sign. It's a good sign that we have a competitive game. Is that the very tip top player does not just have carte blanche to do whatever strategy he feels like. A Laser has clearly been studying. He's clearly been preparing. We talked a little bit about how he did that similar open on Broken Crown yesterday, and maybe for Parting it's something that he was aware of, or maybe should have been more aware of, but we kind of saw that kind of hop, skip, and a jump straight forward against the Celestial to do that attack, opening that path, going right into the speed, and then taking it. But a Laser has, he's just been looking good. He's been playing a very aggressive Infernal style. He's not willing to let Celestial sit back at all, and it's working very well for him so far.
Yeah, it's kind of cool as well. I mean, we're seeing this. I've heard a lot of Infernal players complain about these Argent timings, these 1 or 2 base Argent all-ins where you just have a bunch of them and they're unstoppable. We can't deal. You just kneecap it. Run across the apparently the answer is just run across the map and it's fine.
It is really easy to die to Argents, I'll say that. Well, when you're greedy anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, and Parting, certainly you can open Collection Array first, and these things are possible. Parting wasn't even all that greedy. He opened Creation Chamber first, right? He was getting Argents on the map very quickly. This was not yesterday, Mana versus Vortex, where Mana was punished quite a bit because he opened Creation Chamber first and didn't quite seem to know the hold against this double Shroudstone timing. Well, maybe you try that as Parting. Maybe you say, look, against how aggressive a Laser's playing, it's really hard for me to play on the map, but if I turn that first Morph Core into a Creation Chamber and start to just really jack my Luminite mining up a bit, maybe that balances some of this out. Creeps are still worth a lot, but they're not worth as much as they used to be. Maybe that's how you want to play it.
Yeah, it is tough. It is tough to say because I agree with you that I don't think Parting's build was particularly great. Like, yeah, he builds the creation chamber right there to take the camp to get the money to do his expand, and that is the Stormgate economy right now. You get the money from going and taking early camps. You use that to get your expand or do your follow-up attack, and it's something that we've seen everybody fall into a good flow of. But really the biggest thing I think that jumps out from that match just has to be the fight on the heel camp by the trees when a laser was able to swing around him and Parting just kind of thought, oh, I'm fine, I can just clear these camps now, and then he ended up fighting the camps and the Infernal at the same time and got the surround on those 2 Argents, was not able to get the army back, and he never got more than 4 or 5 Argents at a time really at any point in the game, and I think maybe that's more of what ended up hurting him than anything else.
Yeah, and we also have a laser very good at taking advantage of the double amount of HP that you effectively have, right? You have Brutes, that's a lot of HP. Actually, looks like we're going to go and regame. We're going to regame. Okay, so game number 3 is going to get started once again. You know, look, this is early access. Sometimes things happen. And we didn't see anything either. It was the first 10 seconds of the game. There was an arc ship on the map, Nate. Who would have thought?
If this was 10 years ago, there'd be a comment about whether it's even fair to restart the game because of the spawn positions. But thankfully, thank God, we're on a 2-player map. So, well, I mean, hey, so I guess if they end up flipping for the next one, maybe someone will say something. But hopefully everything is okay. And yeah, we'll get into that again soon. But it's just been awesome to see because again, everybody kind of has their. It's like, especially in the early days of any new game, you kind of look to the people that you idolize or that you believe are smart to figure things out and kind of give you some sort of guidance or direction on where things are, what the state of things are. And then you tune in and you watch a tournament, you kind of get your expectations challenged or even in some cases shattered a little where you say, oh, I thought that this was completely unstoppable. And then you see someone make it look silly. And you're like, okay, so maybe this is tough, but it's not unbeatable. And maybe if this guy is onto something, there's a really easy way to shut it down that nobody's thought about. And in the early days of any game, like, you really can't leave anything on the table. So seeing that exploration play out in real time in front of us is, I think it's a part of why we're here, right?
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. We have this almost unstoppable scout opening, right? Killing everyone, and the laser just kneecaps it and stomps Percival on the way. So, everything is counterable. If there's a meta that's very strong, play counter to that meta, and it's going to work out very nicely for you if you can pull it off. But now, Nate, we're into game 3 for real this time. It's a 2-0 lead for a laser. It's a Boneyard. It's a bigger map. There's no speed camp on this map, so you don't have to worry about Fiends being incredibly fast. Where do you go from here? Do we have the Seraphim build again? Actually, yeah, well, he's just going to be a creation chamber. What am I saying? Parting, well, he's doing something a lot more standard here.
Yeah, the creation chamber on the camp again. It's like that. It's that question almost of the respect. What do you think you can get away with? And he goes for something once more to try and be in that okay, flexible. Do what I feel like I need to. I can respond, but well, a laser has just been feeling good there. So he feels fine running up here, seeing this with the Hexen and going home. If you're him, does this set off an alarm? Because he's building his Iron Vault next to the Shadow Demon, so he's clearly thinking about his camp game a little bit. But is this to the same degree as the last match, or is he going more in the traditional way, you think?
I think it's going to be interesting. Certainly, Boneyard is a bigger map, right? So that is something where you take a look at how things are going. It takes longer to rally across. You don't have a speed camp that allows you to maybe make the rush distance a little slower than it might otherwise be. That is certainly true. But if I know a laser, again, part of the reason he's putting his vaults on the map is it really speeds up your creeping. You get that second brood onto the vision camp immediately. It does actually speed up your ability to develop your economy, develop your creeping on the map that much faster. Also unlocks aggression. So the big question now, Nate, is can Parting hold on? He's a big advantage to Boneyard as we move into this. And by the way, this is Parting's map pick, is that you get a creep camp for free. You get your health camp right there. It's at your natural. If there's an attempted surround, you can put the Argents back at home very easily. You can go and just sit in that health camp, and the damage that exists that the laser would like to go and just try to end the game with isn't quite as evident as it was on, say, Boneyard or Broken Crown or something like that.
Yeah, coming up with the Fiends, trying to get the snipe on the vision camp on the north side. Parting Well, where have we seen this dance before? I think it was the last game, right before all Parting's Origins got surrounded by a Fiend split at the last second. So something to keep his eyes on if he ends up getting too close to this army of a laser. But you're right, he is close to the heal camp. He's got a very nearby, and not as far from his base necessarily as the last one. So he can play around it. Fiends, I was gonna say, it looks like he was gonna split north and east, but he's keeping everything on the vision camp so far. Parting does have a little bit of mining going on that Therium, but yeah, I like everything that you've been saying, Bayo, and we're seeing Parting play a much more passive, okay, I want to make sure I have exactly what I think I need to win a fight before I leave, because a laser is putting a little bit of the fear into him, and it's kind of funny to see.
Yeah, I think it's also important to point out that a laser has not, I mean, I think technically he got a second shrine in game number 1, but the game was already over, right? He was not expanding all that quickly. So yes, there's a lot of money on the map. Taking these camps is an important thing. It is worth a lot of Luminite. Certainly as you take the harder to take camps, right? These Luminite camps, these Therium camps, they're worth a lot more money. But it's still only a single base, and it is a burst of money. It is not money over time. It does not power your economy in the long run. So if Parting can go and establish himself here on 2 bases, if he can go and take a 3rd base, maybe get to Arc Ship, put some scanners on the map, start to go and take and just free claim some of these creep camps on the north side, even if you don't necessarily even hold on to the long-term tick of money increase, well, his economy is going to get better over time. He's going to have these buffs, and theoretically, he should be able to really out macro a laser, outbuild a laser as we move into the mid game again, because the laser is only on this 1 base for so long. Now, is that going to happen? Is a laser going to be able to break up in the next 2 minutes? I don't know. But that's the idea.
Yeah, right now the only thing I really see from him he's getting plague axes together. He did just start the natural expand shrine, so to your credit, yeah, what does he do there? You kind of chill while you wait for this upgrade to finish, I guess, but beyond that, it's not too much, because like you said, Parting, look at his SimCity, you look at the way his units are even arranged around that base, that is a beautiful screen to look at. He's just saying, yeah, try and get a melee run, try and run Fiends through here. I would love to see that, and he's thinking very carefully about, I'm assuming, whatever his plan for moving out will end up being. He's getting the Legion Hall, he's getting the Ascension Matrix, but presumably, you mentioned the size of the map, Bayo. Is he going to want maybe just more of his upgrades before he tries to leave with the Argents, especially since that energy is so valuable?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here, and again, seeing the Ascension Matrix go down is kind of the tell, is this is just going to be on this Animancer idea. We saw Parting rush to it in game number 1, didn't quite get there, was close, didn't quite get there. I mean, he got the Animancers up, but he was dead by then. So if you can go, and especially on a map like this, where there are chokes to be found, you can totally zone out. There we go. We can see that's the power of tier 2. You put one of these little cat robots, I guess they're fish robots to this guy, but cat robots on the ground, whatever they are. Exactly. You can go and take these camps for free, and then it's very hard for the Inferno player to reclaim them. Certainly the scanner won't kill the Fiend, but the Inferno player is not going to steal the camp either. So you get up here into this tier 2, and you have all these dark prophecies around, and well, sure, brutes don't die to them all that much, but gaunts evaporate, and if you're just fighting brutes, you're fairly happy.
Yeah, brutes themselves, I feel like we see the role they serve as sort of fodder. But for my part, watching a laser, I'm starting to become a little bit more of a believer in those well-timed splits, and in terms of, like, your opponent is kind of reacting based on what they see your army as, and the fact that you can, in a way, sort of instantly turn your army into a different kind of army is just, whether it's ever too strong or not strong enough to be like something we see regularly, it's always kind of fun to see how the other player reacts when you just see 4 or 5 of those brutes just split, and you all of a sudden have that surround that wasn't possible a second before. And it's again, a laser seems to be quite good at this compared to others, or at least how much we've seen it, and that makes the game a little more exciting as well.
Yeah, what also surprises me, by the way, is we take a look at this. Boneyard is special for a different reason. On top of it being a very big map, and you can play defensively, right? We're seeing Parting do right now. It has a couple high ground bases, right? It has these platforms that are untouchable. There's some vision for it, right? You can put a Skeleshetta up there. You can maybe try to find the range. But there are these positions that are actually really hard for an Inferno player to contest that are going to be some nice, cheap, easy to get Luminite as the game goes on for Parting, as he again tries to develop himself that much more. Now, that's going to be a dead Argent. That's not all that great.
I was like, what's he doing out there?
It's an adventure, Nate. We got our suspenders up. We got our hat on. We're going on a safari.
I like it. I like it. I thought you were saying we were going out to the old west, but I like Safari Adventure. Also sounds fun as well. If I can throw food at Pokemon and pick a few up there, that sounds like a good time to me. Trying to harass from the low ground, not super great with the brutes, by the way. They are melee. They cannot climb, even though they look tall. They cannot climb on each other's shoulders up that cliff. It would be kind of cool to see, maybe, but not in this version of the game.
Yeah, certainly true. And with those blast nodes as well, you can see that big red ring about whatever unit it targets down. It's a delayed splash damage. It does a reasonable amount of damage. Certainly time to kill in Stormgate is a little slower. It's not quite as bursty as other Blizzard style RTS games you may be familiar with, but it still does a lot. And that damage, even if, it takes a little longer to kill, that damage still absolutely matters. So a laser, no good way to get on top of those blast nodes, no good way to knock them down. Does mean that he's going to have to back up. And now Party's starting to get in this mid game. We talked about, and maybe even towards the late game, this thing that you have to earn. And in this game, he has earned it. We've got Animancers. I can almost guarantee they have Dark Prophecy done, so you can go and, again, have those big damage slowing areas. And now Parting, maybe we see him transition a little bit more, maybe scythes, maybe sabers. Not exactly sure how he wants to build an army on top of this, but he's going to start to look for fights around these chokes where he can just block off areas that are going to be difficult for his opponent's army to get into, force them to run through these Dark Prophecies, and by the time they arrive, well, the damage is going to be significant on these units. But Laser, he's also teched out of this, right? We have a bunch of Hellborn on the field, and if you target down those Animancers, they're very strong units, Nate, but they're not the tankiest things.
No, and it's an interesting setup too, because if those fights start to get a little more prolonged, we know that the Hellborn deals pretty dope damage. I think there's supposed to be some implication of splash. I haven't quite seen that. I saw Beowulf, this content creator guy you might have heard of. He posted a pretty funny video of the Hellborn splash. It's not much to write home about. This Arc Fortress though, getting a little far from home.
No, this is actually pretty cool though. So Arc Fortress, so Arc Station versus Arc Ship, not that big of a difference. Arc Fortress though, when you unlock that one, and certainly Parting has the upgrade as well, that means it goes that much faster. It's surged, it goes that much faster as well. But you have this ability called Fate's End, which does 1,500 damage. A massive 1,500 damage beam over like 10 seconds or so, only against structures. And we saw exactly that happen right there. It took down a Laser's third base. These Dark Prophecies as well starting to do a lot of damage here, making it hard for the brutes to get in. And eventually we're going to have some Archangels as well. This is a reasonable fight for Parting to start to take. Now, granted, he's going to have to back up as the army runs past all of these prophecies. Life gets a little bit more interesting, a little bit more difficult. We have the Archangel in the sky, not doing much at the moment. That's a weird Hellborn on the left side. But Parting's taken down the third base of a Laser. He has his third base done. He's on this tier 3 tech, trying to go and chase down that Hellborn that just way dangling 250 Therium, especially as a Laser has lost his third base, especially as the Laser's not taking the Therium node on the left side. That's a big deal. And Parting now, supplies are starting to equalize. His tech is that much better, and watch him dive on top of those imps. Half the economy of this base goes down in a second. Yeah, people say, maybe Archangels aren't the best thing. In this game, they're doing great.
Archangels are a unit that I think, though, the way that they're implemented right now, they either look incredible or they look terrible. But this is a great use. It's a huge crash landing onto the main Luminite patch, and we're talking about something spiky. Ay. That's not bad, and not bad at all. And he's going to hold it in the corner. There's another Archangel in the southeast. Not sure if that Luminite patch was also obliterated, but he's holding them around several bases. So you start to lose that comfortability and going out of your expansion. And Parting he's using this as a way to say, if you leave your base, you're going to potentially sacrifice all or majority of your economy. You need to stay back. You need to keep everything here to stop this, because this right here is your biggest problem at the moment. It's actually pulling them back over to the rest of the army as he approaches for a huge shove on this base.
Yeah, he could do with a couple power banks on these Archangels. At least one of them is totally out of power or totally out of energy, which means they don't have that slam down nearly as strong. So you got to be careful, right? Yes, Archangels will evaporate a bunch of guns if you dive on top of them, but Parting still has to be very careful. Fighting the open field like this is not what you want to do. You want to play into these chokes, get these massive Dark Prophecies on top of everything. Now the Fiends are going to go down. One Archangel drop, just trying to tank at the front line. But these Hellborn, they're doing so much. Granted, I don't think it's enough, actually. Look at this Purify, all the powers there. The entire army of a Laser outside of these very expensive Hellborn starting to fall down. A Laser rallying more, though, spending all the Animus And we talked about the front line of a laser falling down. Sure, fine. Hellborn evaporate Parting's army as well. And despite everything, it kind of turns into a wash. The power units of both sides, Animators fall down. That's not great. But the power units, the Archangels, the Hellborn on both sides, they're going to survive. And it's just the Chaff that falls.
Just a absolutely filthy engagement. I mean, he knocks him off of the Luminite patch. You had the collection array right next to where that fight was taking place. He was able to pick that off during it. Gaunt's trying to split to chase down that Arc Fortress. Just 270 health left, but everything is coming back towards the front for Party to try to shut this down. Archangel's going to crash onto the ramp and immediately gets smashed by that huge Hellborn damage that we've been talking about, and that is just something that has been tough. He's going to try to throw that underneath them, but I have to say here, Bayo, this is where that crazy range for the Hellborn starts to become just a huge pain in the butt, as he's able to really smash down those Argents with that anti-heavy splash damage.
Yeah, it really becomes a problem. Just cannot get on top of it. Now, I'm assuming we're on tier 3. I'm assuming we're Elder Shrine for laser as well, which means you're healing 3%. Or actually, excuse me, 4%. White health per second means it's so hard to get on top of these Hellborn, but now we're going to see Sovereign's Watch go on top of everything. It's been upgraded. If you get on top, one of these Hellborn falls down, the Dark Prophecy is going to be there, but you have to find some way to dive on top of them. But again, a laser keeps pushing forward. He's run out of things to buffer for these Hellborn. They're so expensive. Dark Prophecy on top of it as well. Gaunts, there are a couple. They're not really there. It's only 2 Hellborn that remain. The Animancer falls. This fight is neck and neck here right now, Nate. But again, behind this, Parting's economy is that much better. A laser, again, he's lost a lot of imps. I think he's got his third base up now. Main base probably mined out. It feels like he just has to hold on, but can he hold on?
As the defender's advantage playing into it a bit, right? He's trying to help, right? The power banks, keeping everything regenerated, but he's burning through energy very quickly. Prism's now under threat by the Gaunts as well. It does get another Sovereign's Watch inside of that base to hold it down. And in the meantime, I'm trying to think what exactly has gone for a laser back home. Well, the Arc Fortress looks like it was getting a little close. That southeast expansion once again. Are we going to see it, Theo? The shutdown of this base by the Fortress.
I mean, it's getting scared. He's getting scared to play with the Arc Fortress at this point, right? 458 HP. Yeah, you know, when you're in green power, it does regenerate a little bit more. There is that available. But with the V5 push as well, this base is dead again. So a laser, if we can take a look at the main base in a second, I'm going to assume that he doesn't have, he's not mined out yet, but he's going to mine out of that main base very soon. Problem though, Dragons on the field. It's massive. Yes, it's very expensive. 700 popping out on the map right now. 150 Animus. It's a big deal. It's also very hard for the army of Parting to kill, right? Yes, maybe if we see these Argents get on top of it, that can work out. You can get some Dark Prophecies and slow it down. But really, it's size that are meant to go and deal with that. And Parting, he's got a lot of money, by the way. You know, he has this 1500 Therium. Maybe he can turn this into some scythes and start to get on top once he clears out all these Gaunts. But the Dragon's the big problem he has to handle right now, because not only does it infest everything, which is tick damage over time, converts a bunch of Fiends, also every Fiend that you get off Infest, it would turn into 2 Infests or 2 Fiends all of a sudden. It really increases the spam of these low units. They really damage soaks as much as anything else that exists. So Parting, again, these prophecies are really good and getting a lot of damage done on these Gaunts. And if you can push through this V5 rocket launcher as well, just from the backside, distracting, getting some damage done. And man, these Animancers, they're doing damage with Shadowfall, 4% damage healing per second. It's healing out of a lot of it.
Yeah, it's so bizarre because the Argent count is still looking good with the Animancer, and he retreats back to the power banks. He's got a ton of energy to keep the fight going now, but because the Shadowfall is everywhere and the Dragon has this regen, he's trying to, like, as you mentioned, take advantage of that snowball from the double infest as much as possible. And still with the Hellborns in back, it makes it really dangerous to try and dive onto that Dragon. As you mentioned, it is a crazy expensive unit, but I mean, it's also got to be, if we talk about badass things in Stormgate, this is up there, right? I mean, the Flayed Dragon is pretty cool. As people have their opinions on Infest as a whether it comes online early or not, but this is the end game unit. This is the big daddy boy, and it's pretty awesome to see it come out and turn the tides of a fight like that.
One of my favorite interactions, it wasn't a losing Infernal Celestial game, is, you know, it doesn't really count, but you get a couple Archangels up, and they go in, and they have that big flying hammer, and they just run straight into the Flayed Dragon and start to go try to hammer it down. You know, is it the best thing? You know, probably not. You probably want sides, but it looks super cool. So, you know, we're gonna have to see if that happens. We do have the tech for it, certainly. We did see a lot of the economy go down. Parting, we talked about those high ground collection arrays that are very difficult. for the Inferno player to contest? Well, there's a dragon out on the map right now. It does the second or third highest single target damage in the game. It will take that thing down, but Parting is on 4 bases. And again, remember, a Laser's lost his third base like 4 or 5 times. The main base is mined out. The Dark Prophecy, any value Parting can find at this point. The economy of a Laser is bad. It is not very good at all. So this game has turned, yeah, there we go. Main base is mined out. So this game now has turned from, okay, how can I trade? Can I trade efficiently? That's gone now. It's, can I survive a Laser long enough for my economy to build my supply so far past his where he's not allowed to do anything?
Yeah, it's such an awkward situation because I felt like a lot of things were going really well for a Laser. But you're right, Parting has weathered the storm, and the key factor has been especially the bottom right control and the pressure that he's put on with the Arc Fortress to shut that base down multiple times, and even his taking of that siege camp, like you talked about, getting the extra the V10 rockets to help mitigate that. Dragon even goes over to take the fruit on the map for a little heal. And he's being as cautious as he can be with that very expensive, valuable unit of his. And we're going to have to see now as Parting approaches. There's a lot of scythes mixed in with the army over here, so giving himself some more anti-air play. Shadow Flyers are there, but we know those can be toppled with a light breeze.
Yeah, these prophecies are really good too, just making it hard for the Shadow Flyers to get on top. They don't have a lot of HP, but also, again, they have to be able to move, and they can't do that right now. So Animancer at the front line will fall. That's not great. A Laser has barely been able to go establish a third base. He's got this army, though, that if you get to critical mass of scythes, you get up to like 30 scythes or something. B loves doing this, but again, that's his entire idea. If you can get to critical mass, you get the upgrades, which I assume he has, you can just go dive on top of all of these gaunts. They fall down, and they're really... Shadow Flyers stop being an answer at that point. They pop the shields there. Scythes don't take a lot of damage. Only the first Shadow Flyer really does that damage, and it can work out very nicely. But for right now, Shadow Flyers continue to dive in. These prophecies slowing the gaunts up. And if you dive on top of the dragon, that's the really important thing. It's getting so low. The bonus damage to heavy, it looks like it's going to run away just barely. So I think you turn around now as Parting. Knock these Hellborn down because you've lost everything on the ground.
Hits him with the Infest Breath too, so he's kiting him here while they take damage over time, trying to get the chase. Little singed action going on. Dragon, however, manages to stay alive thus far, gets another breath out, and will retreat back towards the gaunt, so they should be able to get some cover against the air. And okay, Parting was starting to look real nice supply-wise in terms of his setup, but I think that fight just shifted everything. You can really see, get the Light Infest on the edge, the Hellborns shave 1 or 2 Argents off, and then the 2 or 3 Fiends that end up spawning because of the dragon allow them to just mow down the rest, and that Argent Ball just doesn't get big enough, and really, it's helped him defend, but it doesn't seem like it's enough to go out on the map against this army composition at all.
No, your play right now, you got to build, again, like, 20 plus size, right? You get on top. There are not enough gaunts on the map right now to properly handle that. You dive on top. There's the dragon. That should fall down, I would think. It just barely gets out here. But again, size also, they shred the Hellborn. So it's all about taking the gaunts down. If you can make that happen, if scythes survive, plus this gaunt timing, the rest of Parting's army, or the rest of a Laser's army evaporates. And we saw that happen right now. That was a 140 supply army for a Laser, right? All of a sudden, pole position, doing this great job. Parting's built the lead again. Yes, he was dislodged from that high ground base, and that's not great, but a Laser's on a base and a half. Right? Well, he's on 2 bases. That Natural's going to mine out fairly soon as we move into this game even more. And Parting's economy, again, continues to be better. He continues to build these supply leads, and it's all about... I love this, by the way. I was going to say it's all about the size. He adds Cabals in. That means debilitate. It means that your opponent's units, they do less damage when that spell is cast. It means they're slow. They attack slower. You can ground the dragon. You can slam it into the ground so the rest of your army can fight it. It really makes it difficult. Look how slow this dragon is. It's not going to run away again. Surely not. And that is 700 Luminite. 700 Therium going down. Parting seems like finally he's found the composition that he's looking for. These Hellborn, there's nowhere to run. They can almost barely move. Debilitate, Dark Prophecy, everything else. Finally, this damage of a Laser, this army of a Laser should finally get taken down. Yes, there's a Shroudstone Manifest, Nate, but it will not last long enough. I think Parting's finally found his answer.
Yeah, the Arc Fortress rolling up with the rest of the Celestial Armada at this base, and it has been a hell of a fight over the Southern Vision camp. I just have to continue to throw kudos out. Every time I feel like Parting is going to finally crush through a Laser, a handful of units just get the perfect hits off, and we really just get to see, in any case where the Hellborns get attacked, they just kind of die. But in any case where the Hellborns are allowed to just do this, be a little bit behind the army, take some chunk shots out from the sides and play off of the infest and just get those low health ones on the edge to transform, that really, like, parting, while he's made some amazing defensive plays, he kind of consistently, they're both almost consistently overextending into the other. Like losing of course the dragon is obviously quite painful, but at the same time, that was his clutch playmaker that was keeping him in it for a bit too. And the natural is mined out for a laser, so see the imps beginning to rotate away from there. And this has a game of Stormgate ever been fully mined out? Has a map ever been fully mined out in this game? Is it possible? Do we know?
Yeah, there was a famous game, I think during the Steam Next Fest actually, where we had it was an Infernal versus Infernal, and they got to like 7 dragons aside. They mined out everything.
God bless.
It was like a 5-hour game. It was so wild. I don't think we're gonna go here, but Nate, can I make like just a emergency tournament ruling and say every single map on this? We're playing 3 best of 7s today. Every single game should be played on Boneyard. Because we have had
I'll take this.
We've had 2 of the best games of Stormgate. We had that game yesterday between a laser and Percival on this map, that incredible 4-minute fight. Now we're having this game, which is so cool to watch. And it's all been on Boneyard. So the answer is, Nate, Bone Zone, 7 maps, all best of 7s. That's where we're going.
Are you telling me that long maps with vision paths directly between the bases are where players kind of feel like they have more ability to deal with stuff, so we get these games that go longer? Is that what you're trying to say? You're speaking some crazy stuff over here. The dragon is back, by the way, in case anybody missed it. So up on top of that plateau base, right? I guess it's an island base, huh? That's kind of cool to think about. But yeah, Prisms get away.
That actually, and remember, Prisms, they're slow to start, but they have the massive acceleration. So you send them across the map. It's gonna take him a while to get. Oh, wait, the dragon! Wait a minute, that dragon's not where it looks to be.
Over all the Argents.
Yeah. And it's
right. That'll do it. GG. Okay.
Well, oh no. A laser was in a rough spot. Let's be real. He had 1 base mining, and actually, I think that base mined out. Yeah, at the very end, literally no mining. Had to go find some camps. Laser doing a great job of actually going and extending the game. But man, Nate, I'm so happy right now. You know, speed camps, early game aggression, sure, it's cool, very oppressive. Give me more. Like, that's the promise of what we're looking at, right? We have 15-minute archangels diving onto base to get economic damage done, 6 rounds, long protracted fights, lasers to kill bases, back and forth. And oh my god, how in the world did this fight go into Laser's way? He was down so much supply, and same thing. This is what I've been dreaming of. Oh man, give me more of those.
Oh yeah, we are 2-1 now lead for a laser. Parting strikes back. Only the chat during that too. The 700 right at the end. It's crazy how you can see a unit like that and you can think to yourself, oh well, it's amazing, it can do all of this. It has the infest buff, it has that big infest, and then you also realize that the other side of that coin is the moment that you get caught out, that you make the mistake with something that valuable, with something that represents so much of your economy. 700 Luminite and Therium is not easy to come by. Money does not rain down in this game. The eco is pretty slow unless you get all of the camps, more or less. So getting that out right after the first one had gotten taken down was just brutal to see. But what an absolute hell of a game, an absolutely crazy match. Oh, yeah, I can't wait to see where it goes from here.
Oh man, we've had 2 of the best single games of Stormgate I have seen in the last couple minutes, but because we want to make sure that you all don't miss out on more, right? We've had these long games, these crazy games. We're gonna have to go to a brief ad break just to make sure that this next game 3, game 4, game 5, game 6, game 7, I hope, that doesn't get occluded. So 3-minute ad break, and when we're back, it's gonna be map number 4 to get y'all's whistles wet getting ready for that one. That map is gonna be, you gotta go check the veto. That map's gonna be Lost Hope, another big map, a little bit different. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. That game was so long and so awesome that we did have to take a break just to shake down a little bit, reset ourselves. But map number 3 is gonna be coming up soon. It's Lost Hope, Nate. We talked about this. Lost Hope is another big map. It absolutely is. But it's a map that is not Boneyard. It does have speed zones. It's a 4-player map, which means you can spawn, in this case, you can spawn diagonally or you can spawn vertically. There's this problem of the speed camp that players are struggling to deal with right now.
Yeah, it's one of those things too, because it sometimes plays into where the spawns are, right? And whether that speed camp is right outside of your base or if it's right outside of their base. And that right outside is kind of relative to where those spawns are, because if you end up getting crossed, then it's maybe not so much of an issue. But top down, and then we've seen it a couple of times be a very interesting thing. And then I kind of go back to this map and Lost Hope for parting. Both games I think we saw on this map, or at least the one game that I remember of him from yesterday, was he went for that build again with the Seraphim. He like broke the high ground tree between the Luminite and his healing camp, I think, and built the Legion Hall right between them on the high ground. So it was super weird. We were like, what's going on? And it worked it worked well in a way, and then yeah, it kind of turned into that big counterattack type thing. So I don't know how parting plays it. I'm expecting a laser though is going to stick to the aggression because it's working for him, but how does parting adjust, and does he defend as well as he did on the last map?
Yeah, I think that's a really important question. Now, we talked about the speed camp being a problem on this map. You can also take advantage of the positioning. So if you spawn in a base, bottom left, we're going to take bottom left as an example. You're here, there's your opponent's pocket base, like just north of you. Well, not your opponent, maybe your opponent's pocket base north of you. But if they're cross spawn, you can actually go and take this like core 4 base setup that is actually fairly easy to defend. If you're able to go and again defend against that, get your strikes nodes up, make your buildings positioned properly so Sovereign's Watch can happen, and then you can maybe weather that storm. Because also, again, I think parting is cheering for cross spawn here. If that happens, if cross spawn works out, the rush distance is still going to be fairly long. And these early game, I'm going to shove brutes into your face type of builds, maybe less impactful. We're going to have to see. I don't know. What I do know though is that the lobby is here. We're just waiting on a laser to get ourselves started. And yeah, so Nate, it's a 2-1 lead, excuse me, for there we go, let's ping a laser. It is a 2-1 lead for parting, or for lasers. We get into this. Parting has warmed up. Still though, that game 3 could have been anyone's game. Is that enough to give us hope that parting's going to tie this up, or speed camp go? Is it this a speed camp go zoom type of scenario?
Like, a laser's been doing really well, but if you told somebody like, oh yeah, well, parting played a laser and parting smoked him like 4-1 or 4-0, you'd be like, oh, parting probably had some really crazy strategy. That's not super surprising. And then if somebody said, well, a laser 4-0'd parting, you'd be like, well, that's kind of crazy because parting's one of the top dogs and yada yada yada. But 2-1, it's like, oh, we've actually got 2 players that can really push each other. Even seeing parting go from I'm building out on the map, I'm being aggressive, I'm doing this, that, and then him going into game 2 and saying, well, I'm going to be a little more defensive, and then realizing I'm still kind of too out there, a little too greedy, building my Legion Hall out and doing this. And game 3, he completely hunkers down, and we get a totally different type of match. So if he feels that level of respect going into this game, and we get another banger like the last one, I think we're all feasting. That's all I've got to say, Bayo.
That is the goal. That is absolutely the dream. That's the reality. Hopefully, that's the reality. And good news for those that don't want to live in the supremacy of the speed camp flips. We're on cross spawn. Game number 4 here of this first semifinals of the day. Reminder, there's more. Mana is going to be playing Lucifron later on. We have a grand finals. We got a 2v2 show match. It's going to be fantastic. But for now, this is game number 4, Nate. It's a creation chamber opening. We're playing standard. We're not doing Seraphim proxy. Well, maybe, because there is this morph core on the map. Maybe I need to change my mind a little bit.
This is a little bit we were talking about yesterday. This parting has just got his own thing. So he gets up to what I imagine would be that tier 2 very quickly, use it to take the Luminite camp, and then just plant the Legion Hall right in between them. So he kind of just always has the flexibility to quickly contest either of these if a laser tried to push him off of it early. And even though that second game parting was not able to win with the Seraphim build, it was worth mentioning that when the laser went for the brutes and the Hexen assault on him, that the Seraphim was still able to push that back. So it's not like if he has to defend a little, he can't. But I do agree with you. The cross spawn rush distance should make things much easier for Parting to execute this strategy the way he originally envisioned.
Yeah, it just gives you a little more time, right? It means that as equally as important, not only does it take the first set of units a little bit longer to run across the map and get there, but it means the second set and the third set. Everything just slows down a little bit. And also because you're not vertical, the units aren't going to run by the speed camp. So you don't have that even faster rally time, right? If the brutes run by the speed camp, they get that active buff. They move 20% faster. It gets very quick. So we're not going to see that, all right? If Alasia wants to put pressure on, he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. He's going to have to run across the map, and that gives Parting a ton of time to get this Legion Hall down, to start to, again, I'm assuming go for Seraphim. I'm assuming start to try to get this map control.
There it is.
And still maybe, there we go, Seraphim are on the way, and still maybe defend against what is likely going to be aggression coming out of a laser.
Yeah, so he wants to give himself the opportunity to play the big map control. We have the second speed camp being taken by a laser, so he's going to be bringing out the zoomies over here. We're talking about our dog builds. Well, we can still get a little bit of that action in the Infernal Celestial matchup. So with both speed camps capped, Parting is actually swinging a scanner around to the west side camp. So a denial here would be quite nice. We're talking about, look how fast those fiends are crawling. So he is going to be... And the other interesting thing, too, I'm just going to say it, the Legion Hall is kind of protected by where it is as well, in a very awkward manner speaking.
Yeah, it's in an even better position, really, than we saw the Legion Hall in Game 1, which was mostly protected. One fiend got on top of it, eventually took it down. But yeah, that is pretty important to point out. Also, again, taking that speed camp. Yeah, you can only get one active. You can only get one 20% buff. Sure. But the passives do stack. These global buffs do stack. Hexen is going to go down off the teleport. And again, now you can't shoot up, so a laser, this pressure, he's just going to lose units. Seraphim are going to try to chase down as much as they can. But again, taking down that passive buff, it does slow things down just enough. It means the speed differential between the units is going to be just about the same unless there's an active buff. And those are important things to point out. So the question now, Gaunts are actually, yeah, Gaunts are already on the way. So this is still this one base Gaunt brute timing that we've seen coming out of a laser. But for right now, there are not a lot of Gaunts. And Seraphim, they're going to try to kneecap this, take the Gaunts down before the numbers hit. But yeah, it looks like a laser spent Hellspawn Resurgence, got a lot of Gaunts out all at once.
Yeah, not bad timing there. A laser secured with his fiends, by the way, as he's poking the main. He secured the west side camp again, so those Gaunts with the double passive able to get away from those Seraphim. And we traditionally see that they're quite fast, but this is where camp control can really be a big factor. The east side one goes back in the hands of Parting, so it'll match up a little more nicely now. But like you were saying, he dumped into a huge amount of Gaunts, and now it turns into, can he make this defense happen with units that are typically just not that great at trying to shut down these huge amounts of ground anti-air? So he's going to kite back through his defenses. Use Sovereign's Watch to try and hold this. The Brutes getting caught inside the little corner pocket, but the Argents all get picked off, and the Gaunts are still standing strong so far, Bayo.
Yeah, I was going to say, here's the problem. One Sovereign's Watch had already been used, so only one was available for the first hit. That being said, all the Brutes go down, all the Fiends go down. Yes, both Sovereign's Watch have been used. We're on yellow power, so everything builds a little bit slower. Parting holds on the first time. He has this pocket third base that he's mining with a couple of prisms. That's going to work out fairly nicely for him. And if he can get up to a couple blast nodes just stuck there behind the Luminite mine, that's going to work out fairly nice. Again, if you can get those blast node shots on these Gaunts, you're forcing the split away. They don't have Reaper's Rush. They're not all that fast. It can make a big difference. But for right now, I mean, we're seeing those big shots on the Gaunts. So, I mean, this is actually working out fairly nicely here. Laser feels like he might be overcommitting this. Yeah, there's no Sovereign's Watch. There isn't, but it's going to be up soon. And so much of a Laser's army, yeah, he's killed a lot of these Argents, absolutely, but a lot of the Laser's army has just fallen into the dirt here in this game 4.
Yeah, we're not really able to see him capitalize with the Gaunts. He doesn't have the upgrades for them, right? They're a little bit on the paltry side as far as these scrappy low unit number engagements go. And Parting ends up drawing the majority of his energy out. Now he's going to try and drop the collection around the natural right as a laser shows up. So decent deny there, being able to try and get something going for himself. But also worth mentioning when we talk about the creep economy, the camp economy, Parting, is he getting boxed in a little bit? Sure, the prisms can kind of go to other bases though, and well, for a laser's sake, he's still playing off of this one base, right? We're still playing off of this low eco because the money is coming from the camps.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised. We saw a laser trying to take that pocket base, which works out great. It's super close to your main, right? You can get a morph core right there, but that north side base that we can see, that's just, granted, just Luminite, not Therium. But if you can take that north side base, if you want to contest that as an Inferno player, you got to run up and around or send an imp across. And that just really is hard to contest. So Parting, though, he's still going to take the pocket base. He says, you know what, this is fine. I can just kind of lift and drop, and it's going to be okay. And we do have that Guardian Nexus done soon, right? That is that. Well, he's going to find these prisms, trying to mine a little bit separate spot. But we do have that Guardian Nexus. Once it's surged up, it has a lot of bonus armor against all these structures. It's going to mean the defense is that much stronger. Ascension Chamber as well, right? Bonus damage to all the units around. Once Parting gets these defensive structures up, and once he gets a little more power, once he gets back into the green, he can start to drop more Sovereign's Watches. This build, this army out of a laser, is not going to be as powerful as it was. Certainly not. So a laser, he has this army. He's living in Parting's base, but only now, Nate, only just now is he getting that natural.
Yeah, and only just now are we able to see him move up on the Gaunt upgrades too, and he's making some progress there, but we've got the Plague Axes on the way, and we talk about some of these scrappier fights with the the units that get a little clumped up, and him trying to take these battles. That's that momentum play that he needs to help make this happen. But as he said, the natural comes so late, and really Parting he has not been able to really necessarily secure traditional natural in that sense of his own, but the prisms can kind of mine from anywhere, so even getting dislodged doesn't necessarily hurt him, since there's nothing there to contest him in the bottom left, right? He's pulling in some money from that, and it has just been non-stop aggression both ways.
Yeah, it really has. And again, we're looking at this point where this build out of a laser, it's a lot of Gaunts early. It's a lot of Animus early, so he can't really sustain this production the way you would like. This Seraphim, I think, dies eventually. Notice, actually, he's really confident that the Seraphim dies, so he chases the scanner down with the skull, just again make sure that is fine, that he gets this Luminite camp. But actually, he's not going to, because a bunch of Argents coming from the left side are going to force him out for now. Although he's got a laser, brings some friends, so it looks like this is very much oh, I ambushed you. No, you ambushed me. Okay, we got to run away here just a little bit. Point being, though, a laser, he did commit a lot of Animus to this, Therium to this, Luminite to this. He doesn't have a Ritual Chamber done, I don't think, but for right now, these imps or these fiends just trying to block things out. Plague Axes are finally done. Effigy just trying to block a little bit more, and Parting has to run right back into his main base. Yeah, I think he probably has Photo Restoration. That's a nice shot from the Blast Node. And I think he's regenerating, energy a little faster. I think he's moving a little faster. But we do need, again, we need more splash damage. Whether that's going to be for Animancers, likely going to be the case. Parting does have to get to that next round of tech.
Yeah, Sovereign's Watch on the collection array will not spare it from being destroyed. Pulls back the Gaunt with the Blast Node shot on it, and we can really see that's where the Plague Axes start to become super annoying off the bounce damage of the Gaunts, and he can start to chew through this. Doesn't necessarily have that tankiness, but the way he started that fight, running up the ramp, and I think half the Gaunts had just gone through the speed camp, so he was kind of slingshotting himself up there a little bit, but not quite able to drive the knife in. And I do feel like that's been a little bit of the story of this series, or at least this game. In the last one, we talk about the larger maps, Bayo, but he doesn't quite have the economy Parting does that he was defending on last game either. You don't. This Luminite patch below the Cliff of the Main is maybe as close to free resources for Celestial, I think, as you can get. But even then, it's not something he's been able to secure and hold on to, because the laser has just been that aggressive.
Yeah, I do think taking that north side base, right, that's on the high ground, that's a little bit further away on the, what do we want to call that, the 4 o'clock position maybe. That's probably the free one. Actually, it's weird because it's so far away from your natural or from your main base, and there's this idea in RTS games where, well, the closer it is, like the more in close I am, the freer it is, the easier it is to defend. But again, you have to run so far away, so far around from where you want to be. So for now, though, Parting does have these prisms. On the left side, a laser seems to have no idea. And yeah, 3 or 4 prisms, Nate, it's not a full base. A collection array plus 4 prisms is that full mining saturation, but it's something. And it is, yeah, Parting hates that he lost the collection array, but he's not totally out of mining. And it is certainly better than long distance mining with half your workers, with all your workers to a different base. So economy, not great for Parting, but it exists better than if like any other faction had gone and lost their natural.
Yeah, what I've noticed as well about Parting is that he's been keeping good track of a lasers camps on his side too, watching the Luminite one. He just took his Therium camp with the Seeker, but also he's had a good vision that healing camp hadn't been taken at a laser's base for a little bit, because everything a laser builds just gets rallied out. So a laser's contesting his stuff, but he's been able to back cap a few of these key points as well. And it's something to keep in mind when we talk about how Parting stays in these games. I don't. Do I think that the third base of a laser will eventually get sniped 4 times by the Giga Chad laser of the Arc Mega Station? I don't know about that for this matchup, but a Parting has just done a really good job of being as much of a denier of the camps as he can. And did he land the scanner? Try to run away from the skull? Okay.
Yeah. So remember, scanners are fun, right? They're this flying thing through the air, and they can latch onto a tree and become cloaked and hard to see. Luckily, Infernals have Skullashetta that allows you to see them and knock them down. But once they land, once they pop off that tree for the first time, they don't get to fly again. They're on the ground. They run around a little bit. If you want another flying scanner, you got to build another one. So it does get a little, yes, they can hop back on trees again, but they don't have that ability to fly around and be a little bit more mobile. So yeah, we absolutely saw that. Parting did a great job of back capping a laser. We noticed here, the first week that we saw, that's, Dark Prophecy is almost really good. The first week that we saw this happening, right? This idea of just scanner openings, Inferno players had no idea what to do. They weren't really responding to it very well. It was just massive map control that the Celestial player was getting. And then they realized, oh, I'm just going to have a Hexen with my army at all times. And that, I dropped the Skullashetta. That gives me detection, high ground flying vision. It works out very nicely for me. I can handle these scanners. I have some counterplay to these scanners. So again, we see a laser doing that. He's got these Hexen with the army. And notice also, as he gets ready, as Parting kind of contested that high ground, he just pulls himself up against the effigy, against the wall, builds himself a natural concave that Parting absolutely does not want to fight into. So it's all about the chokes, right? Lost Hope is not Boneyard. It has this massive, so many wide open areas. You don't have these chokes that Parting was able to take advantage of, and that makes it very hard to contest these massive concaves of Infernal players that a laser's got. Yeah, surrounds even.
This is a sandwich that a laser's going for, but the Dark Prophecy actually holding quite a few of those gaunts in the cooldown space, so he's not able to really get that big swarm that he was looking for. Really doing a great job of zoning out the Infernal army is Parting, and okay, I mean, that's exactly one of those fights that looks like it could be disastrous, but that south side, I like that when he realizes he's going to get hit from both sides, he just chooses to collapse on the bottom, clear it out, and then never really has to fight the whole army at once. Just heads up decision making by Parting to not try and retreat, because I think maybe that's where it really blows up for him.
Yeah, it's funny you take a look at this, and okay, so there are 2 truisms in real-time strategy games. On the one hand, it's I'm gonna build a surround. If I attack, if I have a bigger arc, if I go from full 360, more of my units are gonna be fighting than yours are. I'm gonna be able a big surround. Your DPS is, it's hard to get your splash damage where it needs to be. That's great. The other hand is if your opponent's setting that up and you know that's happening and you know that's getting set up, take the fight against part of the army, because if they're setting a full 360, Nate, that also means that half their army isn't fighting. And that means that you can go pick off part and part and part, and it can work out very nicely for you. So Parting takes a massive fight here, builds himself this supply lead. He's got Archangels going to, again, I'm assuming, to try to go take some of these imps down. But this time, he's learned. Imps get split away. There's damage, but it's not insane damage here. And with the Dragon on top, Shadow Flyers in the air, this Archangel is doing a lot of damage. That's still a lot of splash damage, but it's not going to go evaporate 3 Luminite lines like we saw last game.
No, it's a tricky situation too. Fighting over the center, just the single vision camp on this map, but that vision that it provides is so important, and particularly in any long game. We see the Flayed Dragon in the middle of the map for a laser, but in any super long game of Stormgate, something that you learn, a painful lesson you learn on Lost Hope too, is yeah, you've got Therium in your main and then that low ground natural, but unless you really branch out, getting any more Therium becomes a huge pain in the butt, because you have to expand to either another corner, which your opponent will surely be preparing for, or it's in the middle of the map, and that's more or less it. And there's a ton of it in the very center, but it makes that control of the position so much more important. And the fact that a laser has 2 or 3 Therium patches in the middle that he's mining off of during all of this is just kind of nice to see for him to be able to continue to keep those techie expensive units. We got a lot of Magmadons in the army now.
Yeah, and Magmadons are the ultimate answer to, can be one of the ultimate answers to a lot of the stuff that an Inferno or that a Celestial player wants to do.
Oh, Dragon's fighting the Argents! Oh, Dragon's building them! And it's just, yep, it's dead. Oh. Well, just walked up to it and killed it. I wasn't staring at that unit while we were talking, no. I was curious what would happen.
Chad knows what to do, right? -700, -700, spam it. Well, actually, the copy pasta needs to be better, right? Because it's -700, -700, minus. Oh, look at that. That's kind of cool.
You go dunk.
Spend all your energy. It's dead, right? Eventually, there's going to be the man. Oh, gets up. Wait, maybe it's not dead. Shadow Flyer's not chasing it down.
It's when you see the Shadow Flyers chase, that's when the Vanguard part of my brain turns on, and I'm like, shields up, fly into him. just take him off.
Chat's learned, by the way. It's not -700, -700. It's -700, -700, -150. There we go.
It's a lot of it's the Animus too that comes into play there, right? It is not cheap. The Dragon it is hard. It's not even as expensive as the resources. It is so much worse than that.
On top of that, it's a 7-minute cooldown as well. So this Dragon, now we saw in game 1, Parting lost the Dragon. He got it back up fairly quickly, but that's because that Dragon was playing for quite a while. This game, that Dragon popped out and died very fast. So this big, powerful late game tier, really the only tier 3 unit that a laser has, is going to go down. We're going to see Fates and try to go and take this shrine down. This time, Shroudstone Manifest is well placed. It's a little faster. I don't think it does enough damage in time. Parting gets the snipe on this third base.
It's
and,
so funny to watch this.
Shadow Flyers, okay, how much HP does this thing have? It's hard to see the... Oh!
Yikes. Well, the Arc Fortress is gone. So, okay. I think maybe he was like, okay, that Dragon came a little easy. I'm just going to yeet this Arc Fortress in here. He did get the base, by the way, so it's not like it was for nothing. But now Parting is approaching the center of the map. There's 1 to 2 Animancers, some sights. He's got the Archangel overhead, 2 more Animancers in tow. But this, the economy being repositioned, he's fighting on the west side as that expansion gets taken, but it allows him to clear all that Therium mining in the middle, which we talk about how you get all that Therium. Like, okay, a laser's banking 1800. I won't mention the Therium anymore, but Archangel's going to dive straight into the middle of that army.
Oh, that's a massive shot, but immediately we see the Magmadons going in. We talked about Magmadons as this answer to a lot of things the Infernal player wants to, or the Celestial player wants to do. But they also get massively slowed. So if you can put these prophecies down right on top of everything, they cannot make contact. And by the time those stuns, well, they started... Oh, this one's bad, though. We're going to say by the time the stuns were done, they could not make contact with the Animancers. Parting splits away from this one, and he has built himself an 80 supply lead into this game. The Magmadons, they're just so very slow. And yeah, Shroudfall, yes, 4% healing, Nate, but it looks like Parting is going to be able to chase away so much of this Therium-rich army is going to go down. And yeah, I know, a laser has 1,800 in the bank. He does, 100%. But without access to that center mining area, that 1,800 does not go very far. Four of these Hellborn are 1,000 Therium. The late game Infernal player needs a ton of Therium, and even that, again, that bank is there. That gets spent very quickly.
If he can't go out and take the maps to get the bonus Luminite, spending that Therium will be difficult anyway. And there's the GG. I think a laser just saw the bottom left base fully secured. Tons of blast nodes, tons of strike nodes. He was not taking that out of Parting's hands, and very well done. Second game in a row here by Parting, demonstrating that if he's forced to play and break out his macro chops, he can do that. But I think I'm also learning a little bit that those longer rush distances are what are kind of helping Parting out a little bit against some of these pushes too.
Yeah, no, it's pretty fun as we take a look at here. I love this. We had a couple rush games. Parting kind of got stomped in those. Sure, okay. But then he goes and he solves it a little bit more. He's like, okay, I'm just going to play more defensively. I'm going to get blast nodes down faster, which is what he did in this fourth game. I'm going to go and I'm going to really just sock them there behind my creation chamber and my collection arrays. And I'm going to, you cannot get on top of it. And then, yeah, good luck. You're going to attack an Emiya laser with this Gaunt timing. I have a lot of damage. And again, that rush distance means that your second round and your third round of Gaunts and Brutes and Fiends, they're not going to go and snowball as well. Which all that together means a laser earns his mid game. And if you go to this one base timing, which a laser was, you're behind in that mid game. And well, we see what happened.
We see a lot of it because, again, the way that the economy of the camps is designed at the moment in this current patch, and it incentivizes, instead of investing into workers or a base to get more money, you invest into taking the camps so that you can get, more everything. And it makes sense, but especially on those longer maps, we see Parting start to really, just work that multitasking. Almost every single time a laser tried to attack him, Parting never let him do it without backcapping either one of his heal camps or taking one of his other ones back home. But it's not like he was able to say, I've got all the speed boosts, I've got all the heal boosts, now I'm gonna fight. It's like, no, I've got my buffs, I'm outside his base, I've lost one of my buffs, and he's his control. We still expect Parting to have top control. It is something he's known for. So it may be decision making in a new game. We're still seeing some crazy stuff happen, but as we get to see him cook, he's controlling some really tight engagements and calling back again to that fight, like you were saying, that the full surround is typically something that ends up being a huge win for the surrounding player, but Parting knew exactly what to do and just chunked out half that army before the fight even began.
Yeah, no. Again, you trigger the fight a little bit early. You swing the game very strongly sometimes, and that is even with Parting losing that Arc Fortress, trading a base for a base. Technically, I guess it's worth, because you don't mine out of an Arc ship, an Arc station, an Arc Fortress. Not always. You can drop Therium Purifiers, and you do mine from that base. But I mean, that is I don't know exactly how much going from you add it all together. Tier 1 to tier 2, tier 2 to tier 3 it's expensive. But again, that was that fight in the middle that allowed Parting to go and take the entire bottom left side, start to go and take bases on the north side. And as we saw, I mean, the Laser was never up on like more than 3 or 4 bases. The economy just got way far ahead of where Laser wanted to play.
Yeah, just a crazy series, and I'm glad that we get to see the way that this has played out, right? We, like you mentioned, we get the couple of aggressive games, we get a couple of macro games, but now we've got 2 of the absolute best of the best in Stormgate in the top 4 of one of the first tournaments, and we're at 2-2, and we've gotten to see a wide range. We've gotten to see almost all of the units busted out. We've got, I mean, cross spawn, Lost Hope, Arc Station, Pocket Naturals sniping and then getting popped by a Shroudstone. What are we watching? We're watching some high level Stormgate, and it's been pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I saw someone in chat. They say, you know what, this next game is going to be meta defining. We're going to learn a lot about how this game can be played at the highest level. And that was very true. These last 2 games have been, I mean, the first 2 games I've seen in a long time where we actually get some Archangels out. And now it's another large map. It's another cross spawn map. But again, Nate, we have to point this out. There are speed camps on the map. This long cross spawn, long rush distance matters a little bit less when you have a speed camp right outside of your natural.
Yeah, it's not a direct rally, but basically more or less. You go right there on the way out, and then it's a pretty quick jump forward. Parting, moving up, taking, I mean, the double Luminite paces, it just makes sense. You have access to a ton of resources here, setting up a staging ground here. Keeps access to that speed camp that you were talking about, which of course you don't want to just make sure your opponent doesn't take from you, but you want to always have access to that, because getting around this big map is so important. Isle of Dread, if you played Stormgate or, you know, follow the discourse around it, this is one of those maps that's a little more on the crazy side. You have 2 huge openings to your natural, to your main. There's not really a lot of closed off spaces. There are some chokes in the corners, but for the most part, you have to be very on top of where your opponent is moving around, because there's just a couple of different ways that they can come at you, and if you're not careful, something flying around the edge of the map, especially on this one, could be a lot more dangerous than some of the others, because you just kind of have that nice little beachside property, but you don't want your Arc Station hitting around the corner either in 20 minutes from now.
No, so yeah, it's the question again, can Parting survive the early game? Because the Laser, we're going to see him get aggressive again, certainly on this map that has these speed camps, and, you know, we're not going to see this weird, not going to say weird, we're not going to see this the Seraphim idea, right? Not this heavy focus on creeping around and defending against things. No, it's going to be double creation chamber. He's going to build a bunch of Argents. He's going to have to defend the old-fashioned way, because that's just how things have to go. And this Texan's just trying to be annoying, making it so that it's harder to take the speed camp. Now, again, double Argent should be able to force this off, and that is going to be totally fine. But as we get set up here in this game number 5, Nate, it's probably important to talk about how these factions are different. Because Celestials are something that we have not seen in at least a Blizzard-style RTS game pretty much ever. You don't have to build supply units. You start out with 300 supply. You're totally fine there. But on the flip side, you have this energy resource, this power resource we can see as that purple circle on the bottom bar. And that really impacts how well all of your top bar stuff works. That really impacts how all your structures work. So we're going to hold that thought for a second, because a couple Argents maybe a little bit too far on the map. These fiend timings that a Laser's so good at finding. Parting thinks he can be on the map. He tries so hard. And then when it's only 2 Argents versus a bunch of fiends, it does not work out all that well. But as we can see, again, just going back for just a second, Sovereign's Watch was cast. That's that top bar ability, that laser that goes down that was used defensively. Parting now is at 66 now out of 60 power. That means that he can't use more top bar abilities for the time being. We see a red ring around all of his structures. That means that they produce a little bit slower. Now, if they had a yellow ring, so if he was within, I think it is 80% of max power that's being used, as we see right now, all of a sudden, he produces slower, but not quite as slow. And then green, you have HP regen on your structures. You produce much faster. It's a pretty cool system.
Yeah, it's a really bizarre, I think, if you're maybe coming from another RTS game and you tune in, you're like, does he really have 300 supply? And it's like, his supply is a little closer to what you see technically, and on the right side, the 60 to 75 says a little bit more for the Celestials anyway, how much power they have access to. Typically dictates the size of the army, since, as you mentioned, if you're at red power, if you go over power, you're not exactly doing a whole lot of, you kind of need to get it to build and do stuff anyway. So it's not entirely about the traditional sense of supply, and it's one of the things that makes Celestials in Stormgate very unique in the RTS space. There's just not a lot of concepts like this that you can mess around with, especially when the other factions in the game are still more traditional types, right? Like Vanguard or Infernal. They kind of abide by more of the normal quote-unquote rules, I guess you could say.
Dude, this Championship Sunday, the rules are out the window at this point. So we're gonna see that vision. We're gonna see that vision camp get taken, right? That is really important when you're worried about this aggression coming out of Inferno players. Making sure you have that vision camp is gonna be fairly nice, but also you have to be careful, because the other thing to look at as we get ourselves set up into this is that every camp that is taken is shown on the map. A laser knows the moment that Parting takes the camp. That means he knows where a laser, or at least a majority of Parting's army is, which of course means that he can go for a run by maybe, as we see Fiends going up on the north side, trying to dive into the main base maybe. You can go and try to catch the army in the middle of the map. All of these things, it's a lot of knowledge, a lot of vision that is just provided free of charge to players on the map.
He tries to get some of the Fiends inside of the main, poking the collection array a little bit, getting a distraction, and at the same time, pushing in the Brutes on the left side of that natural. He does have the Shroud Stone across the tree line, but I think he'll need vision for it to be able to attack, of course, so he's kind of trying to play around that. There's the Shroud Stone Is that the Manifestation next to it, too? And only gets 1 or 2 hits off, so a laser... It felt like he was trying to force something a little bit there that didn't happen. That's quite an expensive thing to just drop for only having 2 Brutes here now.
Yeah, a laser loves this idea. He has done this in a bunch of games in this tournament thus far, where you go, what? One base Magmadon as the follow-up. He actually used this to kill Percival in Game 4 to make it on to Grand Final Sunday, where you go, it's 1 base, you spend all your Therium, you attack on up to this double Shroud Stone, you get the Manifestation, which is a lot of power, and then in this case, you actually cut through the trees. That's very cool. Magmadons are very strong, but these Argents right here are just going to target this all down. I don't think this works. This idea from a laser is kind of cool, but I mean, this is Argent power right here with power banks behind. The Magmadons do not kill this.
Yeah, it's fascinating. He's got the Wraith Stone, so the Enfeeblement aura is a little different than the normal Shroud Stone, just having the turret to attack, so it's kind of that slow and decay if he gets near it, so it's playing around the zoning potential of this a little bit more than maybe we used to, and that is kind of dragging the collection array down, even though he's not able to necessarily push it directly as it tries to fly away. So we can really see that shroud that's being spread by the stone here is actually kind of toxic right now, and we're seeing it play out in a very funky way, because I agree with you, the unit count not doing so much, but seeing that that even just a little bit of base that he has touching the shroud at all is melting away. His Guardian Nexus, the power bank, and I don't think the other collection array is just outside the range of it, but what an absolutely bizarre type of way to use this, and something I certainly haven't seen yet in this tournament so far this weekend.
I legit had no idea that the Wraith Stones actually do damage to structures. I'm like, yeah, okay, 2.5% or 2% damage to units is great, sure, fine. But doing that damage to structures, I mean, I haven't seen a situation where it's been relevant. So luckily, though, at the very least, Parting, he loses the Guardian Nexus. That's not great. That is pain, but big deal. As we see another Shroud Stone manifest on this 1 base push, he did get Photo Restoration done, so the Argents are going to be faster. They do get a little bit more power back, but I think at this point, almost as Parting, you just try to have to go somewhere else. The slow push is so strong now. We're going to see the Shroud Stone manifestation is about halfway done, so that power, that additional damage, that additional attack speed is going to be done soon, and I think that's the timing where Parting's waiting for. When the Shroud Stone is just another Shroud Stone, doesn't do a lot more. You can just kind of burst it down. Magmadon's trying to move forward, but they don't have that slow ability. We're not fighting in the Wraith Stones anymore. And somehow in everything, this 1 base build from a laser, not only has he found the Luminite or the Therium for a couple Magmadons, also for a Hellborn. You know, this is a surprisingly high-tech 1 base army.
And this, well, now with the Hellborn, I think you can really force him to have to step onto the Wraithstone Shroud, which that's 2% health decay per second, apparently, according to the stats on it. So we can see all the Argents take a little bit of damage, but since he was able to approach it and destroy it, he's of course able to now spare himself from any additional damage there, and he's once again limited to just what he has outside of Parting's base, which is this single Hellborn trying to kite now as a Brute comes up to split on it, but he is not able to save the Hellborn. There's just an effigy for the Shroud, not quite as intimidating as the Wraithstone, and GG is called.
There we go. It was a swift 2-0 for a Laser to get started here. I was like, oh no, yeah, Parting, yeah, maybe he can't handle the aggression. I don't know. But he seems like he has gotten the thing solved. That was a super kill build from a Laser. I am pretty confident that the kills 97% of Inferno player or of Celestial players on that map, Nate, maybe even higher. I mean, again, that looks really strong, but Parting knows how to handle it.
Indeed. For me, the absolute biggest thing too is just I gotta say I'm with chat on this one. It seemed like I've never seen Wraithstone used in a game. He upgraded. I think the model is still very similar, clearly, but yeah, 2% health decay of everything that's touching the Shroud that's generated by it. And I thought, oh, how do 2 Brutes and a Magmadon kill the collection array with 10 Argents right there? And then I see that it's just ticking down the whole entire time. Like, all of the buildings are, and I was like, oh, okay. And seeing it used in that way, it was just fascinating. Because the first time he tried to put the Shroud Stone outside of his base, the Argents immediately saw it and killed it. So he just sent another imp straight across and just redid the whole thing, which is just, it's mind-blowing to me. And it almost worked as well. So a Laser breaking out some crazy stuff here on Lost. That map is crazy. Isle of Dread. It's called Isle of Dread for a reason.
Yeah, a lot of players playing on it. They do dread queuing into that map. It's very different from what we're used to kind of as a Blizzard RTS game. Now, you talk about those Wraithstones. They're very good. I only see them defensively, right? They're great. They stop Kree run-bys because you just kind of roll in slow motion. Also, the big thing as well is if your opponent's going like the B style, which is a Guardian Nexus Kree into a bunch of scythes, it triggers all of the scythe shields at once. So it really shuts down a lot of harass power. It's very good. You put a couple Shroud Stones and a Wraithstone on your bases, and it makes the harass very hard. But aggressively here, I have seen a Laser go for this. I'm going to build a Shroud Stone. We're going to drop a second one, and that's fine. But again, as we see this happening here, using that to go kill everything 2% per second on these structures that have 750, 1,000 HP, it just melts them.
It's crazy. I've seen several things in this series that I've never seen watching this game yet. The Arc Station micro at Parting, incredible. Love to see it. The way that he's willing to be risky with it too. There's a huge difference between like, oh yeah, I ran it across the middle of the map, took the nearest base and dipped. And he's like, no, I'm really trying to carve out something here, and it's just been an amazing match. And now all of a sudden we go from feeling like a Laser's about to give us the upset of the day to, okay, you pissed off final boss Parting, and now he's ready to play for real.
Yeah, and now we're on Jagged Maw, which is a map that has been extremely polarizing, to put it lightly, Nate. It's a map that is extremely close by air, but much further by ground. We saw Vortex yesterday. This was kind of Vortex's downfall. He tried to go and do the double Shroud Stone push on this map, and it didn't work out for him. The rush distance by ground is, again, very long, even if you take kind of that right side path. It's a little shorter, but still, again, very, very long. So a Laser, do you go for the aggression? Again, double vault, sure, fine, likely. But I think if I'm a Laser here, I think that's been solved. I think if I'm a Laser, I want to go and try to hit this mid game faster. Go for like a double vault expand type of build. Get those quick Magmadons and try to run my opponent over with Demon Hoof Tremors with that stun before they get into the late game. I don't know, but again, this early game aggression that a Laser's done for 5 games in a row now, it's starting to fall off.
It's the story of, Bayo, it reminds me of when we started our show today and we're talking about all the crazy things that happened yesterday, and Killer Pigeon is just using his very sultry voice to keep us all calm and relaxed. And everybody in chat says, are you kidding me? Mana beat Vortex. And at this point, it's maybe Parting is expected by some to be the person that would win this series, but it's turning into a very similar, like, yes, he's got a very strong build. Yes, he won 2 games, more or less, with it in a row. But Parting is, Parting is not playing off of a script. He is of any RTS player, he is maybe one of the most known for doing well, particularly off script. In fact, you talk about Parting playing in even just, new RTS, but when the Legacy of the Void campaign came out, Parting won the very first tournament for that. That happened like immediately after release. So he's somebody that in a volatile game state where there aren't a bunch of figured out stuff, he's still able to learn and adjust on the fly, and that's what he's done in this match. I mean, you start down 2 very rough maps, and now he's up 3-2, potentially about to punch his ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm looking at this. I'm like, oh, okay. So looking at the day to start, I'm like, oh man, I'm not biased, right? Yes, I've put this tournament. Yes, we're organizing this tournament. I just want good games, right? And I'm kind of hoping that
a
laser
just want good games.
Yes, but I was kind of hoping like a laser in the grand finals against Lucifron sounds fantastic. If we can get more games like that Percival game on Boneyard, oh man, just best thing. And now Party's like, yeah, no, this matchup, Celestial versus Infernals, can give you the exact same thing. And again,
let him cook.
He's in the kitchen, and we're turning into a Michelin star here, just a little bit.
Everything that comes on the other side of that order counter has been gold today. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with the Stormgate experience that we've had here. Yesterday was brutal, right? Lots of short matches, lots of aggression, and particularly players kind of struggling with that adjustment side of it. But it's just been fantastic today to watch 2 players that can really push each other to the point where all the things that we we whine about, we're like, oh, this build is so hard to deal with. Oh, that infernal push looks crazy. I die to that every time. It's like, well, Parting holds on. Parting does actually just do it with mostly Argents and bleeding out and getting just blow after blow landed on him, but he just doesn't break. And by the time that he's finally ready to move out on the map, every game, it has been very difficult for a laser to stop him. So we go to a little bit more of a condensed map, and I wonder if that doesn't help him a bit, because that rush distance, like you mentioned, even if it's a smaller map, Bayo, this map, the rush distance is not really that much smaller. I guess really for a laser, it's the speed camps maybe that he's going to be leveraging more than anything.
Well, okay, so caveat to that, it does get small once the middle of the map gets taken down. Those rock spires, you get a Magbodon out, you take an imp out, and it takes quite a while, but you can knock that down, right? That does speed things up. But yeah, you're right. Up until that point, very hard to effectively get your rally across the map. And a laser seems to, I mean, he is wise to this. We see his shrine is not fast compared, it's not a single vault, getting it very quickly, something like that. But he does have a shrine down. He is actually going for this. And Parting, he got that arc station. So V5 rocket, this unit, all this neutral thing. So for context, those camps in the middle, those are siege camps. You can go, you can claim them. It gets there used to be a catapult, now it's a V5 rocket launcher. It does this big splash damage, doesn't do friendly fire, this big splash damage against these high level players. Very rare. It's very rare that it does much of anything. And in fact, in this case, we're going to have the rockets. They're going to fight each other in the middle of the map, Nate. In fact, no, they're not, because the laser finds Partings way too quickly.
He's struggling there. They almost pushed him down the cliff. Great thing those fiends kept him from falling. Really, really helpful. But how about that? You go to take the camps, and then it ends up, well, the shoe's on the other foot. Now you don't have the rocket launcher. Your opponent does. But is it how intimidating is the rocket launcher to the Argents? Like if he were to take one bad shot from that, is that a lot of damage for him from this, or is this more just like a you have to come out and respond to it kind of thing?
I mean, 70 damage is a third of the entire army's HP, right?
That's not bad.
If it hits, and I mean, there we go.
That's a nice. Sometimes just getting that visual confirmation, right? It's nice to kind of see. It's like, okay, you don't want to take hits from this. You could maybe take one through it, but it's going to be tricky. And now coming up once again here, now onto the defense, we do have a blast node up front, 2 of the batteries, as well as a link node on top. It's currently in the process of upgrading right on top of the healing camp. So rocket launcher is going to be focused down, does get taken out, and that should push the majority of this attack back.
Yeah, again, nice idea. And as we can see, I talked about how, it doesn't tend to do much all that often. Good players will split against it. Argents, even with photo restoration, even with that 13% speed increase, as we can see, Parting wasn't quite able to avoid all the damage that he would have liked. Again, not the end of the world. And he is going to now be able to force the laser back quite significantly. But he did take some damage from it. Luckily for him, though, that health camp, extremely accessible. He's just able to sit right back into it. And that does mean that a lot of the damage that he took didn't end up mattering all that much. And now Parting, as he is just trying to, again, leapfrog the mid game in its entirety, go into the late game, he's got Animancers on the field. I don't know if they have Dark Prophecy just yet, but he has them out. They're ready to go. That power, yeah, Dark Prophecy is about halfway done, actually. So he's got, very soon, he's going to have this very powerful, slow AoE ability. And, you know, Nate, if you look at this map on Jagged Maw, there are a lot of small chokes he can take advantage of.
Definitely, especially you were talking about how that rush distance gets opened up if they break the middle. It still hasn't happened, and I think a part of that too, we talk about the tech, we talk about the investment in this big push, and we don't necessarily have that rush up into those Magmadons quite in the same way, but the Argents have got a little bit of distance to cover back. This is one of those situations where one or two of these units getting picked off in the wrong spot, or you know, a couple Fiends popping end up making things really, really uncomfortable. He does have Plague Axe, but not necessarily the speed to chase him down. So a Fiend is going to see, by the way, that the collection array did start on that double Luminite patch on the bottom right. So a Laser getting himself a little more information as to what Parting is up to.
And it's important to point out, as we saw Laser try to take that fight, Reaper's Rush wasn't done. That's a 30% speed increase on those gaunts. So Argents right now, they can go and they can poke a little bit. Sure, fine. But once Reaper's Rush is done, they can just get chased down. And again, Dark Prophecy is going to be so good. This time, though, not going to be able to go and ward away all these Magmadons, which means that now, yeah, we're going to see one of those Animancers get annihilated immediately. Magmadons, again, there is counterplay here. You put the Prophecy in the path of where the Magmadon wants to go. It takes the slow like half a second to tick up, and it works out very nicely for you. The Magmadon doesn't make contact with the Animancers by the time that Demon Hoof trample, by the time that stun is done. But if the Magmadon gets the first attack, if they get right through there, all of a sudden Animancers, they don't get to channel their spells. They die very, very quickly. And we kind of saw both of those. We saw that happen in the previous games where the slow just invalidated the damage, and we saw right there where the Magmadon made it very hard for those Animancers to cast their spells. But for now, I see it. I see a rally on the Arc Fortress that is now complete. Bayo, it is rallied. It is rallied towards the outside. It's going towards the outside of that main base of a Laser a little bit, okay? But a Laser's whole army is on that west side, clearing out everything, all the trees, Ethereum camp, the Vision camp. Is he going to pull back? I'm interested to see how far is Parting about to go with this, because the first time I saw the Q on it, it was right outside the main base, so he's pulled it a little closer. He does have Archangels as well, but that air distance makes that base sniping potential feel like even a little bit more disastrous potentially, and it is on his way to the natural. Oh no, Laser hasn't noticed. Bam! All the imps are dead immediately. This does not feel good. And again, this is why Jagged Maw, one of the reasons why it's, I said it was polarizing, and then I saw everyone watching saying, it's not polarizing, everyone hates it. Which I'm sure not everyone hates it, but a decent amount are not fans. Because you can run across a map like this, take advantage of this positioning, and it really be uncontestable. So Archangel's on the high ground. Yes. Oh God, that's a big shot on top of all of these gaunts. Dark Prophecy as well, a Laser. Yeah, he's gonna go and take down one of these collection arrays, I think. Was it worth his entire main? Well, actually, it's natural in this case. Okay, because a Greater Shrine has more HP, so you don't one-shot it with the Fate Ender. Was it worth the loss of an entire an entire Luminite line, a natural, and a large portion of your army? I don't think so, Nate.
No, he makes a huge push for that, but the Arc ship took out the natural. The Arc Fortress made it home as well, so his natural got completely cleared out. Huge amount of tech units were popped. Like you said, we all got to learn a little bit together. Where is my natural? Yeah, it's in the next patch, maybe at this point, but
next game.
Parting.
Man, did you see a Laser's look in the webcam when that happened, when he noticed?
He
was so upset.
That Arc Fortress, it'll pull a sneaky on you. Careful.
Oh yeah, this is at this point, this game is just starting to get really, really bad for a Laser here. By the way, before this game yesterday, I said,
I'm sorry.
What a game.
What an end. What an end to a game.
So a little inside baseball here, Nate. As we were taking a look at things, I said, hey guys, I want to have player webcams for tomorrow. If you're all good with that, we're going to have winner interviews if you're good with that. And Parting immediately says, absolutely, yes, please. A Laser, please allow me to have that winner's interview. And so it seems like Parting, a Laser did not give him that winner's interview. Parting earned that winner's interview by tilting a Laser off the face of the earth. I love it. Oh man, what a series.
Seriously, matches like that are what build a love for the game. To be honest, watching a game like that, and then that little interaction towards the end, I feel like that's exactly how everybody felt. Just this crazy fight happens, all these things are happening, the Archangel smash, this, that, and it's just like, oh yeah, the Arc Fortress was just headed over to his base, just killed everything, just flew home, no big deal. Beautiful, fantastic match.
Oh man, what a game! But you know what? We have we talked about those Archangels, Nate. We have an Archangel of our own coming to fly in. Killer Pigeon is a pigeon. It does fly. I don't think it's quite as effective as those big hammer boys.
No, but those are the angelic pigeons, right? I mean, they struck from the sky. That was absolutely beautiful, man. I love the way this game played out. And you're right, having those camera reactions just made it Chef's Kiss just so much better. I think the interesting part, though, is kind of how this series began, right, Nate? Like, you know, we looked at a laser, and I don't know if you were feeling this. Like, the first two games, I'm looking at them, I'm like, dude, this guy, his reactionary play is mind-boggling.
Oh, seriously, we saw so much interesting stuff out of both of them over the course of this event, and two things that really stand out to me for a laser, because I want to make sure I give him his due, is his Fiend surrounds and his brute splits have been really fun to watch. The way he used them to get surrounds on the Vanguard players, the way that he used them to even get that bust like we talked about for the final map yesterday, there was a lot of really awesome stuff to see from him. But we got to see the other side of that out of Parting in this match, and him be the one adjusting to the aggression, Parting being the one switching things up and finding a way to deal with it. And just an absolutely banger series. People talk about some of the difficulties of late game in that Infernal Celestial matchup, but I think we're seeing here, if you're a Celestial player and you're not trying to do something with your Arc Fortress in the mid late game, you're not doing everything you can. So that's what Parting taught me in this match.
I feel like it's arc everything to get the win there, right, Bear? Because that was the big switch up. Game 3, by the way, oh my god, delivering us one of the best games again. Boneyard is a gem. But it became the macro games. When these things dragged out, Parting really began to shine.
Yeah, this is what we've been talking about a little bit. You know, Celestial early game is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Late game, you can fight with the best of them. That third game was really, really strong. Was really awesome. But it's getting there, that transition point. We saw those power spikes that we saw coming out of a laser, right? Where he goes, he has all these gaunts all of a sudden, he runs, and it's very hard to defend. But it seems like Parting, he's like, I'm going to play a little bit more defensively. I'm not going to play on the map as much. I'm going to get there. I'm going to earn that late game. And then it turns out, you know, a bunch of Archangels diving on top of your worker line. Fate's Ender ending the fate of a laser in multiple games. If you get there, it's very strong.
Yeah, it's a sight to behold. And folks, we're going to have an interview live with the winner in just a sec. I think we're getting confirmation whether he's ready to go. It's going to be nice to pick his brain, because I think we saw some surprising strategies there now. I mean, we were all flummoxed by that game at number 5, right, on Isle of Dread. I dubbed it the anti-SimCity build.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. And I think there's so many different ways that we saw even those teeny bits, like just the understanding of what you can do even on these maps this early on, like the Isle of Dread, the positioning, the Wraithstone coming out for one of the first times that we've seen it. And I'm sure a lot of people seeing in the comments in the chat as well learned about what the Arc Fortress is capable of. And I think that's a really important thing to get out there for the people that like Stormgate or that are interested in it, because you hear a lot of crazy stuff. The game's in an early state. Sometimes, you know, things happen, but when we get to see a little bit of what the vision for what this game is really, you know, really capable of, it does look awesome, and it is kind of cool to see that. Also, shout out to the poor Dragons that didn't make it through this series as well. I feel like they had a big opportunity to swing it the other way too.
Dragons versus Angels, someone I always want to see. But it's time to go talk to the man that sent someone to heaven today. We got Parting for a live interview. Parting, congrats, win, buddy. Amazing series. First off, we got to talk about a laser, because he started off really strong there. Was there some surprising builds coming out from him in this series?
Hello, and you talking about the Nexus Razor Beam?
I'm talking about, so game 1, game 2, right? Laser was very aggressive. You adapted.
Yeah.
Yeah. But how were you feeling after those first 2 games? Because it felt like the series was starting to snowball a bit.
First of all, when I practiced, never happened like game 1, game 2. So I'm a little bit confused. And after game 2, so when I waiting game 3, I'm just keep thinking about why Eraser keep doing like that aggressive style. So I just changed my mindset, like just play Turtle, just play go on micro game. I mean the late game, because I have a confidence the late game versus Inferno. I wanna prove it, and because I know a lot of Celestial players so much painful versus Inferno, so I wanna solution show the solution. Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, I think we saw that in the game 3. You know, as you were saying, you switched over to more of a macro approach. I don't know how that game rated for you on Boneyard. We were saying for us, one of the best Stormgate games we've ever seen.
Oh, thank you. Actually, when I played game 3, Boneyard, right? I'm very surprised at Eraser plays so well. Because when I begin the late game, how to explain, but I never happened just like that. Always smooth win. That's why my win rate in later games so good. But Eraser is great player, so we showed the great game. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you both had some cool plays. Like I love the Arc Fortress plays. I think that was critical in that game. Then we saw later in the series, we hop forward into like Isle of Dread. Were you shocked by that build? Because we on the cast didn't realize that buildings died to the Wravestone.
Oh yeah. When I played the Isle of Dread, I doubt the Eraser. Oh, I think he is a little bit weird, because I doubt that the stone name, I don't know, the slow stone can hitting the damage to the building. So when I destroyed my collection array, I'm very shocked, and I'm very surprised to Eraser. He's so smart, and I love that builder. Yeah, I respect him. Yeah.
Hey, you respect him so much, you sent him to heaven. But we might have a heavenly showdown in the grand finals, right? There's still another Celestial player. I want to get your opinion on the Lucifron versus Mana set. Is there anyone you favor there? Anyone you prefer to match up to in the grand finals?
Actually, in Hurt, I want to play versus Mana, because Mana is my great friend. But my head said want to play Lucifron, because the viewer fans want to watch Celestial versus Vanguard, because also Lucifron is great player. I think he can show to the fans the solution how to versus Celestial. So I'm also looking forward to come on Lucifron, come to the final. Yeah, I want to play him. Yeah.
Well, congrats, buddy. You're already in the finals. You can go wait it up. You can sit back and enjoy. Are you excited for the 2v2 show match later?
Oh, today have a 2v2 show match?
Yeah, we've got a 2v2 show match. Fury and Nina versus Albino and Snockstar.
Oh, that dude is my homies. Yeah, they are so good at Stormgate. They are nice, and I think you guys were watching the great 2v2 game quality. We're looking forward to that. Yeah.
All right, fingers crossed. Well, buddy, I'm gonna let you go and get ready for that. Congrats again. Looking forward to seeing more of you later today.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that is going to be it for now. We're going to go do a short break, and when we come back, Lucifron versus Mana, our second semifinals of the day. Welcome back to the Stormgate Nexus. We've sent one up to heaven, and we've got to send one more before we get into our grand finals. Up next, we have got Lucifron versus Mana. Appropriate, more celestial action. The question mark, Nate, is what's the chances we're going to get a CVC showdown?
I mean, there's so much at stake here and so much interesting stuff to talk about. Because first of all, interview with Parting was fantastic. He is such a funny guy, and just I can't get enough of that. Where's my natural? It's up in heaven. We get a fun moment for the deciding match of the first semifinal. But Lucifron is like, he's got some big final boss energy, but Mana has shown us what we've seen from Parting and what we've seen from a Laser in this tournament, which is that flexibility to make the adjustment over the long series. So I can only ask myself, how aggressive is Lucifron to Mana, and is Mana able to show the same adjustment? You know, if I assume that Mana's gonna lose the first game, hypothetically, do we see that same level of adjustment in the follow-up games, that it reaches the point where that did for Vortex, where just there was no way he was going to be able to make it work anymore? And that's what's interesting to me, because I do want to favor Lucifron. I feel inclined to, but I also just saw Mana kind of, you know, change my thoughts on that, because that's why he's here. Otherwise, it should have been him playing his brother.
I guess that's an interesting thought here, Bear, right? Like, the last series, it's Infernal versus Celestial. We see this idea of, like, the Celestials aiming for that late game looking potent. I guess the question that has to be asked is, I mean, obviously the one we were talking about is, will he even get there? But if he does, is it as good against the Vanguards? Does he even need to aim that late in the game?
Legitimately, I'm not sure, right? Because we've seen one big Celestial Vanguard late game. That was Mana, that was Nina in the round of 16. Mana got, granted, you know, the game was weird. Mana was behind a little bit. Nina was behind a little bit. By the way, I just noticed your background, Killer Pigeon. I love that we have Heaven behind you. But yeah, we had this setup on Boneyard, and Nina goes to this massive speed scout, like tier 3 upgrade flank, blows up all the sabers, blows up everything, and it's like, okay, well, that didn't really work out. So yeah, on the one hand, is that late game good? I don't know. Maybe there are different ways you have to take it, maybe different approaches you have to take it. But more importantly, this Argent Cabal, this Kree Cabal idea that we've been seeing happen more and more, seems like it shuts down so much of the early game Vanguard pressure that I think the better question is not, can Mana survive to the late game? It's whether Lucifron can survive these Cabal timings.
That's the tricky thing, right, Nate? I think we've seen the Cabal feels like the golden solution to anything the Vanguards are doing in that mid game, but maybe there's hope. Maybe we get another Boneyard. We get all the way deep into Atlases.
It's one of those things that's very interesting, because again, I completely get it with the Cabal. And the first time you play somebody as a Vanguard who uses a Cabal well, it feels so disempowering. Like when you get caught by the slow, or that first time you have your big unit or your drop just gets slammed down to the ground and it's just stuck there, and you just kind of have to just pray it'll be able to get up and escape in time. And it's a unit that really opens up things, but at the same time it's that vulnerable point. So how much of those options does Lucifron allow Mana to go for? I think of Mana as someone who, he's a jack of all trades kind of thing. He'll do anything. He'll do macro, he'll do cheese, he'll do all of that. I feel Lucifron is that, but he's a little more of a cutthroat type of player in the mentality wise. So I expect him to be on that aggressive side. But do we make it to that late game? I'd love to see it. I think if we do get it, then it's going to be Mana showing us something wild, because he's going to have to weather a hell of a storm to get there.
Yeah, I think that's the exciting part about this, right? It's like Lucifron practicing with Vortex the whole time, Bear. That means Ivy, the Vanguard, perfectly covered. But like the Celestials, we keep saying it is the big question mark. Have they done enough? And even if they've got some practice in, right, how many reps have you realistically done? These are guys that I've known historically to go 5 minutes in the game and go, yeah, we figured that out, go again, right? They love to focus on the early mid game, so it could be that the late becomes his kryptonite.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, right? You know, how much early access has been out for about 3 weeks now. We've had, I think, like 10 days, 10, 11 days, 10, 9 days on the most recent balance patch. So it's like, okay, you know, we have this setup right now. How long have you had a chance to play around with Cabals as they are, with Sabers that have now been buffed so they do a little bit more splash damage, with all these early, mid-game, and late-game changes? And, you know, even there's the creep camps. Yeah, you know, you watch StarCraft, for example. People have been playing this game for 14 years. They have experienced 99% of any situation they will ever run into. But in this tournament even, we've seen a lot of games where it's the knowledge gap that wins the games, not even skill gap, not even micro, macro, whatever. I mean, Albino lost a game because he just did not, he didn't move on to Saturday because he just didn't quite read the game well enough because of that skill or that knowledge gap against Vortex. Now, Mana's been grinding this game, though, so I don't know that he is necessarily going to fall victim to that.
It's definitely an interesting thought, especially in the early days, right? Like, you're talking about a game in its infancy. People just haven't figured out anything fully. I mean, it always reminds me, Nate, you know how it is. Like, a new game releases and someone goes, what is the meta? You go, bro, there isn't a meta yet. You know what? I think it's time to find out how the meta is going to develop in this one. We're ready to go. Lucifron versus Mana, a single best of 7 to see who will get a chance to slay the giant in that grand finals. Let's get to it.
All right, Nate. It's a second semifinals here game. The first semifinals, I was a little worried. I'm like, a laser looks really good, but it has absolutely delivered. Now it's Celestial Vanguard. We've been talking about it. I choose to believe that we're just in for another absolute banger.
Yeah, you got it. You got to believe in it at this point. I mean, you said it right there. A laser almost kind of takes my breath away. He's up in a situation where you're thinking to yourself, okay, maybe what could have been the best series or one of the best players is going to get eliminated here off of just some really short, aggressive games. That's not the way the series ended up finishing at all. And talking about new games, all of that, these are two really smart players, and it's so important, as much as you know, to understand what you don't know and to understand the possibility that exists in the space of what you don't really mess around with. And in this game, that might be where one of these guys needs to tap into to get on top of the other, because we got potentially 7 games. We hit 6 on the last one. Not too shabby, Baya. Let's see if we go all the way here.
Yeah, absolutely. But to start this series on Titan's Causeway, he's been starting slow up into this thing, but let's see if he can turn it up much quicker. For Team Liquid, it's Mana.
And his opponent in the Northeast, spawning as the red Vanguard player, he is Lucifron.
Yeah, Nate, as we take a look at this here, right, I think Titan's Causeway is actually a really solid map for Mana to start with. Because yes, it's a small map. Scouts that's the thing we've been talking about. These hogs and dogs that Lucifron's been playing with, that we've seen other players playing with. It's a lot of early map control, 100%. But if you could just throw your opponent back for just a second, you can cut the trees down in the middle, and these Argent timings can actually be very, very strong. And maybe go Kree. We're gonna have to see exactly how Mana decides to play this, because again, we talked about this in the break. We talked about this as we were setting this series up. Mana is a player that has been starting slow. We've seen him lose game 1 in the best of 3. We saw him lose the first couple games in the actually, I guess he won game 1, but he didn't look great while doing so. Lost the next 2 in the best of 5s. And yeah, you have a little more wiggle room in a best of 7. You absolutely do. But it also means coming back from a 2 or 3 map deficit is still not the easiest thing.
No, absolutely not. And again, it's really just another testament to the fact that Parting is a world champion caliber player, and is someone that if you put a list, you're like, okay, which one of these guys is most likely to break under pressure? There's some players that we just don't include on that list because they are ice cold. And these game states, even looking at the start of this one, it can be so stressful to hold off this early scout aggression, giving up even one of the slimes off of the camp. We expect that Lucifron is just going to jump on this and be as optimized as possible with his pathing. Does lose one of the scouts there, though, but that Argent is getting very low. What is it worth for him to get the pick? Heal comes off of the arc ship, but it's not enough.
No way.
He is on the retreat.
I can't believe that thing survived. And yeah, okay, so scouts are very good because they do bonus damage versus light, and Argents are not light units. So you do have that one, but man, that thing got so low. The arc ship heal wasn't going to do more than just the tiniest bit of burst because, again, it's like a healing potion in Dota or something where it only lasts so long as you're not taking damage. So you get that singular burst when you only have a single Argent there. You do have to pull back up. We're fine though, right? Because we have next round. Lucifron, it's hogs and dogs. Mech Bay is on the way. And Mana, do we have a Guardian? Oh no, Mana's going Vectors. Huh.
Yeah, so now we're looking at something that we definitely have not seen as much, and I'm wondering if his approach here has to do with something about the light unit trade, I guess, but the Vectors are also kind of light, and that's one of the reasons why some people say that you go dogs against Vectors. So I'm curious as to what exactly the thought process here is, because I'm confused maybe for the same reason that you are, but a lot of what Vanguard is doing in this early mid-game stage kind of leans into or against that, but the scout will see it too, and he also sees the creation chamber in the middle of the map right outside of his third base area as well. So how does he react? How much does he push onto this, and can he dislodge this?
Yeah, we're gonna have to see again. These vectors, they take bonus damage from the scouts, as you said, but also they have a lot of mobility, right? Especially if you take the speed camp, they can be very hard to catch. They can be very squirrely units. Yeah, when they blink back, they take an additional 50% bonus damage, and that does hurt. But we saw Parting eviscerate Denver in the previous build with vectors against these units that are supposed to counter them, because if your micro is really good, you can find a lot of value. But for right now, again, you have to be so careful with these vectors. They are paper. They do a lot of damage. They are absolutely paper. So for now, Scout's trying to get on top, and look at what Mana's doing. Boxing out the reinforcements. Yeah, you'd love to get the healing camp. You absolutely would. But if you can catch these hedgehogs on the reinforcement path, catch these scouts on the reinforcement path, that army that Luciferon has on the health zone is the only army that he's going to get in this game.
I love the idea behind this strategy of Mana. What we're seeing is a very dedicated, specific response to this opener. He's saying the hedgehogs are not going to be able to just run me down because I have the damage from the vectors, but also the dogs can't run me down because the vectors, you're 100% right. They have that little teleportability. They are susceptible after using it, but if you use it and then go behind the Argents, well, the dogs, they don't do the bonus damage to those. So now you're in a very difficult situation of having a bunch of fully juiced up Argents inside your main, and let's not pretend like some of these tech infrastructure aren't super valuable as well. He's going to have to do something to defend. There's the Bob overcharge coming in, and a couple target fire from the Hogs is going to allow him to get a little bit of veterancy and a level up on one of them, but all vectors still alive so far. But those Bobs, they pack a punch when they're juiced.
That they do. These overcharge, we've seen overcharges win games when the armies don't, and now Scout's getting on top of these vectors. Again, we see that bonus damage. They shred the vectors, but the question is there enough on the backside? All the scouts are dead. Eventually, this overcharge is going to tap down. Vectors move forward, blink away once they get low. Now, this last vector might fall down, but Mana, he's got to be very happy with these traits, especially Nate. Mana has a natural. Mana has two bases mining. He has this double collection array. Luciferon's on one base. He's got to find some way to break out of this, because eventually more stuff, it's a truism in every RTS game. More stuff will beat less stuff.
Yeah, the 14 Bob economy, he's got plenty of mining going on, but you're right, it's about the spread of the resource accumulation too. Collection arrays don't take quite as fast as a fully saturated Luminite patch, but by mining from two at once, he's got the timer is already started in a manner of speaking. So for Luciferon, it's about breaking this contain, and for Mana, he's already got the forward position. He already has the primed creation chamber right outside. He has the power bank there, so he's going to continue to juice these guys up, and it's not like he'll just be fighting energyless Argents. I say that, one of them a little bit left up towards the front and will barely be able to survive. The vector's kind of separated, but Mana, he's paying attention.
It's so hard to make this damage stick, right? It's only 3 vectors. It's not, I guess, 4 vectors now, so it's not overwhelming vector numbers, but every damage you spend, every little bit of damage you spend on these vectors, they just blink away and go back to the healing camp. I mean, confirming the kill with these units as they blink back, as far as they do, as mobile as they are, it's pretty hard. Now, that being said, a lot of these hedgehogs are starting to get high veterancy. Well, at least some of them are. Level 2, level 3, they can run back, they can get repaired. I actually would love to see a repair turret just get built up here, keep the scouts alive, keep these hedgehogs alive as we see some promotions going down. We do have Central Command Tier 2 Vector starting to fall down just a little bit. Mana, though he thinks he can make this happen right now. Bubble on that one low hedgehog, desperately looking for as much HP as possible, trying to stay alive here. And Luciferon, I think he's held on to this. Yes, there are more units on the way. Yes, Bobs are pulled off. But for now, that was a lot of Argents falling down. A couple of these Vectors dying as well. And the chase is scary. Once you get back to the healing camp, you're safe. But up until that point, units will continue to die.
Yeah, and even just the Bobs being here to force him to target fire is one thing. 2 of the very low hedgehogs trying to escape. Vector is going to be able to get a double snipe, looking for the double veteran. See that tier 2? There's both. Tier 2 very low, gets both of them with the single Vector up towards the front. Is going to be able to blink towards the side, and that is it. GG. Is this not the conversation we used to hype this whole game up, that Mana is a thinker? He did not say to himself, I'm playing against Vanguard on this map, I'm just gonna free ball it. He says, look, I see how Lucifron plays. I know I'm probably going to see a little Haagen-Dazs this match, so I've got something specifically prepared for that. I'm going to bring it out, and we got to see it. The vector control, top tier.
Yeah. Again, the early game micro battles, these mini games are pretty cool. And I think the other cool thing to pay attention to is we've seen Mana, series number 1, shaky, loses game 1, gets massively surrounded, even when a comeback was made and doesn't look great, wins the next 2 games, looks very shaky for like the first 3 games, gets better by game 4 against Vortex, is able to clutch it out. Okay, fine. Now, but it's getting better each time, right? We're seeing Mana get into a series, look stronger into a series every single day of this tournament. And now, well, I think Titan's Causeway is a very good map for how Mana wants to play. But even still, Mana now finally is looking like a player that's going to challenge for the championship, is finally starting a series the way we know he can start a series.
Yeah, it's very, very similar. It gives me very big vibes. They're similar to that match against Vortex yesterday. We come in, we talk about mechanical differences, and there's a really excellent point made. You're talking about how some of these guys have been playing in an SC2 for a long time, and as if for any game that's running that long, it does so much more become the mechanics, because how much of the game is really unexplored? Well, at this point for Stormgate, it's most of it. So yeah, it turns out a little vector Argent push can be enough to take a map off of one of the absolute best vanguards in the match when they go for the strategy that you usually see them use in response to vectors. So, or really just every game. But we're on Lost Hope for the next one. So, or sorry, Isle of Dread. So I think we kind of throw the rulebook out here too anyway.
Yeah, it is a much bigger map. Titan's Causeway, we talked about it. You can run across the map and just you move very quickly. And yeah, certainly you can go, and some of the defender's advantage is not quite gonna be there because you do have these prime structures where you build everything you want to build out of the singular structure. But the Starforge was back at home, so those vectors continue to have to rally across. It's not just everything's in my base immediately. Like the defender's advantage does still exist. And on Isle of Dread, as we're taking a look at this, the rally is so long, Nate. It is a big map. And yeah, speed camps can do something about it. But this is a game where that hit for Mana is probably not going to be quite as fast.
At the same time, I think it's worth pointing out, at least for the Vanguard side of things anyway, that multiple openings, if you do eventually get to that harass play, it can become a factor. But I think that an important part of what you're touching on is that even if they both tried to run across the map at each other, they'd probably still kind of hit each other somewhere in the middle still too, because they're both very in tune with this, and the aggression between the two of them literally started in the first seconds of the last one. We have a slight more attempt anyway on the focus towards the camps, but he's dragged that Shadow Mastiff very far away, by the way, from there. So
yeah, I think that's very fair. And again, you get set up, there are 2 ways to look at this. So we saw that Argent Vector idea, which is not how we've really been seeing our really Inferno Vanguard players die in this tournament. It has been, again, about that Cabal idea. But when you have a map as small as Titan's Causeway, that can work out for you. So better question, as we get into game 2, does Lucifron, is he reading into this and saying, okay, I don't think the Cabals are coming out, maybe I can get away with a Hornet opening? Does he go and does he take advantage of just how separate the main base and the natural are, go for hedgehog run bys and snipes and prisms? With this map, as you're talking about being so much bigger between the main and the natural, it does give Lucifron, with this with this potential scout hedgehog opening, scout hornet, whatever he wants it to be, it does give a lot of potential for him to go and maybe punish Mana's economy enough to force things back.
If there's one thing that we know for sure on this patch anyway, the Hornet is absolutely cracked against the Prisms. The damage is through the roof. Even before the buff, they were still pretty strong at breaking him down. But if you can squeeze that in, it is so powerful and can be so instrumental. But it is Hedgehogs following up with this. And to your point as well, as much as it's open for the harass on the Vanguard side, when you play this map control style, well, then yes, being able to swing those hedgehogs around the opening the other way into where those prisms are can also be devastating, since the dogs, they're not really going to be harassing those collection arrays too much. Does have a bunch of Argents kind of cornered over here by the Vision camp, is trying not to trade the scouts out against them, but it's a little bit sloppy. It looks like he's getting 1 or 2 of them, but he's losing most of the scouts. So good control there by Mana, holding the wall to keep his Argents from being surrounded.
Yeah, it's funny. I look at this. I'm like, every instinct. Oh, it's gonna try to dive on. He gets an Argent. There we go. But like every instinct of an RTS player says, I got a bunch of small units. There are these much more expensive units here, and they're small, and I can get a good surround, and that means I should win this fight. Well, scouts do so little damage to units that aren't light. That's like, yeah, you've got the surround, but you have far less HP, and you have far less damage, and that means that this is just not turning into a trade that Lucifron wants to find. And so for now, the scouts go off. They don't really contest the creep camp all that well, and they take a bunch of damage.
That's when people talk about like, what does low time to kill even mean? It's like, well, when you have a unit that's supposed to be strong against other units, and you just get jumped by 3 or 4 of the other one, you don't just mechanically make up the difference like that. The impact of that armor, like you were saying, and that DPS becomes a little bit more pronounced with this. With just the way Stormgate in general works, and you do eventually have some of those big shot moments later on, like we see with the Archangels and Atlas, but. For dogs against Argents, the fights drag out a little bit, but for Lucifron's sake, it's more about just going out and taking the camps and doing the thing that this build really gives you, which is that map control that's so hard to break.
That it is, and that's also why you add Hedgehogs. Scouts to mobilize everything, but Hedgehogs, they do a little bit of bonus damage to heavy. We're not talking like double damage like a Saber does, but they do additional +5 to heavy, right? That means that they can knock these Argents down a little bit more. You have that speed, that map control, and that's why we see the Vectors added, right? Vectors do well against the Hedgehogs. They don't take that bonus damage. And also, it's important to point out, +5 may not sound like a lot, Nate, and it's not as big as +50, but each Hedgehog fires 4 times every time it shoots all those rockets. So it actually stacks up quite a bit here. Now Lucifron with speed camps, with a couple Hedgehogs, what can he get done?
Yeah, the reload mechanic on the Hedgehog's pretty cool. The siege up right outside the base, though, feels a little premature. Yeah, goes for the shields up. It's a 90% damage reduction compared to, compared to the how it was before, where you were more or less invincible. But so there was a chance he might have been able to poke it there, but he does manage to survive the Paw Patrol. Is on its way into the main, however.
That they are. Again, we're talking about, yes, prisms are light units, but scouts can't really hit prisms.
Maybe with this many, the collection array is a little bit in danger. Okay, there's the Sovereign's Watch, but that's still a lot of HP of all these dogs to chew through.
Yeah, I think, Nate, the thing we're learning here is realistically, scouts should be able to climb on top of other scouts and just go and be able to gnaw away at the prisms. I think that is the play. But also, now we're seeing the Cabals out, right? So Lucifron knows what the tech path is. He knows his Argent into Cabal. Again, interesting play. We've seen a lot of Kree into Cabal play in this matchup. Argent into Cabal, maybe not quite as much. But Lucifron does have a second base. In fact, he has the double Luminite base, so he's going to mine a ton of Luminite here. And the question, really, is how do you transition? There's a biokinetics lab on the way. There's also a machine lab on the way. So likely we're going to see the upgrade for Hedgehogs gives them additional range. Maybe you can cut away from the Cabals a little bit better. Also, likely for Beryllium Claws, for scout upgrades, unless we already have those and we missed it, if our observer could show us what the scout upgrades are.
I don't see Beryllium Claws done yet.
Yeah, so
just clicking on them.
There we go. So no Beryllium Claws, so you're going to get that down, which means bonus damage against the Cabals, bonus damage versus light units by a significant margin. And if you can make that work out, maybe that's the answer to this.
Yeah, he's going for the Hedgehog range first by the looks of things. We're seeing that research out of the machine lab. So that gives +4 range for the anti-air, but it also increases the Hedgehog's ground attack range. So if you're one of those players and you're like, I'm trying to poke I want to poke the Argents off the edge at least a little bit. Maybe I can't take the full fight, but I want to use the burst damage from those 4 rockets that stack up. That's an upgrade that can become pretty useful. It's not just for the anti-air. It just in general makes the Hedgehog a lot more microable, since you don't have to get as up close and personal to hit enemy units anymore.
Yeah, so I think it's important to point out as we get into this, we do have the quality of the army of our Celestial player has transitioned that much more. Yes, we added Cabals, but also we need to add Kree. Kree do a really nice job against scouts just with the splash damage, so that's something extra that Lucifron's gonna have to deal with. But oh, look at this backstab. Tries to dive in, get on top of the Cabal. Even though it's a light unit, it's actually still pretty tanky. It does take a lot to knock them down. So this army coming out of mana right now, well, it is very, very powerful. And Cabal Adept training, Cabal Mastery is on the way researching back at home, which means that you're gonna have that lift ability. All these power units, these Hedgehogs maybe that you'd like to go and dive in, well, they just get lifted into the sky. They don't really get to take part of the fight, and just scouts in this army they don't do quite enough.
It's a very dicey situation to be in. I'm checking as well, and I'm still seeing, okay, Beryllium Claws is almost done. So he has had it going throughout this fight. He's had the Solar Habitat powering it up to research it faster, but it's just about to finish, still not quite done yet. And so maybe he'll try and force it. If he thinks he needs to take the fight anyway, the overcharge is only going to last so long. So the Bobs pull back. He's starting up another sentry post in that Luminite patch and trying to get something out across the map with a little bit of a Hornet action. There's still Kree inside the main, by the way. The Bobs all pulled off the main Luminite patch, so he is just on the run. Lucifron struggling against this huge assault by Mana with his Celestials. And look at that, the Kree right on top of the sentry post, so they're going to pop the Bobs that are trying to repair it and get inside. There is no bulwark here for the Vanguard, and Bayo, we are seeing Mana show up in this tournament this weekend. Absolutely fantastic control and build order decision. Lucifron on the back foot for sure.
Dude, we have picture-in-picture available to us, right? That wouldn't have done enough. Mana was attacking in stuff was happening in 3 spots at once. Attacking to the main base with a couple Kree. Totally annihilating income there. Attacking into the natural, where Lucifron also couldn't really make something happen. And the Hornet on the other side, you know what? It is doing a lot. I think it's forced the prisms away. It's damage on this collection array. Problem is, there is double.
It could kill everything. It could kill
everything
at home. It could kill everything at home. Could take out the collection array. You're worried about your arc station, but would it matter? He's still got to deal with. The base with the most money is still the one that he has, right? So he's got that to work on. And now the Kree are rolling back inside of the main. Bobs get overcharged again. Is he just going to pull back and wait for that? The overcharge does last quite a while. It's about 45 seconds. So if you're going to push it, you're going to push it. But if you're going to wait, it's going to be a while. The Kree taking that detonation in the middle of the Bobs as they hit them. So trying to get as much value out there as he can. But certain infrastructure is exposed, like this mech bay. He's got an Atlas in production. So it's worth mentioning that coming out in front of everything could be terrifying, but also the other side too. The Cabal actually locked on to that mech bay as well.
True, but that Cabal is very low. In fact, I think it's just going to go down before the Debilitate is there. So if you can save this you're not going to save the Atlas. I was going to say, if you can save the Atlas, if you can get that siege up, maybe it's worth doing, because again, these Hornets are doing a lot. They have taken the main base down in its entirety. The prisms are gone. The collection array is gone too. They're going to try to see what they can get done on the left side now.
Oh, there it is.
Slam it down. Gravity flux. So one of the Hornets will fall because the Cabal is out. But, there are no prisms on these extra collection arrays. So, 2 collection arrays versus 1 base. Not horrible for Lucifron. It's not an easy game. Certainly not. But if he can get some sentry posts up, if he can get those to survive, get maybe just a repair turret in the Luminite line, game's not over.
Yeah, we just saw him salvage the machine lab, and then I think one other structure on the north side. So he's building another hedgehog. He's building another barracks. Or I think it was the biokinetics lab he might have salvaged. So he's just trying to get as many resources as he possibly can. But that's the thing. The mech bay was just right on the edge of the main, so pretty easy pickings for the Argents. And now all he can make are scouts, and that's it. So he is starting up another mech bay. But we know already that the Kree, like you mentioned, Bayo, they can deal tremendous amounts of damage to them. So the overcharge comes off once again. Bob's being pulled off the line. We have a couple of the Cabals on the south side as well being targeted by some of these Bobs. Hedgehog forced all the way into the mineral line, and when the Kree blow up on that, even with that bonus armor, even with that shields, it can still be enough to soften them up for the follow-up hits to clean them out. And Mana just looking good. We're seeing the resilience of the overcharged Bobs holding on here, but the army units are all dead.
Yeah, and I want to point out the power of that Purifier we're seeing go down as well. This is not, we're not against Infernals where you have to deal with the Infest being moved away, but it's just this beam that adds energy to all your units. Just sits down there from the sun, you bathe, you get a nice tan, and your Argents hit that much harder for that much longer. Your Cabals have that many more debilitates available, and that just goes just right off the top. So, Lucifron, great ideas, did solid things to bring himself back into that game. The Hornets, like 2 Hornets, not going to base down the repair. If that Atlas had survived, Nate, you see the Atlas has an idea. I don't know that Atlas do all that great unless you have evacs with them. But imagine if a Vulcan had popped out then, right? Yeah, you should debilitate Bruins, Vulcans. But there was 1 Cabal in that army. It was 99% dead. The Bobs actually killed it before the Atlas popped out. So imagine you had a Vulcan there. All of a sudden, it's a more consistent splash damage. You can put it in a choke. Maybe that's the hold.
I mean, the Vulcan on hold position in somewhere in your SimCity, in your base, is an incredibly strong thing. But I think against Argents, unless you've got some kind of crazy setup for it, I just don't think the Vulcan really does anything against the Argents, because they only deal their bonus damage against the light. So, and the Argents are going to naturally spread with their range too. So usually you're only able to hit one at a time. And I feel like if anything, it kind of comes down again to you're trying to bring this aggressive switch over. Like, let's think about what he was investing in when that huge attack hit. That kind of took things away from him. And I see the machine lab, right, for the big upgrade. So he wanted Hedgehog range, which I mean, to me, Hedgehog range is kind of a luxury purchase. Is his whole army going to be nothing but Hedgehogs? Okay, then yeah, maybe he's taking some crazy ass Hedgehog versus Argent battles in the open field, and he needs them all as strong as possible. But that didn't really feel like where he was trying to go. So I was kind of with you. I was like, well, the upgrade for Beryllium Claws finished after Hedgehog range, and it was basically what made him wait to fight inside of his own base, more or less. So that upgrade being late, I don't know how much of a factor that is, but I think for Lucifron, he's probably wishing he had Beryllium Claws a little bit earlier for trying to hold that push on the double Luminite base the first time. And after that, it just felt like everything went off the rails.
Yeah, I can see ideas, right? We're talking about where do you go, what do you do. One of the things we talk about in RTS games is you catch things on transition. Right, you go and your opponent's investing into something, they go for some sort of timing, and if you can catch them where they're spending money on, say, a hangar and building these hornets,
yeah,
right, that's a lot of money that is not directly effective in the fight. That is something where you can go and kind of find them before they're ready to go. I think the other thing really is maybe a couple buzzsaw turrets, right? Just, we've seen these Vanguard players, and yes, I understand getting a turret up, quick building that turret is expensive. You lose a lot of mining time, 100%. But you get up just this more splash damage, the buzzsaw bouncing around. Maybe you make it an exo turret, but probably not. But you put those in place, or even just a repair turret. That fight is a lot easier to take. Now, it's another day, it's another game, and Nate, most importantly, as we get into game 3, this is the map that has given us, by far, the best games that we've seen of this tournament. It's Boneyard, it's map number 3, and also, this has been the map that we've seen the most turnaround series start to go the other way.
Yeah, seriously, this map has done nothing but deliver for us. I guess the comments about the lack of the speed camp are perhaps more real than we could have ever imagined, but whatever it is that plays into it, I mean, I'm just going to say it. I think having the camp next to your natural kind of encourages you to take it a little bit more, and that's maybe what helps lead us there. But the rush distance, the double vision in the middle, there's a decent amount of things to dissuade you from pushing in too much there. And just... I'll say this too. As the Vanguard, I'll come clean here and just remind everybody, Bayo, that while the strategy did not necessarily work out for him last game, you're 100% right that he invested in a hangar bay, Hornets, when, again, all the upgrades were towards mass ground, but he gets the specific tech unit, and it's not like the Hornet did nothing. He killed all the prisms, he killed the collection array, he completely wiped out the entire main base of mana. So that can be a very strong thing, and that can be a great tool. But if Lucifron wants to use that, he's either going to have to wait to either get it in there earlier, or maybe on a map where he can defend himself a little more easily, he does it faster. I'm not sure.
Yeah, what I want to point out, by the way, is we're talking about this, seeing how this game goes on. You're absolutely right, by the way. But look at what Lucifron's done, right? He's gone, this is a build that Albino, I think, started, and Lucifron has taken to it like a fish to water, where you overcharge your first like 4 or 5 bobs, and you pull them on over into the heal camp, you kill the camp with it, you expand right there with the dregs of overcharge, and you go command post first. It develops your economy so much faster than you can do on any other map, and, Harass doesn't work as well either, because your bobs are living in a healing camp, and that's a lot of damage per second. Early game Harass does not blow them up fast enough for that.
The command post positioning is one thing. I've known about the Bob overcharge, but my other favorite fun fact about this type of strategy is that if you really try and micro with it to have the same Bob get the last hits, their veterancy for the Bob is it builds 20% faster. So if you're thinking long term, you're like, well, if one of my Bobs gets leveled up early on and then I use that to build anything that matters, you're just getting it a little bit more quickly for that decision you made at the start of the game. So it's another reason why I think this opener is super cool out of him. But also, as you mentioned, he's got 2 barracks and economy to support that with the biokinetics lab finishing too. We'll see a lot more units out from Lucifron this game as a result.
I think you mean a lot more scouts out of Lucifer as a result.
Unit scouts, they're the same.
Do Vanguards have other units? I mean, we didn't see the Hedgehogs. I can't really make that joke right now. It's the Hog and Dogs meta. Now, that being said, Mana...
I love ice cream, so that's fine.
Hey, you know, if someone wants to go and ship me a pint after this tournament's over, I'm not going to say no. But we see Mana going for something a little bit... He's getting these Kree early on this time. He's going to have roll-up. He's going to have agency on the map. And, you know, we talked about how, you know, harassing into a health camp is a little hard. That main base still fairly exposed. Kree can run into that and cause significant havoc.
Yeah, and he can get the dogs through to see what's happening here pretty well. Looking at where the sentry post is, it affects a little bit the way that the Bobs are moving around the Luminite patch too, which to me kind of suggests that he's thought a little bit more particularly about where he would have it for this setup on this map. And I'm guessing that he's giving himself the option to wall off the natural a little bit from the Kree if it does end up being a dive or something of that sort while he continues to scout, secure information. We're actually seeing the dogs used for scouting, which feels extremely bizarre at the moment. It's just a couple of them running around getting info. At the same time, that wall is, it's kind of set up in the main. And for the most part, you want to just make sure that the Kree are not blowing up on the Bobs as well. So they need somewhere that they can run. And I like this, targeting that very vulnerable habitat and then kind of just saying, all right, I'm going to back it up here. And good control from Lucifer. None of the Kree die, but he doesn't really lose anything in turn, just a bit of his economy, a bit of mining time.
I mean, important to point out is like last patch, 2 patches ago, that would not have been the case. Kree no longer have bonus armor when they're rolling around, so they actually take damage. You can actually stop them. But Mana is now on tier 2. He does have that ability to go and instantly take these hard to take creep camps on the map, develop his economy that way. Now, where does he go from this tier 2? Is it just for Purify? Is it just for the Rapture? I don't know. Does he have tech? I don't know exactly where he goes from the tech here, right? We've seen some Saber ideas. He tried that versus Nina. Didn't work out all that well, but you're excited about something, Nate. What are we looking at?
He goes straight for the V5 rocket launcher, so that's his first claim. He doesn't want a Luminite patch. He doesn't want to take a corner. I mean, I guess he already has a corner Ethereum patch, but he uses that to secure the siege tower. And is he planning to bring everything with this siege? Is a question that I kind of have. But it looks like it's taken a bit of a long way around too. So he's gonna take his time. That rocket launcher's got a long rush distance to go.
Yeah, I do appreciate, by the way, so the rocket launcher just aggroes on like the closest enemy unit. So because Luciferon has a couple scouts in the main base right now, the rocket launcher's like, I'm gonna go.
I must protect the base. I must protect the natural. Actually, I mean, if you could box it in there and just keep it, right? Why not?
Great defensive turret. I mean, and now Hornets are out, right? This is a problem. So yeah, we have the V5, and it just goes everywhere, realistically everywhere, but where Mana wants it to go. And this means this Hornet, unfettered on the map, gets
Filthy.
2 prisms, and you return to hangar after this, right? Once you take enough damage, a run back home, it restarts. This is exactly what Luciferon was looking for.
These Hornets are just so savage. They got a buff that essentially doubled their damage against the prisms in the last update. They are absolute Giga Chads. 5 HP, by the way, on that. And then return to hangar bay. That just makes it zoom home super fast. It will fly over the map, so you kind of want to make sure you're not going over the middle. You can, of course, grab the heals that are on the field as well. And a little bit of level up, actually. I think it's just one promote will move the Hornet into tier 1 veterancy, so it's not that expensive to get them juiced up either, and they attack faster as they level up, so that's their bonus, and it becomes even harder to deal with them. Snipes 2 more prisms out of the main base, going for a third on the Therium, and there's a huge counterattack of Kree in the natural of Luciferon.
Yeah, we got to pay attention to that one because, well, the Hornets are going down. The Sovereign's Watch is knocking that, but as long as this turret stays alive, as long as the repair is good, and again, health camp plus overcharge means it's very hard for these Bobs to go down. It's looking pretty good for Luciferon overall. He got a lot of damage done here. The Lancers serving as this wall on the front line. They do a little bit of splash in the front. You hew them away. Once they start to get fast, once they take that damage, we got a Hornet in the sky. And these Kree are tanky. Absolutely they are, but they're starting to go down. The mass repair on the Bobs, on the overcharge. They're just forming a wall.
He's just got auto repair. I love it. Auto repair, let them sit there, overcharged, healing each other. I mean, that's just a really smart heads up way to use it. And he manages to push him back. We talk about the economic wind has been taken out of the sails. I think if you're a Celestial player on the ladder, this maybe is a little more with what you're familiar with against Vanguard, because when you get hit with the Hornets, that is just brutal. He has very little to work with aside from this. By the way, that rocket launcher finally made it with the next wave from Mana. So if you guys were wondering where the siege camp was, he has finally arrived. And yeah, he's working on a barrack, so he's okay. We'll keep you updated.
He's working on it, 7 years later, or whatever it is. I have a horrible SpongeBob narrator voice. That's fine.
I think the voice is supposed to be horrible, so you're right. You're right there. Don't worry.
Thank you, Nate.
I can't do French either if it makes you feel better.
Thank you for telling me that my voice is horrible. I mean, we're going.
Luca di Supply, is that what I say now? But it's Stormgate, so that doesn't actually mean anything in this matchup either.
And I mean, this pressure from our Celestial player is starting to get a little bit more legs. The Bob overcharge's not really there. The rocket launch shots are starting to get a little bit more. Lucifron, I think eventually, yeah, now he's got some Exos on the field as well. Does he have quick draw, hustle? I'm not totally sure. No, he doesn't, but just the Exos here, bonus damage versus heavy. Lancers are going to clean the rest of this up. And Lucifron, with his quick expand build, getting into the Hornets, really messing with his V5 rocket launcher timing. He's going to be able to sweep mana from the map. It is 80 supply to 17, and we have an answer to the Cabal idea, at least on Boneyard. The series swings. Maybe just a little.
Well, Isle of Dread, everything we talked about from that game, I felt like happened more or less as scripted in that last game. He went for we had the slightly more defensible map, that the health camp is right on the base. I do that. I love doing that bob pull on that map, but I didn't even think to just build the command post in the heal zone too. He gave himself a really, really strong defensive position. And it's fun to kind of watch somebody play the game and think about it differently after. But it just demonstrates again how close that Hornet was to kind of wrecking things in the last game on Isle of Dread if he hadn't broken Lucifron when he did.
Yeah, I think the big difference there is we saw buzzsaw turrets go down. We actually saw these defensive structures. And in fairness, Isle of Dread, how do you position that, right? There are 2 entries into the main base. It's so wide open. Your natural is really hard to defend. You know, getting your positioning right is not the easiest thing. Let's be fair. But the big difference, again, is that buzzsaw turret did a ton of work. They do a lot of damage against all these Kree. And are they going to kill him? Maybe, maybe not. But bringing them down into reasonable HP numbers, just that extra damage, that splash damage bouncing around across the top, made life not easy for Lucifron because we're in the semifinals of this tournament, but easier than any really of the previous 2 games.
For sure, 100%. It boils down, I think, a lot of the conversation that we see in the chat and what we see in the games, what we talk about with each other. For Vanguard anyway, the maps, the impact it has on dealing with some of that stuff and the way they can sim city is a really big deal. Even just having that main next to the edge, even on that last map, just so that you can wall around it in that way and hold off those Kree assaults. So we go to Lost Hope, a map that I think, honestly, that Hornet play is still pretty fantastic on. You have more or less a funnel into your main base. If you want to force the fight to be in one area, you can kind of do that. So I'm excited to see if we get that big eco game again out of our Vanguard, or if he thinks he can get more aggressive again, if that's what he's going to try to do, since obviously there's no camp next to the natural he's going to be pulling for in the same way he would have last game either.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we've been blessed in Lost Hope, at least today in this tournament, because, again, we talk about this a lot. It's a little bit of a coin flip if you spawn vertically. Who's closer to the speed camp? Certainly the Vanguard player is the Vanguard player closer to the speed camp. But it's cross spawn. Northeast, southwest. Yes, speed camps are a problem that you do have to interact with, that you do have to handle. But at the very least, early on into this game, is Lucifron going for a quick expand? We're at 350 Luminite, and there's no barracks on the way.
I was going to say, I don't think the camp's close enough to do the Bob pull for that. But yeah, he's just going to do a traditional command post first. And if you think about it, you run into some limits in terms of building Bobs consistently. You try to go up into your tier 2. The money gets pretty tight. They do build, at a relatively decent pace, so they can feel kind of expensive. And I think this is why Vanguard players really love that command post opening, just because it solves the hardest thing, which is if you don't go for the fast expand, then getting it later still feels kind of rough because it's a big payment, and taking that 400 Luminite out of production structures you already have can feel really painful. So just get it out of the way, set yourself up, and then kind of leapfrog with that economy forward. And it worked very well for him on that last map. So not surprised to see him do it here again. It's cross spawn, lost hope. I think the kind of ideal situation for this type of strategy.
Yeah, I wonder how much. So the scout gets across the map very fast. Lucifron, really, you only have to scout vertically to know that your opponent is cross spawn or not, because again, horizontal spawn is not a thing. You cannot spawn upper right and upper left, for example. So he knows, he sends the scout down, and I wasn't paying attention to the timings, but I wonder whether this was a kind of a game time decision from Lucifron, where he's like, okay, if we're vertical spawn, I gotta go with a barracks. I gotta really play for this speed camp. But now that I know that we're horizontal, I can save a little bit of money. I'm gonna go for an expand build. I'm gonna try to get that macro play going, and we're gonna go from there. So I wasn't paying attention to the timing, but I would not be surprised if that was kind of Lucifron's approach to this game number 4.
It just makes sense because of we already got to see the impact of it on the previous map, but on this one I feel like it just gets a little harder because this map really gives a lot of strength to air units, even though we don't typically see as much of those. Maybe the early game revolves around a lot taking the camps. That's going to be with your lower tier units. Those are all mostly going to be ground units, so it kind of blends together. It makes sense, but it's like why Parting went for the Seraphim build here, because on this map he recognizes, like, well, if I can get around the edges, avoid the vision in the middle, and take camps, then that's a huge key to success for me. So if we see him play a little on the defensive side, use the hogs and the dogs or whatever it is going to be to defend, and then move into those hornets again, it's something I like to see because it's the only thing that's worked for him so far. He is still down 2-1 no matter how good we know Lucifron is, and mana, he's not just going to sit here and be like, all right, yeah, I'll just let you do that to me again, no problem. I'm not going Kree against somebody who hornet rushes me.
Yeah, what I want to take a look at, by the way, is what we're seeing coming out of Lucifron. He's building exos here. He's rushing, I'm assuming, I haven't had a chance to see anything out of the biolab just yet, but he's rushing quick draw hustle eventually. Like, he's getting these units, these bonus damage versus heavy. So this this Argent timing that Mono wants to go for, right? With all these Argents that are heavy units, that are ranged units, running into a flat cannon, running into a bunch of exos on top. It's not gonna be the easiest defense. And yes, we are seeing mana push across the map here. We are seeing this cascade field from the arc ship run across, more morph cores, more power banks. He's committing to this off to 2 bases. But if you add a bunch of exos, and again, I don't see a Guardian Nexus on Mana's side of the map. I don't see anything that is a really good answer to all these exos. It seems like Lucifron in this game number 4 has built himself a pretty nice build order advantage.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we talk about how it's nice that, yeah, okay, he maybe doesn't have the map control, but this becomes a huge moment. He's actually going straight for that turret. He actually does take it down, and you talk about how there's no bonus damage against the exos for the Argents. If they have the energy, it can still be a little bit more, but he's content to pull all the bobs off right now. I mean, if we had an income graph, we're maybe in a year we'll see that. That's the plummet moment for Lucifron. Half of his entire economy comes off for the defense. The overcharge, the energy is spent. Now he can go back to reproducing. He rebuilds the turret, but for mana, even if he can't really kill stuff here, he can at least try and trade. And the Morph Core opens up the side path, and he's saying, well, you've got your defensive bulwark there, but what do you have in your main base?
Yeah, and this is actually a big scout from Lucifron. Sends a scout on over to where his opponent's army should be. Realizes that there's nothing there. Importantly, though, much more importantly, as we see Mana, by the way, turns off autocast on all of those big shots, so he's going to kill the habitat, not waste energy doing so. Big problem right now for Lucifron, there's no overcharge. Bob overcharge is very, very strong, 100%. But it does not, you don't have it for every single fight. And also, Lucifron doesn't quite have the money to get a quick draw hustle on the way either, so these exos are good, but they're not going to kite for forever. They're not going to be those speedy boys that we're so used to seeing, and that just means Argents dive on top of this. Exos are strong, sure. Overcharge is there now, but so many of these exos are just dead. There's nothing here.
He's just got so many Argents, and those sentry posts take so much. And we're talking again about the number of bobs that are being pulled. So economically, what Lucifron is giving up to hold this off is part of what balances out what mana is tossing into this. Those bobs, there's no passive income here when you take your workers off the line. So you need to make sure you're balancing that out. He's still got about, well, the natural is still going, so his production is able to continue to run, but the time that it takes, even with, what is this, like 6 or 7 overcharge bobs getting the post up, it still takes a little bit. So the Argents are able to find a couple snipes in between.
And, you know, despite this, the supplies are actually relatively equal, all things considered. Again, supplies don't necessarily tell the story. Income supply is not as a big portion of a Celestial supply, say, for a Vanguard is. So that is important to point out. There are a lot more workers in the supply for Lucifron right now. Overcharge. Bob's just gonna, they're not even gonna bother to repair. The burst from these Argents way too strong at the moment, far too many of them, but they're gonna pull off, they're gonna force things back. And again, I'm just looking at this timing. If Lucifron can squeak some room to go and get quick draw hustle going, right, to start to get that additional attack speed, additional move speed, and just make this exo ball start to be that much more effective, it feels like that's the eventual solution. But I mean, getting there, it feels nigh impossible.
Yeah, he's trying to rebuild the habitat next to the biokinetics lab, but it's so exposed. I feel like the moment you see it researching, that's when he knows he'll just click on it and kill it. So comes out with the spread. He's going to take down both turrets while they're distracted by the Kree and the Natural that actually go over, and the Bobs are able to avoid it, but he pulls the whole army away, gets himself another turret. And I guess now my question becomes, Bayo, what does overextending even look like for Mana? Is this truly a position he can hold up while all the camps are respawning, or is maybe it's time for him to go kind of curate the map and grab that money?
Yeah, I think overextending in this case is not expanding. And I guess technically Mana has expanded. He's taken Lucifron's 4th base with a couple prisms, so is getting a little bit more money there. You know, he's adding prisms elsewhere. So yeah, he committed to this. He put a lot of pressure on the map. I think at this point we can say that Lucifron has mostly held. You know, it's still a little dicey. There are Kree on the field. There is damage. He's lost money from having to pull the Bobs. But he's mostly held, right? And Mana's backing up. He's mining for more. I would like to see Lucifron right now try to go and clear off some of these structures, these power banks that exist, that go and, again, empower a lot of these attacks. But it's scary to move on the map right now. You have no tank. Not really. You really have no tank for these Kree as they dive in. Exos, they do have quick draw hustle done very soon, but not a lot of Lancers on the field right now. You have to be very careful. So Mana still owns the map. But what I'm looking at,
there's a Bob that just died in the middle. He's trying to see what's going on, anything.
Yeah, my question is, like, does Lucifron have a timing a minute from now where he has enough army and enough tech in his army where he can go and start to really push this back?
Yeah, because either Lucifron is going to break out at some point with what appears to be mostly Exos. A Hangar Bay is starting, so that could be his ace in the hole to try and pull Mana back. But yeah, I'm with you here because I feel like Mana has more or less done everything that he needs to. So again, that's why I'm like, what does the overextension look like? I think taking all the camps out on the map is the smartest thing that he could have done in that position, since really his only other option is force the game to be over, which I still feel like gets a little more dangerous with every passing second. So was the old... This is my favorite Mario streamer once said, was when you're ahead, try to get more ahead than you previously were. So I try to, I have that one above my bed, actually.
I'm not touching that one with a 10-foot pole, Nate.
I wouldn't either.
But anyways, yeah, no, you're right. You can go and try to end the game, but I mean, this wall that Lucifron has now, he's got multiple barracks in his natural, turrets behind, sentry or habitats, sentry posts. It's a difficult thing to break. So yeah, just take the map. Why not now? Again, there's a Hornet on the map now. So Mana,
this is the decision too. What do you think about the decision to go straight for the Therium camp with the Hornet? Like, I don't know if he scouted it immediately, but that's your reveal in a way too, right? So it's another one of those things that's like, yeah, I can go clear the camps with the Hornet, but now I'm also broadcasting to Mana, hey, this is coming. You've got a little bit of time to deal with it though, because I'm going for your camps first.
Yeah, I think it's also important to point out that on Lost Hope, yeah, getting a 4th base can be difficult, but you have this pocket 3rd, and Lucifron doesn't have to really expose himself on the map to go from 2 bases to 3. And even as we talk about this Hornet showing up, there are some link nodes on the field, man. Debilitate, gravity flux as well. There's a bubble, but I mean, this Hornet is not doing much of it.
I cannot tell you how it feels. The absolute butt clenching horror of having, again, something like a full evac or a helicarrier. It does get sniped, by the way. The Argents kill it in the middle of the map, so it does not make its way back. But that feeling of you get grounded by the Cabal, and then there's like 3 of them, and it just happens once or twice where you use your shield up and it just can't die. So you're like, we're all just watching this thing stuck on the ground, waiting to see if it gets up and flies away. It did not. Well, it did fly away, but it didn't get away.
Agreement. Winston Churchill, I believe, once said, arguing with certain type of people is like, wrestling with pigs in the mud. At a certain point, you start to realize that they enjoy it. And I think that's kind of the case of that Hornet right there. It's like, oh, hey, we're having a good time. We're wallowing in the mud together. Although, dying to the Argents ruins that
If
analogy.
you promote a Hornet and it dies, but it kills 5 prisms, is it a loss? Is it a bad trade? These are the questions we'll probably have better answers to again in a year. But today we watch it, and I'm not so sure it's too bad either. So I feel you, Bayo. He's getting value out of them, even if they're not his main army composition.
No, and you don't want to build more than like maybe 4, unless of course this is a Scythe transition later on, and then Hornets are by far the best possible thing that you can get. They just
they're incredible.
They shred. You like 4 Hornets kill an infinity size almost. It's not quite, but again they don't take a lot of bonus damage. They shred. It works out fairly nice for them. So you got a couple. It's prism sniping. Now the big deal that Vortex or that Lucifron has to figure out and is not aware of is that Mana has 5 prisms on his 4th base. That is the easy victim.
That's the best place to keep him, where he's not looking at his own base. I mean, he might as well set up shop here, drop a couple more creation chambers, YOLO. He's got the whole army in the main, and this setup from Lucifer, he's like, I absolutely can never leave my base, ever at all. The Atlas is a part of the fight, though. Now, if he can get a good juicy target in the middle, actually does get a shot in all of the Argents, and there's that big purification beam coming down, but the Atlas is hanging in there.
Yeah, that Atlas does. He would have loved to go get damage on this Animancer as well, but those Atlas shots were shredding things. Argent's taking so much damage, Kree as well. And now Exos, they're going to have to wait a second. The Kree have to explode. But eventually, you're going to be able to run through that. This Animancer, if you can dive on top of them, and again, quick draw hustle, Exos are so very fast. Flank coming in from the left side, though, drops it down on top of everything. And Mana, he laid the bait down. Lucifron absolutely fought right back into it. And eventually, an Atlas is going to go kill these Animancers, but it's not quick. The army of Lucifron gets evaporated by the Animancer flank, and I don't think there's a lot he can do at this point. We have the Biolab down, no more X's on the game. Lucifron held, and it was looking like you might have a shot. And that one flanking Animancer, Nate.
Yo, all I have, I've got so much props to give Mana for this game, though. First of all, his build, absolutely filthy. Second of all, the batteries, all the litter that he spread across the map because of what happened from that opening, it never got cleared out. We talk about this big endgame attack. The Animancers are coming through. That he's got the Atlas in there, but he kind of pulls him out of the shell into this. But he still had the batteries there from the beginning of the game. And then it's like, what did I struggle with? What was the problem? Well, he sent the Hornet straight to my base. That would always be the smartest thing to do, or the tower, right? So I'll just put all my prisms on a random Luminite patch in the corner of the map. Or his Luminite patch, I guess, since that was, you see the batteries don't get destroyed. And I don't know what your takeaway is, other than clearly he's not going out and looking for it, so you can get away with it. But absolutely insane game. And Mana, again, we talk about this, we're like, oh, is Mana the underdog? I don't know. I thought he was against Vortex. Apparently not. Is he the underdog in this match? I thought he was, Bayo, but I'm not so sure anymore.
I don't know. He was lower, or he was technically higher seeded. Lucifron seeded, I think, 7, Mana at 5. So, by seeding. Look, seeding works. I will pull my foot out of my mouth at the end of this series if that's what I have to do. Mana is kicking some serious butt, and it's fun to see. Yeah. Now we run into a map as well where life gets even more interesting because it's Jagged Maw once we finish loading into it. This is a map, we talk about it a lot. Short by air, long by ground. Hornets exist in the map. Is this can Lucifron pull off like a 1-base Hornet build to come back into this series? If there's a map for it, this has got to be the best map for air units, right? And I'm gonna mention something you brought up last game, but you're talking about, if he goes into sites, etc. 100%, especially on this patch, if the game is boiling down to mass air units, Hornets kill everything, okay? They kill everything. If you're worried about something like Shadow Flyers, get the air mine upgrade and then just leave those. They last forever now. They got rid of the time duration on them. Just drop them all over the corners of the map. There's all sorts of horrible stuff you can do. You can even drop that mine with your Hornet next to prisms. It'll blow up on those too if you're in a 3-hour game, okay? I got you covered. I got the facts for you. So those Hornets against Celestial, I agree. They're incredible. The only thing you really want to watch out for, of course, is getting overwhelmed by the Argents on the ground, since the Hornets are not cheap investments to get to either. Yeah, and as we talk about this map, the other powerful thing is the fact that you get Morph Cores, you can almost like, you take half the build time off a Creation Chamber. So what we really commonly see, and we're talking about, oh, maybe you can go 1-base Hornets. If you run a Morph Core just barely north of where the bone shards are, that middle of the map area, you put a Creation Chamber right on the other side, and that long by ground, short by air just kind of disappears. Looks like Mana for now, though, not going to go for that. In fact, he's got his natural going down. Creation Chamber here, going to play that much more standard, a little more, like, I guess, macro play. And Luciferon, again, it's going to be a command post first. He thinks that this is the best way to play against Mana. It certainly worked out for him in game number 3, and almost maybe, worked out for him in game 4. But can he withstand the pressure now? Because Mana is eventually going to realize what's happening.
Yeah, he's if anything, Mana is not the player that we are worried about struggling to figure out a solution to a problem. He's got a big brain. He's applying it liberally in these series, and it is fun to see. On the other side of things, out of Vortex, or sorry, Luciferon, got him on the mind now. I've got both of them on the mind now. The fast command post, you like to see it. I thought this early game interaction was kind of interesting too. He's been messing with him, kind of denying the heal camp, but the start of it, those 2 creeps sometimes get delayed, and he's been able to delay or even steal that slime at the start. And I just wanted to point out, man, it was able to cleanly get both of those at the end, which sometimes that camp takes a while to take because you can't really take it after you use the first Sovereign's Watch if you don't clear it with that. Yeah,
it's kind of funny. There's been I've seen a lot of discourse about camps. On the one hand, it's like, camps are worth too much money. And other people are like, well, look, killing a slime is only 20 Illuminite. Doesn't matter. It's like, well, yeah, if you
$20, $20, man.
If I find $20 on the ground, I'm picking that up. I'm getting myself an ice cream sandwich. Actually, more than one ice cream sandwich. Inflation's bad, Nate, but it's not that bad. It's nice snipe there on the Argent. But also, if you get it and your opponent doesn't, that's a worker, right? Well, prisms are different, but for the other 2 factions, that's almost a worker. It's 40 Illuminite. You do that a couple times, it's a ton of money on the map. Jacking creeps can matter quite a bit. And now trying to get the vision camp here, trying to punish the Argent. Gets a second one, and I think, oh yeah, he got the promotion. He got the vision camp as well. He at least got one of those creeps. Luciferon.
That one Argent not even doing anything. He was kind of just running against the wall. Yeah, Luciferon with a huge pickup here on the tower, and playing for these camps. I mean, this is the kind of interaction you talk about. Maybe in another game, both players are still macroing because there's not too much that can really happen yet, but they both really want to take these camps. There's a lot less on this map than there are on almost all of the others, which in a way makes them that much more important.
That it is. So yeah, Luciferon, he's kind of going nutty, leveling up in this game, but the pressure's starting, dude. We've seen this Argent build. You get 3 Creation Chambers, you do it on 2 bases. And can Luciferon hold? There is now this flak turret, and it's only 3 Argents, so the damage difference is actually pretty good for Luciferon right now. He's able to go get damage done on the Argents. They're not able to burst that down. Scouts on the other side, actually able to go and claim that healing camp back. It's a pretty significant deal. Having both the active, which Mana is destined to get. I don't think that's going to be something that Luciferon can really contest all that easily, but denying at least some of that passive regen is pretty useful. If Luciferon can hold on to it for right now, it seems like Mana is able to reclaim. But also, other way to talk about that, he had to move the Prime back home, which meant that a couple Argents that could be used in this attack, and now they have to walk the long way around, and it does slow things down just a bit. But right now, the habitat will fall, Nate, and it's the turret that has to stay alive here. You got to get some of these Argents down early.
And look at that bear repair too, down to about less than 10% HP on the flak cannon. So the commitment to bring it down so close and yet so far. As far as other interesting things in this game are concerned, by the way, the prisms are in fact mining Luciferon's resources again, sort of. I think he's now kind of moving them. Oh, he's going to go get the Therium outside of there. So
yeah, I think this is a much better defense from Luciferon, though. As we take a look at this, he didn't go get his first tower burst down. And also, remember, on Jagged Maw, there's only one access point to the main of the natural. This is not, there's no way you can go and take a couple trees down and try to take advantage of a position where, your opponent's not ready and there are no turrets and you got to spread your defense out that much more. No, there's only one spot, so that means Luciferon can be a little greedier in what structures he builds, his static defense, and that also means that Quick Draw Hustle is going to be coming out on the map so much faster. And when you get that, certainly if Kree on the map, Nate, chasing down these Argents, being able to move that much faster, do that much more damage, works out pretty nicely for you. And man, Luciferon's been so good at sniping all these Argents with these scouts. He's going to get another one.
His micro has been fantastic. I think we've seen a lot of really good decisions from Mana on using the maps and the way that he uses these builds to just put crazy amounts of pressure on him to force those mistakes. But for a player that has been boxed in as much as Lucifron has, he's done a remarkable job of keeping his cool. And while Quick Draw Hustle is going to be faster, this is not a game where he is squeezed out that hangar bay either. So his commitment to this fight on the ground and whatever he's about to make happen is going to be extremely important for the rest of the game. As if this fails and he finds himself still contained on the ground, it just gets more difficult. But we know the Exos, well, they're pretty good units, Bayo.
Yeah, you know, as an Inferno player, I have many complaints about the EXO. Again, we're seeing they're good, but maybe not quite as excellent as against Celestials right now. But now Lucifron, he realizes he got this time. He's going to just move right on top. 4 HP per second, be damned. It doesn't matter. All of these Argents are going to fall down. He's going to reclaim the healing camp. And yes, there are Vectors on the way. Double Starforge on the other side of the map for Mana. But all the Argents are dead. There's nothing to tank for these Vectors. And if Lucifron wants to go clear this position up down below, the 2 Vectors are not going to stop him.
No, I think if you're Lucifron, that was everything. That had to be everything that you were hoping for out of that, because you now have the capability to do what you couldn't do last game, which is actually clear out what's been spread around your base. 2 Starforges that's a pretty hefty investment, and what they're capable of producing is worth quite a bit too. So the Vector popping out and potentially getting sniped, maybe we're not as worried about that. They're quite mobile, but the infrastructure for them, it still matters. It's not like these Vectors suddenly aren't part of what his original strategy was anymore.
On top of that as well, remember, so these trees that we see that we're going to see him go through right now, those trees, you know, big units, they can't go through, but Exos, Lancers, Scouts, they love to run right through, which means this mining area that Mana's had set up, a lot of these prisms are going to get sniped down. Quick Draw Hustle goes. He should lose the Arc Ship as well. Realistically, bonus damage versus heavy. The one thing that's this prism's in the main base off into a corner. Yeah, this is my base now. It's fine. The one thing that stops him though is a bunch of Argents and Vectors diving into the natural. Maybe that forces Lucifron back. But the other scary part about that is this army on the map. Mana, if he overstays his welcome, he gets surrounded. He loses everything.
He's mining his main Luminite.
What? No, he's mining that's not allowed. That's illegal.
What is? Get on out of here, Scoot. Go on, get. So I don't really know how he tackles. I think the Exo Ball is still going to be a question mark. He's getting more creation chambers up, but all of the infrastructure was more or less just out on the map. So can he get enough out in time to deal with an assault by Lucifron? The supply tells a rough story. Even the power kind of tells a pretty even / rough story. All the prisms, the Arc Station. This is a catastrophic loss.
Yeah, well, not only of the Arc Station 8, but also of Mana's game here. This early aggression, and this is the story of this tournament. Early aggression dominates ladder. Early aggression dominates early games in a best of 3, a best of 5, a best of 7. But these players are some of the best Stormgate players, some of the best RTS players in the world. And you give them 7 games, they're going to start to do some problem solving. Now, this blast node is also solving a lot of problems right now. Lucifron has to just tap that down before more shots go down. He will be able to do so. And again, more supply will absolutely take down less supply here. Lucifron, seems like he's found some level of solution. He's got ideas about how to play this game. And we go at least to game 6 now, Nate. These semifinals. Oh, man.
This reminds me a lot of the Parting series now, and I think about what Parting said in his interview, and shout out to KP for the great questions. But he said something to the effect of, well, I had a strategy that I was confident in, and then what I realized is I just kind of had to turtle and macro up a little bit, and then just not be caught off guard by what this is, and just hunker down and focus on doing what I need to do. And then that game really felt like Lucifron sticking to that and saying, I'm not even going to try for the tech play. I am just going to get 3 racks up to Exos, flat cannons to defend. And then as soon as I have Quick Draw Hustle, I'm going to move out and clear everything. And by prioritizing it in that way, he made it so that Quick Draw Hustle was the first real timing for himself. And so it was unlikely for there to be a transition out of the Argents by the time he got there. And so we saw a very nice recovery by Lucifron to keep this one going, because Mana, I mean, he's been having a dominating series, but it has been off the back of some pretty aggressive and crazy stuff. And let's face it, might end up as a head scratcher with some of the aggressive prism usage if things don't end up working out long term here.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's important to point out as well as we get into this 6th game eventually. That map also worked out pretty well because there's only one entrance into the main of the natural, right? There's only one way that you get into it. Turrets can be very, very good. Now we're moving on to Broken Crown, Nate. Game number 6. This is a map that technically only has one entrance to the main of the natural, but you put a morph core on the left side. Trees give you just another point of interaction, and it's not as bad as Lost Hope, right? You're still only attacking one base, but you do have to defend both sides of it.
Yeah, this map is like, I feel like this one will end up being remembered as one of the classics of the standards, and some maps will probably remember it in more memey ways, like Jag and Maw will be a joke, or Isle of Dread, where people will be like, yeah, I used to dread playing on that, haha. But there'll probably be like some Neo Broken Crown version that we'll see down the line, because it feels like we do get some pretty interesting matches here, and it's been played for a super long time. But Dog trying to block the Morph Core from taking that first collection array. You can't really block it for that long, but he is literally being as annoying as he can be right there. So
yeah, and the good part about this map as well is there are a bunch of healing fruits on the map. So yeah, Dog takes damage. Dog goes and becomes a gardener for a little bit, gets a little hungry, gets a, I don't know, pear or I don't know, whatever's tasty, heals himself right back up. And that means that as more scouts start to arrive, what is this Morph Core doing on the other side of the map? It's going to try to shut down this natural now with an overcharge. These mobs will not die. Mana now knows what's happening. He has a good idea. And we've seen 2 games in a row now, actually 3 games in a row now, where Lucifron goes for this quick expand build. Mana hasn't really been able to punish it all that well. He kind of did on Lost Hope, but again, that's Lost Hope. Now Mana knows exactly what's happening. How does he look to punish this one?
It's a good question. Morph Core coming back over. The scout is just kind of following him. It's like, are you trying to place something outside my base? What's the plan here? He wants to, of course, deny the area for it to land, but he wants to see it the moment it starts too. And there it is, the creation chamber, right across the canyon, I suppose, from the natural. And he is presumably committing to something aggressive with this, Speo, or?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting because as we take a look at this, this is literally the first creation chamber on the map. There's nothing back at home. This is the only production structure on the map for Mana right now. And look, Nate, look at what he's doing. He's faking this. This is not aggressive at all. He's pretending like he's trying to get super aggressive against Lucifron to punish this. And yeah, he's building an Argent. This is a quick third creation or third collection array. He's selling a story to Lucifron that does not exist. And I don't know if Lucifron's going to know enough. No, he does. Actually, yeah, he saw the main and the natural. He's got scouts there. He knows that there is no production on Mana's side of the map. So this, yeah, you got to make a turret, sure. But this should not, the story that Mana is trying to tell doesn't really seem to exist.
Yeah, I love the concept of it, especially when you see that the scout is being very attentive to your Morph Core. Like, you know that he's thinking about it. So you kind of give him a little bit of that taste and get him to react. But at the same time, if he ends up losing anything over here, he'd probably end up feeling really rough about it as well. He can still siege from the low ground, even with the sentry post on the right side. This is a pretty common thing to see on this map in general. If in any matchup, really, if you can get underneath this Luminite patch, most range units can hit up there a little bit. So not surprised to see this, but he's like, you're kind of faking me out, but then you're not really. But then he actually does have 3 collection arrays, but also he's building turrets underneath your natural mineral, Luminite patch. So what exactly is the play here? The Argents are in position, and however comfortable he was feeling, his response is not ready yet.
You can take the player off the Protoss, Nate, but you can't take the Protoss off the player. It's a good old, maybe not cannon rush, but yeah, close enough. Strike Node rush coming out of Mana in this game number 6. He's having his cake and eating it too. Triple collection array and this pressured low ground into high ground. Lucifron, he does have Exos on the field. He's got this flat cannon, but the Link Node, first one's done, second one's going to be done soon. It's getting surged as well, which means it's doing that much more damage. And I mean, what's Lucifron supposed to do here? He's got these Exos, but fighting these strike nodes, even if they're heavy, you don't have a critical mass.
No, it's brutal too. The poke on the Bobs, even just trying to barely mine that range. He's got it perfectly calculated. The radius matches up beautifully. The defensive turret offers very little value, and he can't mine either way, but he'll turn off the auto charge on the energy for the Argents and just poke the command post. And even with this little bit of micro, he's gonna try and focus down, gets one of the Exos, steps back, gets another one of the scouts. And you building prisms inside your opponent's base right now, Mana. Are we doing this again? Don't mind from that one.
No,
that
I don't
Luminite
think
patch is very secure, I think. I'm really not sure.
I mean, you got 2 flat cannons. I think that is probably enough. And so man, this build is disgusting. Mana, this is very clearly a map-specific build, but good news for Lucifron. This Exo turret has range on the near strike node. So he's got range on both strike nodes. So this is a lot of damage. Absolutely. It is putting a ton of pressure on Lucifron, but there's no way to heal these strike nodes. Mana is going to get forced back here. Reminder, he only has 1 creation chamber unless he's built another. Yeah, he's got 4 more on the way. But for the time being, he has been forced back, and these Exos are here, double flat cannon. But what I'm worried about, Nate, is that Guardian Nexus on the other side of the map. Kree are on the menu. Sure, Exos handle Argents very nicely. Kree kind of run right over him.
Yeah, they just sort of roll up on him. It can be quite sudden, can be quite terrifying. It's a good answer for Mana, and he's done a pretty decent job, I think, in almost every game. Really the last one, you could see with the double Starforge that the vector transition was probably for those Exos, but the timing of it just did not work out because Lucifron didn't try to do anything other than just get what he needed to go out and clear stuff. But we're not on Jagged Maw, and while yes, that first creation chamber was built there, it is not all of his production outside of Lucifron's base either. So, it's quite tough when you lose the fight, and then you've got like 5 production structures that all get destroyed with it. But when he hasn't even killed the one, it's a little more playable.
Yeah, but man, I'm scared. I'm really scared for Lucifron right now. He feels like he has to be on the map, reclaim some of this position. Knock down this creation chamber, as you said, get some creep camps, but there's this time bomb. Kree are going to be here. I mean, the Kree now roll up is done. You're building out of 3 creation chambers, and benefit of Celestials is even as that creation chamber goes down, it was able to go and build units back at home for just a little bit. So, eventually it's taken down. It's only 3 creation chamber versus 4, but Mana's able to get value of it really up until the last second that it goes down. So this timing is very scary that Mana's going to hit in just a little bit. And Lucifron, I mean, I think realistically, just wall off your natural, build these buzzsaw turrets, play at home. You're going to be on 2 bases. You'd rather be on 3, absolutely. But just play at 2 bases right now. Let Mana crash into you like 1 more time. And if you can hold that one, that's when you start to explode on the map a little more. And that's when you move across. But this timing for Mana, it looks like it's going to hurt.
Yeah, he's got a lot set up here. We see mostly, again, like you were saying, it's just the Exos is getting a couple of the additional answers. Hangar Bay is coming online, so I think one of the reasons why that style or the use of the Hornets is so nice is specifically when you feel like you're kind of in this situation where you don't want to move out and extend yourself, especially if you're worried about Kree getting onto the Exos. So you give them something that they kind of have to react to. And as I say that, I'm looking at this Luminite mine outside the natural by the speed camp, where he's just got 4 prisms, just absolutely going ham. So for Mana, he's just one of those players that long term in the history of Stormgate, he'll be remembered as he never mined out a Luminite patch. Yeah, he never put more than a single prism on his main, and he just went and took all the other ones in the middle. And I think we're learning some pretty creative ways to run an economy for Celestial too.
Yeah, it's pretty fun, right? Celestials play differently than any other Blizzard style or RTS faction that we've really ever seen. They don't, I mean, yes, Mana does have a main base right now. He's going and he actually is building this like a main, but conceptually they don't have a main base. Wherever they are is their main base. The Artists, are they going to get that Hornet? Yeah, they're going to force it out. Promote keeps it alive, but now Mana knows what's up. And again, you're right, because, oh, nope, run away from the Cabals. That's not what you want. That is not a good position to be in. And because Mana has these prisms in weird spots, even as the Hornets go and they get damage done potentially and force Mana to be sad and take economic damage done, he's not going to get the majority of the prisms. They're on weird spots on the map, and that is as powerful as just denying Lucifron on the scouting on how much economy actually exists. It also just keeps him safe from these Hornets.
Yeah, again, it's just so bizarre because we've just got these units flying around that wreck prisms. But even if he makes it into the base, there's a decent amount in the natural and the main. We're not pretending like there's nothing, but it's just been very funny that Mana's way of answering it has been to simply spread his prisms all throughout the map because the Hornets just can't be everywhere. And Yeah, you make one, it flies in and blows up. That's kind of how it's going to go. One is going in on the left side, but that's it. It's just a naked collection array. Nothing else to really jump on. He could spend a bunch of time trying to kill it. There's one prism here on the main Luminite patch, but that's exactly what we were talking about. Is, yeah, he'll get that, but the 4 across the map, they're not here for a reason, and it kind of works to Mana's advantage again to be a little cheeky in that way.
Yeah, I mean, you see, again, the Cabals, they just shut this down. You debilitate it. It's a 40-second slow nade. It is so hard to deal with, but now here's the attack coming in for Mana, and this Hornet was debilitated. Yes, takes less damage, is slow, absolutely, but now a Sovereign's Watch does have to get spent. Importantly, though, Mana on the other side of the map, he's got a lot of his army going to try to attack into this, but this defensive setup from Lucifron, I don't know if it's better. It's 100 supply better, but it is going to be very difficult to attack into with these Atlas positionings, with this concave that he has set up. But this Atlas is actually very exposed. And yeah, there's the, you know what, the bubble's actually a really big, it's still dead. Never mind. It's like the bubble's really good. Doesn't matter. Purify takes it off. And now, without this big splash damage, Nate, how do you defend against this?
That's the neat part, is you really don't. All the bobs are pulled to repair, so yes, that keeps the central command in play, but that's the entire economy of that base, and economy has been a huge issue for this game. Mana has a ton of resources to work with behind this. He can afford to trade a little more liberally, consider that how hard it's been for Lucifron to get across the map or even leave his own base in the last 2-3 games, and what Mana did was kind of realize, all right, I just needed to pump the brakes a little bit sooner in this one once I got my little lead going and secure a better mid-game position with the Animancers, with the Cabals, with the Kree. And there we have an evac, and we have an Atlas, which can do a tremendous amount of repair, tremendous amount of defense. But again, every time he can at least force those bobs to be a part of the fight, he's dealing economic damage in a huge way. And it looks like the Buzzsaw is attacking the central command as well. I think he's trying to do that to bounce the shots to the other side.
Absolutely. That's kind of a cool trick you can do just to maximize your damage even when your turret's not in range. I love, by the way, what Mana's been doing here with the smoke just to make sure that it's hard to dive and find these spellcasters that are so important into the fight. But now, Lucifron, his entire base is dead. The Dark Prophecy is zoning everything out. And Mana, he just built too much of a lead. Lucifron tried to go for this command post opening, this quick expand macro idea. Really cool. And it turns out Mana had a build order counter for that on this map. Strike node, effectively a cannon rush on into the natural. Lucifron couldn't do what he wanted to do. And the Doom of Celestials, people have been talking about how they're not as strong as the other two factions. Nate, that Celestial Doom seems like it might be a little bit overrated because it's going to be Mana and Parting in our grand finals, best of 7 coming up after this series and after the show match.
Incredible.
Oh, man.
Absolutely amazing series out of Mana. We're really seeing for Mana, the best way I could describe this is just big brain celestial play. He's just been so on point with his attacks, but him adjusting his own aggression in a way that we were talking about people reacting to it has just been really fun to watch in this series.
I think that's the thing right there, is he kind of like, he pegged that idea that we were talking about him as a mid-game player, more of a macro player. He just says, oh, hold on a sec. I got a surprise for you here. I'm going to one-up one of the most aggressive players in Stormgate.
Yeah, and it worked out for him very well in a couple games. We did see Lucifron going, and he found a solution. Lost Hope was certainly winnable. Unfortunately, cutting through the trees, and he wasn't quite able to respond to in time. But, you know, Lost Hope was probably winnable. He finds the solution. Jagged Maw looked fantastic for him. But, and you know, I think maybe, again, it's a hard maybe because that supply lead's massive, so many spellcasters. But if that first Atlas is not exposed on the front line, I think he was relying on this idea, well, I can put it there and then I can bubble it and it's not going to die. And suddenly there's this massive damage committing and the damage is still going down. Well, Purify strips buffs and debuffs. You know, strips friendly debuffs, enemy buffs. So the bubble just goes away. Atlas disappears immediately. And then you, without splash damage, how are you handling that many units when you have so few?
I think that's the interesting part right now. It's like adaptation. I think that's what we saw. You think about Lost Hope, he just basically tried to plow through that bubble. It almost cost him the game. Then you look at this one, it's like, oh, if I just hold this ability, I wait for you to show your hand first, right? It's like Yu-Gi-Oh's trap cards. Oh, no, I activate my trap. No, you activate your trap card. All of a sudden, you've got the solutions. I think what was really cool to see here, back and forth actually, is the way that both pivoted and adapted on the fly.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see the approach that they take to the map. I think about the Broken Crown game. I think about the camp expand off the command post first, building it in the buff zone, and then having the Bobs defend inside of the heal zone when the Kree arrived. And we saw a lot of really interesting concepts come out of both of them. Particularly, I guess my favorite from that series is probably just going to end up being Mana mining all of Lucifron's Luminite, just stealing this man. He robbed Lucifron in broad daylight. Everybody saw it. I'm pretty sure he went over 100. We're in Grand Theft territory. It was crazy.
It reminds me, like in Bayo, you watch a little bit of Age of Empires, right? And in 4, it's very macro heavy, right? And Beastie especially has become infamous for he'll drain the map, knowing that eventually that's going to matter, right? And I'm starting to wonder if Mana might be Stormgate's own version of that type of player.
It's interesting, right? We talk about this in like late game TVZ and StarCraft a bit as well, where it's like, okay, what matters more is if you can steal money from your opponent. You can go as the Zerg player's never going to trade well, but they can take a base off their opponent. They can start to mine that much more. Resources lost, differentials, you can make it work pretty well. Maybe that's what Mana's going for. I think really more of what it is I have one arc ship. It is I want prisms. They speed up my economy. It is more efficient for me to go and put the prisms as close to my arc ship as possible than it is to send them all the way back home. So yeah, I'm just going to build the prisms, and they're going to take from my opponent. And theoretically, if they go split map and we mine out everything, it's good for me. But I have never there was that one game, that 4-hour in Infernal versus Infernal Mirror that had like 14 dragons. But in my games and into the games I've cast, I have never seen a map where everything mines out. So yeah, cool idea. I don't know that it's relevant just yet.
We'll have to see if he can get us to those phases. I think it's actually time to talk to the lad himself. We've got Mana on the line for an interview. Mana, fantastic series there. Good job, bud. First question, really got to get out of the way. Does Lucifron's ice cream taste better than yours? Because you keep taking his Luminite all the time.
Oh, that's a question for me. Immediately.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, nice intro. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I think it's just to like mess up his head a bit. I think so he doesn't know where the game stands. I think that's why they did that.
I think that was very interesting. Actually, is like, how did you prepare for this series? Did you kind of change your style up? Because going into it, we've been tooting Lucifron as this very aggressive, very pressure focused player. It felt like you were looking to one up him on that.
You think he's an aggressive player? I think I have a lot of history from with him since like StarCraft days. So like I kind of know how he approaches the game. I think he likes to be kind of like the reactive. He can be aggressive, of course, but I think he wants to play like his own game. In the series that we played just now, I was just trying to learn on the fly. There's really very little that you can find on Lucifron. Even he doesn't play that much on the ladder, and even if he does, I'm not aware that I played versus him. So it was tough for me to prepare for him. Luckily for me, I played a couple of ladder games. I ended up playing a lot of Vanguard players, so I just try to prepare through just normal practice, no real special preparation there.
I think that's like the interesting thing, because we're talking about that as well, is that, because they don't play a lot of ladder, Lucifron and Vortex clash with each other all the time. They don't have Celestials covered, so because they are Vanguard and Infernal. Was that maybe kind of a confidence inspirer for you going into this?
No, not at all. I mean, I think it's nice that they have two separate races, but I don't think that was the reason why Lucifron was like unprepared or something like that. So I didn't even think of it.
Okay, and overall, like I love the way that you were switching up throughout this series. So there was a game that came to mind, the Boneyard. We've had very interesting things in the Boneyard. Did the V5 plans get muddled a little bit there?
Did you watch the entire way that the catapult took? Oh my god, I was fuming because at the timing that I did, it would work so perfectly versus what Lucifron had. I was like, okay, the catapult is gonna go to my main base and then it's gonna go straight to the opponent's base, right? And then it just goes all around my freaking sightseeing tour, all around Boneyard. I was like, okay, screw it. I'm going to attack 2-3 minutes late. And yeah, it was just a disaster of a game. I was just fuming inside.
Hey, man, I think that's what we love watching. It's just these small little differences with Fury Crafting. It's like, did Lucifron intentionally send a scout in to aggro this? Because I think the way it works is it goes after the first thing it sees. like
No,
as
I,
vision on, right?
I think it was just purely a bug. I don't think there was anything there, because even if he takes the aggro, once the scout is like out of the vision, it will just go back to the normal path. It was just a bug. Like, it went straight to my main base, touched my, I think, like Luminite mine or whatever, and then like went back to the map just to make sure that it scouts the entire boneyard. So yeah, it was just a bug, I think.
Well, congrats on getting us a mirror showdown, by the way. We now have to watch potentially 7 games of hopefully not just Argents versus Argents. I'm hoping you got some things brewed up. How are you feeling about this upcoming series? You know, is Parting the big bad boss you're expecting at the end here?
I think both Parting and Laser were like closely matched. I think Laser has what it takes to beat Parting, and even in the games that they played, I think Laser had the opportunity to beat Parting multiple times. I think he just kind of got into his head too much. There were many opportunities where he could have done things a little bit better, but I think it's very easy to say from an observer perspective. And since Stormgate is such a new game, it's kind of obvious that people will make mistakes. I'm making multiple mistakes myself, so I think whenever I watch like my games on like VODs, I'm like, holy shit, this player is bad. So I think it's just a thing of a new game. And yeah, thinking about Parting and the matchup, I think Parting is like definitely the strongest player to match up against. I think our styles clash very similarly. I think we both have very similar styles that we play the game and approach the game. He's a very good friend of mine, so it should be a very fun matchup, and we'll see if it's gonna go to 7 games or it's just a 4-0. We'll see.
Hey man, I'm hyped for it. I think, I love what you said there, the whole idea. You look back at what you've done before, and you think, oh my god, that was so dumb. I can't imagine us looking back 2 or 3 years from now going, why did that ever work? We should have known. Which brings me to my next thought. We're going to have our first 2v2 showdown. It's a show match so that you can rest up in prep for the grand finals. Are you hyped? What are you expecting? Anything cool or epic there? I know 3v3 has been tooted for this year.
I was never that big of a fan of like team games in RTS and StarCraft, Brood War or StarCraft 2. I think it's just fun to see something different, but I think for Stormgate, I'm just wishing luck to the players to see how the performance of the game is going to look like, because even in the 1v1, the game kind of lags from time to time, so I hope they have very good machines.
Hey, I know the feeling. When I was casting the Mass Scythe of B, it kept crashing my PC. So maybe stick away from that, please, and thank you very much. But I'll let you get prepped because you've got a grand finals ahead of you, buddy.
Thank you very much.
So, with that in mind, I think we're going to now throw to a short break. When we come back, 2v2 show match between 4 of the top players. It's going to be a fun one, so stay tuned. Well, that's the semi-final sorted, but we've still got plenty of action ahead of us. That's right, a grand final showdown between two of the best Celestials, Mana and Parting. But before we get to that, we've cooked up something special for you. We're going to have a 2v2 show match. But before we get to... I know, I just keep going. We've got to thank our sponsors. Without them, it would not have been possible. Big shout has to go out to Harenya Capital. Without them, honestly, this tournament couldn't happen. They funded the entire prize pool, an incredible service, an award-winning stockbroking and asset management firm in South Africa. I recommend highly taking a look at them if you're looking for a way to kind of get involved in finances and don't know where to begin. They're really big on building communities. You can tell by the fact they're involved here in Stormgate. And they have this cool focus on improving and mentoring people so they know how to look after those things long-term themselves. They also are fully integrated with TradingView, but at the end of the day, they will be able to tell you more. So click on that link just down below me, harenya.co.za. This is not financial advice, but I'm sure they can give you some. With that, let's refocus, though. We've been looking at the 1v1s. It's time to crash everyone's PCs, because I am joined by Lida and Rushi, who are going to make our minds explode, along with our RAMs and CPUs, with a 2v2 show match between Fury and Nina, and Albino and Snockstar. Rushi, talk to me a little bit about what we're expecting to see here, because I believe we're getting an unfamiliar sight when it comes to the maps.
Well, I think chaos is probably the best way to like in short terms describe it. 2v2 is not really the highlighted multiplayer experience, or not multiplayer, but like multiplayer team experience, right? They've really been pushing the 3v3 experience that's going to be coming up. In fact, they are working on developing that map set right now and trying to provide like a unique experience. It sounds like it might be catered a little bit more towards casual players, but at the onset of the early release, they did push out a number of custom 2v2 maps. There's no explicit ladder experience for it, but if you've got yourself and 3 friends and you want to queue it up, you certainly can. So we're gonna see what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for this one, Lida. You know how I feel, right? Like we've been on the same bandwagon for a long time. We think like, yeah, the future of RTSs lies in team games. We've said it in the Age of Empires sphere for a long time, and I think what I'm most excited about, what kind of unexpected interactions are we going to see? Because there's Infernal Van versus Infernal Van. Maybe one of them has a mechanic that they can use on their teammate, and we get some crazy cheese.
Very possibly. And to be fair, when you look at all these team games, the most intriguing thing that I'm looking out for is all these different combinations. We've seen, especially for a game that only has 3 factions, once players start figuring out the 1v1 meta, you're looking at matches that are, kind of built around certain mechanics, certain approaches, openings, whatsoever. We've seen a lot of variety in that regard because the meta hasn't been fully established yet. But the cool thing that I always enjoyed about team games is that that meta is thrown out the window because you bring in a brand new element. That is how you synergize your approach with that of your teammates.
That's the beautiful thing, right? There is no meta. It's to be discovered. We have not so much as a meta setter here, as much as we have a playground. It is time. Fury and Nina versus Albino and Snockstar to see if Team Games is the evergreen of RTS. I guess we'll just have to go to Evergreen to see if that's true.
Oh my gosh, the best of one, Lidicor. The best of one here in this 2v2 show match. I am curious to see if there's going to be any specific styles that get brought into this like, again, singular game, or if it's just going to be, okay, I know how I do this in a 1v1, I just have another player to play with. And fun.
Honestly, I think a lot comes down to the faction matchups here. You do have, from what I heard, an Infernal and Vanguard versus an Infernal Vanguard. So it's the same matchup. No Celestials in this. The thing I'm looking out for is how you will use your dogs early on, though, because just looking back at the series yesterday or even on Friday, one thing that really stood out to me is how good a player like Lucifron was able to use the dogs to damage the early game of the Infernals. So here, I think one difference maker between the two teams could be whether the Vanguard player is able to beat up the opponent's Infernal player in early game.
Well, we'll have to find out here as we are already in our game here. So we'll hop onto the map as well and get into Evergreen and introduce our players. In the bottom left, we do have our blue and teal players. We have Albino and Snockstar. And in the top right, the orange and red players. Just a Sloth, also known as Nina and Theory.
I gotta say, I absolutely adore that the team colors are consistent. As someone who comes from a game where you can just pick whatever color you want, it's so good. You have blue and teal on one team and then red and orange on the other. Scores are a little janky over here because, the stream UI wasn't really designed for 2v2s yet. In general, not even for team games. But one thing to highlight here is that the players are very close to each other. So this is not one of those setups in RTSs where the two teammates are far apart from each other. And that means that it's a little bit more difficult to isolate one player and do early damage to them.
Yeah, it's fun to see how the similarities line up and the differences just in how they want to approach this type of setting. Because another thing that I think is interesting to talk about is we do still have the creep camps on the map, and it looks like they are all uniquely doubled up here, and both players already trying to jump on top of the different health camps and start fighting for some of those resources. But there's going to be two sets of those resources as well for these teams to fight over.
Yeah, indeed. It kind of feels like, you're not just looking at a standard 1v1 map and you slap two players onto it. It's more along the lines of basically doubling everything that you have. Just looking at the starting Therium mines for the teams even, you have essentially 4 Therium deposits for 2 players.
Ooh, getting pick off on that Hexen there does allow a little bit of aggression here. And it looks like Theory is going to get onto the Hexen of Snockstar as well. A ton of veterancies here to make those dogs just a little bit stronger. And already we are seeing a lot of tit for tat here. These players are not wasting any time to get engagements going.
Yeah, dog v dog over here. Most of the Infernal players got pretty badly beaten up, and a lot of veterancy on these dogs. I think Vorelium Claw's timing is going to be crucial here. If you have that ahead of your opponent, you're going to beat up the opponent's Gaunts, and you're going to have that bonus damage against light, which applies against enemy dogs as well.
Well, and I think there's going to be an interesting value to putting buildings for the Infernals on the map. I've seen, actually, Apoptosis is a member of Aftermath Gaming, and he has proposed kind of a good idea and a theory all around, like, hey, we need to figure out the best way to siege up different buildings around the map just to hold some different points. Theory using that Shroud Stone to really lock down that Luminite tower. That is going to provide some really crucial resources here early on that maybe in like StarCraft 2, that is not a concept that we think of very often. So being able to adapt in that way is going to be really important for players in Stormgate.
Nina did get Vorelium Claws. Now, I don't know if we have it for Albino just yet, but indeed, as our observers are highlighting to us, plus 16 bonus damage against light, it's huge. It's there for both players. So it looks like we have essentially a near identical opening for both of these players. Looks like we do have an expansion towards the natural here from both of the Infernal players. But it looks like when it comes to the Vanguards, Albino is just one base, whereas Nina is already expanding to the second.
It's going to come down to the type of aggression that Nina is going to slip into with getting this natural, really having to spend a whole lot of resources walling off this main because she's rather exposed right now, but both players having to deal with a lot of aggression. Albino on the right side putting on some pressure, Snockstar on the left. Nina really doesn't have a whole lot here. Theory is being forced to have to kind of do all of the work on this side right now, and Albino's going to try and get the surround on this wall. If this wall falls, it's going to be all bad for Nina.
It is, and the wall has fallen. Dog numbers are looking so much better over here for Albino. And in general, you just see a lot more blue than you see red or orange on this screen right now.
Oh, this is a madhouse rush here in the natural of Nina. If Nina can hang on to her command post, it would be a fine engagement, but there's so many fiends going down right now. Hexen's trying to draw a good amount of fire. Tons of units getting veterancy as the scouts are trying to stabilize here, and it looks like Albino and Snockstar are just going to shove on into the main base.
this must be it. There's just nothing standing there for Theory and Nina, down to 20 supply each. All the workers will be gone. I feel like that's it.
Oh, this is one of those where if Nina can stabilize and get her economy up and running, it would be great, but instead it's going to be GG, and just like that, we are out. This is our best of one. Well played by all 4 of our players.
To be honest, we're kind of speedrunning this cast today. I think we hopped onto a call 10 minutes ago, and we might just be done.
Well, who knows? You know, the powers that be. I mean, maybe we'll get something fun cooked up for us, but we get a chance to see a little bit of the team dynamics of the 2v2, where the 1v1 you can maybe get away with setting up a little bit more of an economic approach and being able to corner off your part of the base. All of a sudden, now you've got an extra ramp that comes into your base. You've got more exposure. It's a completely different style of play. And we kind of talked about that might be something that is shown here. And we're just getting the word that Lidicor, we're not done just yet. This is going to be a best of 3. We don't want to leave the folks empty-handed here. Let's go.
I'm honestly very glad to see that this is going to be a little longer than 5 minutes here. Best of 3 coming up. I'm wondering if either of these teams will change up their composition of factions, though. But just to get back to your point about, you know, expansions and in general the early game mechanics of 2v2s, I think one thing that we've seen in this game was that the team that just goes out all aggression can punish a lot more than they can in 1v1s. In 1v1s, we've seen players using choke points, static defenses to stall out aggression and then leverage a second, third, whatsoever base. Whereas here, if you both expand to 2 bases and your opponents are a lot more aggro, you're just going to get overwhelmed even more because you're not just outnumbered 2-1, you're going to be outnumbered almost 4-1.
Well, and then it comes into faction benefits as well. The Infernals have a lot of utility in the early parts of the game, and if you don't respect that, that is something that can easily punish you as you get into like the 5 or 6 minute mark, and all of a sudden, wow, I just have so much stuff here, I didn't think about it. Another note that I think is kind of cool before we jump into our next map is map design comes into play so much. We've seen that in the StarCraft 2 realm in a huge way, where maps can make or break the different types of strategies that you have. But here we are in our second map. We're going to Dust Devil for map number 2. The red and orange team on the right, Theory and Nina. The teal and blue players, Albino and Snockstar on the left.
One thing I'm noticing here is that the minimap is a little janky if you take a look, because it doesn't seem to show your back Luminite mines. It feels like it just cropped off the edge, but nevertheless, one distinct difference between this map and the one that we've seen before is the lower amount of resources that you start with. Not as much Ethereum in your starting bases. Also have to venture a lot further away from Luminite. And this is a little less symmetrical. This map is a little less symmetrical than the previous one. So when it comes to the player at the bottom, for instance, they have a pretty decent and close natural to work with. Not so much for the player spawning to the north.
Yeah, that's very true. I do feel compelled to make one observation. I feel like if I lean way back and I look at the mini-map and I squint kind of a little bit, I kind of can see like the twisted tree line from League of Legends. That's just a thing that I noticed, and it's like, oh, it just took me back to my college days.
Well, a quick expansion coming in here from both sides here. Once again, just kind of working towards those creep camps. And just again, to go back to those map features, this map doesn't have a lot of resource towers. In fact, there seems to be just one Therium tower at the very bottom. The rest of those camps are all... Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. Hexen getting isolated by the dogs.
Oh, yeah, and the speed camp is no joke right now. Their leap forward, you do have to kind of respect the creep, but not only that, you have your opponent who's equally trying to harass you and get the creep resources at the same time. To your point about the creep camps being in smaller supply, that could potentially lead us in a different direction. We talked about map design kind of directing the style of play that you have in a team game map like this. If there's less resources on the map to try and contest, you would benefit from being able to get that second base out a little bit quicker. So we're gonna have to see if that influences our players at all.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up. Indeed, if you don't have that passive resource, there is more merit in building up a next base to get those extra resources instead of doubling down on map control and trying to leverage that and turn it into resources from the resource towers.
Yeah, so we looks like Theory and Nina actually being the aggressors here this time around, trying to jockey on the left-hand side of the map, trying to force an engagement here at the speed tower, going to try and grab the creep, and now this tower is up for grabs. Who's going to be able to get it? Nina takes her scouts around the high side here. The Brutes are just kind of dancing with each other. They don't care what's happening around them. They're just marching to their own beat.
A lot of veterans and the Dogs of Albino over here, and that could easily be the game changer. And it looks like now Theory and Nina are just being isolated from one another. All these Brutes just surrounded here. Dogs just went to raid, but it looks like they just decide to turn around. They don't die of the main.
Being able to get control of that speed tower as kind of a reward at the end of that fight is so impactful. And you talked about the two armies getting split up, that having that speed really kind of drives that knife in, as both players are going to have to retreat near Theory and Nina having to get back to their own camps. And once again, Albino able to kind of isolate Nina away from her teammate to not be able to provide that additional assistance, and all of a sudden this speed tower now becomes a very important point to try and hold.
That's a beautiful jump from Nina on all these Gaunts out there. Veteran Dogs with the speed buff being able to take out most of them. And you feel like momentum is shifting in the favor of Theory and Nina here. Most of the army from Snockstar and Albino are being cleaned up. Beautiful surrounds on the Dogs as well.
There's just so much happening on the screen, and you have to watch for a lot of different nuance points here to make sure that everything clicks. All of our players right now on a one base economy. This is just all production all the time here. I think one of the interesting timings is going to be who's going to blink first? Who's going to say, well, I want to try and get a natural and maybe expand this game forward? But it seems as if the left side of the map, Albino, trying to put down a sentry post to really lock in their base, and the same is kind of happening on both sides. It's just a raucous back and forth in the center of the map.
Therium Tower yet to be claimed though, but that previous fight just helps Theory and Nina secure this one for themselves. To your point though, I don't think anybody is gonna try to go for a natural expansion right now. If you're Theory and Nina, you just want a great fight. You might just want to go pedal to the metal, double down, and finish the game. Whereas if you're Albino and Snockstar, you know that you're outnumbered. So even if you expand towards that natural, you might just die.
Oh, getting that Therium camp was enough to draw the fight here. A huge amount of infest goes down on those scouts, so those scouts could instantly turn into fiends at any moment, and we could start to see those fiend numbers slowly starting to grow. But it seems as if Theory and Nina are able to overwhelm their opponents. They might be able to bring this to a game number 3. If they continue the push, they're going to grab that speed tower, getting that valuable resource and being able to position against their opponents. And Lidicor, this is starting to look a little bit rough for the boys in blue.
Indeed, I feel like it's an understatement to say it's looking rough. I love the infest coming from the Gaunts, but they are a light unit with just 80 base HP and something like 20 in white health. They just die in a blink of an eye to the Dogs, and I think that's the difference between the two teams right now. When you look at Theory, he's going all in on the Brutes and Fiends sometimes, but not a single Gaunt out there. Whereas for Snockstar, he's pretty heavy on the Gaunts, but those, if they ever get hit by the Dogs, they're just gone.
All right. Well, I asked who was going to blink first, and it looks like it was Nina. Nina feels really confident that she's secured her position in this game. She is going to pick up that to expand on the bottom side of the map, but Snockstar also going to do the same thing. So both of these teams are going to try and step out and maybe expand this game a little bit, but I worry about that for Albino and Snockstar. They are still kind of in a rough position here, down a little bit on supply. Not by a whole lot, though. It's pretty even, but you said it yourself. Those scouts have an insane amount of damage against Gaunts with those Beryllium Claws.
And Snockstar is moving to that natural to the north. We talked about this. It's so far away, it might be tough to defend. Our army now getting isolated here. Looks like Nina is going to think twice about this, though, because Albino made a pivot into Lancers. But if this position ever gets scouted here by Theory or Nina, this is a prime target. It's just so far away. And when you have dogs with a speed buff, you can just go for a very quick run by, and it's going to be difficult for Snogstar to respond with this slow-moving army he has. Same goes for Albino. In general, now you have a very slow-moving composition for Snogstar and Albino.
Well, it's interesting here. Theory actually getting a Twilight Spire on his side of the map. I'm not sure if that's going to be for Shadow Flyers or if that's going to be for like a later game tech. I mean, there are some of those tier 3 upgrades that could be beneficial in these low economy, high tech fights. But kind of an interesting thing that we're going to have to keep an eye on there. Both players both teams, excuse me, just trying to scout each other out. We do have Albino finally taking that second base as well. It looks like it's just the Theory that has not made the expansion point just yet. So choosing to get some tech. Yeah, that is going to be for an Elder Shrine. You don't think that we're going to try and squeeze a dragon out on one base. That sounds crazy.
It really sounds crazy, but while this is happening, it looks like Theory also decided to just build up his Gaunt numbers as well. Nina is now making a pivot to the north here. Not just dogs anymore, you also have quite a lot of Exos, and given that on the opposing side you do have Lancers, you do have quite a lot of Brutes, Exos could work really well. And I mean, good luck with the Fiends against all these dogs.
Nina has been so cost efficient with all of these scouts in this game. It's remarkable the difference in position. I mean, really not a different path walked, but so much better engagement, so much better micro and control. Very, very well done. Nina's going to try and use this advantage and jump on top of this army that's a little bit exposed. We have a Shroud Stone that does get summoned here. That's going to get picked off almost immediately. These Exos are going to have to be kited. All of those scouts are infested, and some of them are getting very low on health. Meanwhile, Theory on the bottom side of the map trying to engage against the Buzzsaw Cannon, trying to knock down the position of the blue Vanguard player, and it is just a lot of chaos on the map.
I feel like Nina might have jumped the gun over here. She went in alone without the support of Theory. Theory tried to just isolate that natural on the other side of the map and try to do damage while no one was there, but so far he wasn't really able to. And you feel like the end result is that Nina got pushed back, quite some casualties, army getting beaten up, and now once again it's Theory who's isolated. And just look at the northern side of the map now for Snogstar and Albino. They are looking to dive the base of Nina and Theory.
I mean, you almost have to punish that. If Nina loses all of these scouts, it's a great opportunity for Albino and Snogstar to capitalize on it. Now, Nina does have that health tower. She is going to try and stay there as long as possible. And this army does kind of get whittled out here. The Exo's still very, very strong in the situation. She stutter steps forward. She picks off all of the gaunts, and suddenly this army falls apart. And Nina comes out the victor in this engagement.
And on the other side, look at this. Aggression is still going on here from Theory. He's been aggressing that natural. An expensive Magmadon is going to go down over here. In fact, he's just chilling out there, not even stomping all these Gaunts. And we talked about that natural being all the way up north. It's so isolated, it's so defenseless. And Snogstar and Albino know that too. It is GG, and we are going to be taken into game number 3.
Hey, that was a much different game. There is a much different game, for sure.
I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
Thank God. I had my notes that first game if we were best of 1, boys. Do you want to hear my notes?
Yeah, hit us.
Dogs. Dogs everywhere. That's about as far as I got. It's about as far as the game got. But, I mean, that one was more interesting. I don't know, I kind of felt like Dust Devil maybe offered up some more interesting gameplay later from a map design perspective, right?
I agree. The thing I liked about this map a lot was the distance between the natural and your starting base. And that makes it a little bit dicier to expand. I feel like when your natural and main are super condensed and you have like narrow choke points to hold, that kind of promotes defensive gameplay. And here, you could tell that the players were extremely aggressive just to do something in early game, because expanding towards that second base was a little bit difficult to justify. At the same time, you didn't have a lot of resource towers, so it didn't feel super snowbally. Even though you managed to win a good fight, you managed to secure quite some camps, it's not like you suddenly had a massive influx of resources that just snowballed the game.
So what I'm hearing, we've progressed, Rushy. We could do it. We can get there to the late game. We've got one more game. I'm praying for Atlas's, Hellborn's 30-minute match. Take it away.
Oh, and you know what? We're going to the map that's given us some of the best games in all of our series of this tournament, Lidicor. We're going to the Boneyard.
Okay. I'm hyped for this. I'm still hoping to see maybe a Celestial swap here, because we've seen some really good games. Especially this game number 2 was very, very fun, but I would love to see how the Celestials play into this whole mix and meta of the 2v2s.
Yeah. I'm curious to see just the state of the map and what we can gather, because we've seen Boneyard as a 1v1. Gathering the placement and the different strategies that you can put into play in the 2v2, I think will be very, very good. But first, foremost, thank you so much, guys, for sticking around. We've got our grand finals coming up just in a short while. We've got one more game here of this best of 3 2v2. We're into the Boneyard. We're going to take you there right now and introduce our 2 teams. In the bottom left, the boys in blue, it's Albino and Snockstar. And in the top right, it is Theory and Nina.
We had a really fun game number 2 here, and just looking at the map once again to start with, I feel like the features that we've discussed in game number 2 kind of stand for this map as well. You don't have a lot of these resource camps to be snowbally. You only have 2 Therium towers to work with. And while you do have a safer natural than what we've seen in the previous games, the distance between your main and natural is still pretty substantial. So I feel like in this map, we're going to see a little bit more expansion towards those naturals, but definitely not towards third bases. The third bases are just so far away from where you're probably concentrating your forces.
Well, and I like this on this map. We didn't talk about it on the previous map, but it's a unified base, right? Mm-hmm. So both players have access to help defend each other. You are going to kind of step on each other's toes a little bit, especially as you start dropping buildings in key locations. You're going to have to kind of discuss on the fly, like where are we going to wall? Where do we want to create choke points? Where do we want to defend? Those types of things are all heavy considerations when all of a sudden you have to share your bedroom with a whole other person.
And it's a big thing, especially when you look at the starting Therium. The Infernals, they use quite a lot of Therium in early mid-game, and then you of course have the Vanguard as well, and you have some critical upgrades that do require you to gather some Therium at the beginning. At the end of the day, you don't want to get into that scenario where you just, as you said, step on each other's toes and maybe just take too much and you don't leave sufficient amounts for your teammates. Those are considerations to make when you spawn right next to one another.
Now, our eagle-eyed viewers are going to notice some key differences in the resource camps around the area. You saw on the left and right-hand side of the map, usually where the Luminite Tower resides, that's actually an energy camp now. And the Siege camp, currently not present on this version of the 2v2 map. So there are differences, despite the fact the map looks and feels very reminiscent of the 1v1, that we will want to make sure to keep an eye on, because those types of interactions are going to have major implications on gameplay.
So far, neither of the teams tried to contest the camps on the opposing side of the map. By now, in the previous games, we've seen teams moving forward and just trying to take a fight while the opponents are busy taking over a camp. And while we're looking at this Therium camp being captured, I think this is something that we haven't yet had the chance to talk about. When you're playing 2v2s, you have a lot more forces going on early on. So it means that you can capture these towers a lot quicker than you can in 1v1s.
Yeah, the timings are incredibly important and different. You can't lean into your 1v1 game sense of, oh, okay, about this time I want to be getting to here. You're going to be behind your opponents so much more. You really want to be more aggressive. You're rewarded as a result. You get those resource camps, you get some positioning, but we are going to have a bit of an engagement here as both Albino and Snockstar do show up to contest this vision tower. They like it. They like this part of the map, and they want to make sure that they can keep control of it for now.
Yeah, both vision towers belong to Albino and Snockstar, so they have a lot of intel over here, but Nina is looking to flank here. I love the use of this little stealth force, just trying to loop around, try to intercept the Hexen, and it's going to be a trade between the dogs over here, but you feel like Albino and Snockstar are being trapped over here. That is a beautiful pincer.
Yeah, it was a great bait by both of the players on the right side of the map. They were able to calculate a good surround there, but through just sheer force, Albino able to get these scouts and keep them around. Snockstar is going to get a whole bunch of fiends here, and all of a sudden, the shoe's on the other foot.
Oh, boys. Albino seems to have claws already. I don't know if Nina has those, but these fights are just snowballing way too quickly in the favor of Albino, and Snockstar dog count is just looking so much better, and I feel like we might just see a repeat of game number 1 here.
Oh, yeah, this is a very quick pushback. Nina does have Aurelium Claws, but it's just not going to be enough. She's lost too many of her scouts, and now Snockstar in a very punishing position. The Luminite mine just isn't happening, so all the workers go to mine Therium instead.
Oh, no! What are you going to do with all that Therium?
Oh, that is not a resource that you want to get your hands on at this point in the game. Theory going to try and hold down the position just a little bit longer with this Shroud Stone, but as one barracks falls, Nina's production is going to completely plummet. She's not going to be able to get the reinforcements that she needs. Not to mention, she still hasn't mined any Luminite for the last 45 seconds.
This must be it here. Supply is just looking abysmal for Theory and Nina. Workers getting caught in the crossfire as well. Even the Shroud Stone is being taken out by dogs. And, you know, even if you hold this somehow, some way, your eco has suffered way too much damage. The next wave should be able to finish you off. But look at all these Gaunt's. They're still alive. They're still infecting units. And they're just picking off all these workers. Nina is down to just 2 supply, 1 supply. That must be it.
Yeah, GG is called. Very good positioning and a great push by the boys in blue to secure the prize pool here in this show match, because we were playing for what, Killer Pigeon? I think there was like $100 on the line.
$100. Yep, $100 up for grabs. Not a bad grab for a day's work. You know, considering how quick that best free was. That I reckon originally they were like, I feel a bit scammed. That was 5 minutes for $100. That was great.
Imagine us. We were just like waiting. Okay, we gotta be on standby when the semifinals finish. Hop into Costas. 5 games, boom, we're done.
I mean, you know, I started to make my notes for game 3, and you don't want to see them. They were almost the same as game 1. We got a little bit of a mix-up, but I think what's interesting to me, actually, Lidico, is when we look at the way this plays out, it was hype, it was cool. Then you sit back and you refresh it, and you go, they pretty much just built tier 1 units. And in fairness, that is true, but we also kind of had that with 1v1s, right? I want to see this meta develop, because I can't even begin to imagine how epic a late game 2v2 would be. I think we're going to need to see some of these type of things set in tournament settings so that people actually practice it and get us that late.
Yeah, it's always tricky because people have rarely played 2v2s so far. Especially these high-level competitive players. They've been focusing on playing 1v1s and practicing for tournaments. So, in a way, what we've seen here is essentially day 0 of 2v2s. And oftentimes, this is something I often highlight. The more the meta develops, the longer the games become, because players become more and more adept at dealing with these early game shenanigans that can quickly finish games.
I found it really cool as well, Rushy, the way that Boneyard changed from its 1v1 set. And, like, we were sitting in the green room, and Beowulf said it was like, this actually looks like it would be a really good 1v1 map.
Yeah, it still had a lot of the core hallmarks of the Boneyard map that we've seen so far, but in slightly different positions and different ways to control space on the map. Yeah, it gave us a slightly different feel. I'm really excited to see how we can get more of that into the map development, because given, like, gotta give props to Frost Giant here, it is an early access map. It would have been not as exciting, but it would have been understandable. Hey, we're still focused on our 1v1 and we're doing a lot here. We're going to give you this 2v2 map, but it's going to be a little copy and paste. And we got a little bit more than that. So props to them for making that a unique experience.
Yep. I mean, obviously, you know, the 3v3 system is going to be different, presumably. I think maybe later there's rumors that heroes are going to be involved in there, which I think is good, because part of the pun, it will probably make the team games a little less rough.
To be fair, just looking at how fast-paced these 2v2s are, I'm a little terrified of 3v3s. Like, the amount of chaos and madness that we could see in there, it's intimidating, but at the same time, I'm really looking forward to them, because Stormgate even in 1v1s, it's a very fast-paced and intense game. We've seen it gets even faster in 2v2s. Imagine how this game looks like in 3v3 late game.
Dude, I don't think I've got enough hours in the day to dream of just every permutation we get there. Insane. And, you know, the classic reason why I love team games so much, Rushy, it really set in when I was in Apex event. And they were talking about a game mode they're releasing. And they went, and people are going to love it because when they do something wrong, they can blame their teammate. Deep down, that's what we all want.
I was just gonna say, I was like, nope. I know the number one reason to play team games is you're never gonna make a mistake. It's always your teammate, always.
Well, with that in mind, though, we're about to head back to the perfection because we head back into the realm of 1v1s. That's right, folks. It's almost time for our grand final. Mana versus Parting. I want to get both your thoughts on this. We'll go to Litter first. Who do you think's taking it?
I gotta go with Parting. You know, it might be the obvious choice, but he's been dominating tournaments ever since the beginning. And I think one of the things I've seen is that against the laser, things started out a little slow for him, and it really seemed like he could get knocked out. In fact, to be fair, in quite a few series that he's played in recent tournaments, it felt like, oh shoot, he's gonna get knocked out over here. He's gonna get absolutely obliterated. And then he always found a way to come back, and that is something that kind of it's inspiring, and it's one of the most important skills when you play tournaments. If you're down, you gotta find a way to quickly adapt and turn things around, and he has been very good at that. At the same time, though, we've seen Mana single-handedly knocking out the Duran brothers. I'm curious about it. One thing I want to highlight, though, is that Mana hasn't played a Celestial Mirror in this event specifically, whereas Parting already did against you. So that is something that also could be interesting to take a look at. But if you ask me, I'm going to go with Parting, maybe a 4-2. Actually, best of 9, right?
I believe we're best of 7.
If 7, then I'm going to go 4-2.
It's just 7. Okay, 4-2. I respect that. Yeah, I think it's interesting, actually, because we've seen those two match up recently on LAN, right? Russia, I think it's EWC, Parting versus Mana. It was a 2-1 for Parting. Do you think we're going that way again? Are you going to back Lidder's play? Or are you going to be in the Magic Boys camp?
I still remember vividly 2018 sitting at DreamHack Austin cheering for Mana against Cyril in the grand finals. And it's the power of Protoss then. It's the control of Celestials now. And I think Mana is going to take it to Parting. Parting succeeded so well by catching all of his opponents by surprise. And I don't think Mana is going to get caught by surprise today. I think it's going to be 4-2 to my boy Mana.
He definitely looked bloody impressive, but we've got to get ready for that grand finals. Reminder, folks, we do have some cool things happening at the moment behind the scenes. We talked about our amazing title sponsor, Hrenya. But on top of that, Indigo Chili has said they're going to double contributions towards all production costs. So if you guys have got a subscription to give, you want to donate some money, they are doubling up to $1,000 so that people like me and people like my fellows over here, my wonderful lads, actually get a little bit of something for the hours we put in on and behind the scenes. So really big shout out to them. Also big shout out to Stormgate Nexus, who've been gifting subs like crazy the last few days. But it's almost time, boys. We're going to head to a short break. When we return, we will find out if Mana can be Slayer of all, or if Parting is going to send someone else to heaven to keep a laser company. It's grand finals time here in the Stormgate Nexus. Welcome back, one and all. We've got quite the treat for you. A best of 7 between two of the very best Celestials. Mana versus Parting. Bearmouth, run me through what we're expecting here, because we keep bigging up Parting, but I feel like Mana has been the growing story of this tournament.
Mana is the growing story, absolutely. Very, very good. But the story I'm looking at a little bit more here is Parting is so good against Inferno players. He's so good against Vanguard players, but he lost the round of 16 to Garnath in this matchup in the Ariel tournament. If there is a position, if there is a matchup where he has looked, I don't even want to say weak, because again, he is that good, but if he's looked vulnerable, if he's looked where there's somewhere where he can be taken down in a best of 3, a best of 5, maybe even a best of 7, I think it is this matchup. So Mana has been on the up and up. Parting maybe more vulnerable than we're used to seeing him in the Stormgate competitive environment.
That's an interesting thought, right, Nate? Because I'm still kind of vividly remembering the EWC games, because you had Parting versus Mana there. Parting did get the win, but the playstyle was, I want to say it was very reactionary. Like, I remember especially the Isle of Dread game, he played a very turtley style. He didn't come out of his base. He waited, right? Like a patient Viper waiting to strike. And it worked. But the new iteration of Mana that we're seeing, the one that has no chill, might not give that time.
It's so hard for me to guess what could possibly happen in this series, because you're 100% right, is that they're both players that can be so aggressive, and yet they've both had this moment, or especially Parting. I go back to the interview that you had with him earlier, but him saying, if I see that I can't be aggressive, if I see I'm willing to sit back and play macro and turtle up a little. Celestial Mirror has also changed so much from when it first came out, and the Morph Core shenanigans, and then the camp changes, and then I mean, how many Argents are we going to see here? I don't know. I'm kind of excited to find out, but I think I am more excited to see exactly what you're talking about. Who's going to be more cheeky in this series? It's a mirror matchup, but will they do the exact same thing? I think with these two guys, probably not.
I mean, fingers crossed. I'm hoping they mix it up. Like, God forbid we actually get an Archangel showdown, 20 of those bad boys smashing hammers in the sky, because the alternative is Argent. And I just Googled to find it. Argent means silver. I.e., if we see 7 games of Argent, our hair is going to go bloody grey. Let's find out if that's going to happen, though. Grand final showdown, Mana versus Parting. It's time to kick it off.
So maybe a ton of Argents. Maybe we go 7 games without a lick of Therium getting researched. But the other thing that we can talk about, Nate, as we get into this, get ready for this grand finals, is the fact that if there is a meta, if there is something that everyone is doing, we've seen this punished time and time again in this tournament. That's how a laser got his way into the semifinals. That's what happened, even as he was doing well in that semifinals before we eventually saw Parting make the comeback happen. If there's something that everyone is doing, well, then you know what they're going to do. So maybe there's a solution. Maybe you can make a change. Maybe there's something where you can go and play the counter build and just absolutely kneecap before anything gets started.
Yeah, and that's what I'm hoping, is that it's even though some of the comments, some of the comments even coming in from chat seem a little bleak about it, and I'm saying, but this whole tournament has kind of been the story of, you kind of maybe spank me in the first game or two with something, but then I adjust, and we see it usually flip by the end of almost every series that we've had. So I'm right there with you, and to get the grand final started off in the bottom left, we have the blue Celestial player. He is Mana.
That he is in the upper right. Hey, it's a Celestial Mirror. We've been talking about it. Taking that natural collection array. Again, one of the best, if not the best, Stormgate players in the world right now for Aftermath. It's Parting. And Nate, I mean, again, this is how you want to open up, right? You go, you put your Sovereign's Watch, you take the first health camp. And I don't think we're going to see anything that weird on Titan's Causeway, right? It's map 1. It's a best of 7 finals. You lose a map here, honestly, like, who really cares, right? You're just getting yourself set up. So play the meta, play the standard game, see how your opponent, like, feel your opponent out, and then maybe you start to do something a little bit different. Maybe you start to get this read on people. But, you know, even as I say that, we're not seeing that creeping from Parting as much. Yes, you know, he's taking some damage, he's taking the speed camp, but he's already playing this game. I think he's taking a proxy set, or proxy third collection array bottom right, playing this very differently from any other Celestial player we've seen in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think the blue, I think that is Mana. So we've seen him play very proxy economy throughout almost all of the games that we've had out of him too, which has been fun to note. And I think what's really interesting about this again is, while we talk about how in the early stages of any game, realistically it's 1 month, right? It's been 1 month since Stormgate early access, so you've only had so much time and so many things have changed. People stick to what's tried and true, what works on the ladder, and that kind of shapes the opinion or the perspective. But these are both people that take a really cerebral approach to the game and figuring out, the little things that they can, for lack of better words, abuse or really try to own in on and use that and leverage it against the opponent for the win. So I'm hoping that we still see a little bit of that, maybe something wild we haven't maybe considered. But that being said, seeing Mana play for the stretched economy early on, he's kind of already giving himself space if this game gets wild later on.
Yeah, I also think it's really interesting. So I talked to a decent amount of high-level Stormgate players. They're pretty cool people, and I was talking to them about Celestial and how the faction's feeling right now. And Parting, they're saying, look, Mana is a great macro. Look, Parting's great, right? He's got these timings, he's got these builds. Yeah, there's a reason he's got like 3 accounts in the top 10, like 5 in the top 20. But Mana is the best macro Celestial player in the game. He understands how to power this macro engine in a way that Parting apparently is not quite as good at, to the point where apparently at that EWC tournament, Parting was complaining about how, Celestial needs some macro help. It's not very good right now. And he turns to Mana and says, hey, look, back me up here, Mana. Is this true? And Mana's like, we got issues, but it's not macro. Like, our macro is fine. It's pretty good. So now it's interesting seeing this come true in this setup. We have Mana again playing that more macro opening, taking that quick third base. It's a more aggressive setup from Parting. It's double collection array, taking the speed camp. So defensive macro play versus crazy aggressive play. On Titan's Causeway, probably more for the aggressive player, but on a best of 7, I'm really excited to see how this thing's going to play out.
Yeah, the way that Mana has constructed his infrastructure, he is playing his spawn. His main is that bottom center base, so it's more or less the least accessible one for Parting, and he is going to go up into that main. The collection array is there with a single prism, but it's so bizarre. He's diving inside of Parting's base at the same time. We see the Argents immediately begin to trade. The Sovereign's Watch is running in Parting's natural, but for the main base, or the originals, the starting base of Mana, there's not too much for him to really kill. So he's just going to give this up and choose not to contest it just yet. He has more forces in that new base in the bottom middle, holding it down instead.
Yeah, the problem is he does lose a prism as well. It's like, okay, maybe the collection array doesn't die, but you can run the prism away fine. Like, that's great. That's exactly what you want to do. So for now, Mana, he's going to go try to intercept these Argents. Gets one that's just leading a little bit here. And if he can get a couple more, again, so Argent fights are weird. They're hard to read because on the one hand, it's, more units beat less units, Nate. Absolutely. But also it's more energy beats less energy. So you want those empowered shots. So you want to go make sure that you have... They're not always the easiest thing to figure out, but at the end of the day, the story here is Mana was caught on the other side of the map. He went for this greedy opening, and now he's lost his first collection array. So despite everything, Mana is the one that, well, the economies are equal, I guess is a better way to say that. Mana he gets a little bit of a lead. We saw that supply lead slightly, but it goes away, and he doesn't really get the benefit of this early greed.
Yeah, it turns into a very bizarre situation. He's got another huge push up here. I was going to say Parting has a lot of prisms as well, so being able to hold on to that is one of the things that keeps that economy in a good place for him, bringing his Argents back. And Mana focusing down a prism, it looks like, but he's trying to body block him and prevent his Argents from even being able to leave Parting's base, or at least try to slowly trickle them out. There we go, repositions the wall. He blows the door open and continues to back off. But it's like you were saying, it's not just the same units, but that energy is such a crucial factor too. And for Mana, those batteries are not, those power banks are not charging him.
No, they're not. He was targeting down the collection rate, trying to, say, look, Party, you got one of mine. I'll take one of yours. I'll still be up one. That's great. Problem was, Parting was at green energy, so there's HP regen on these structures, and they were not dying all that quickly. Parting did a great job of just punishing that. All those power batteries, so many of them surged up. All that, just again, the healing from the Arc Ship, all that put together means that Mana was really going to struggle to go and make that fight work out for him. But he does have this healing camp now, and that is going to work out fairly nice for him. Again, we talked about the power and how much damage these Argents can do. But also, maybe you do less damage, but if you take less damage too effectively with this healing, that can work out fairly nice. Another Sovereign's Watch goes down now. No healing again coming out of these structures, but that doesn't matter. Mana's not really targeting that down right now. He's just trying to find this concave. And for the moment, it kind of seems like it's working out for him.
I mean, the nice part for Mana, like you said, just having any sort of passive regeneration that doesn't cost a resource at this point is something that he's going to be really happy to have. The camp on the west side wasn't taken, but the Arc ship showing up now, and he's not giving up on this. He seems pretty committed that this has to be the way to make it reach its conclusion. There's still a little bit more power on the banks further deep inside of Parting's base, though, so we can continue to retreat. And now we're seeing the Blast Node come into play, and at least forcing that counter micro is going to make taking these shots tougher and tougher. I think Mana's push is starting to run a little bit out of steam. Actually, 2 of the Argents get caught by the respawning health camp. They're stuck.
Oh, no, that was the entire point of Mana's push, right? I'm going to hold the health camp. You can't defend it. And as soon as that health camp goes down, it's a problem. And by the way, Parting went to tier 2 very quickly. Purify is so important in these Argent fights. Getting that ability to go and just instantly take the creep camp is so important. So Mana goes, he senses victory. He's like, I got to run in. And then immediately the creep camp respawns, and that is not all that great for him. And again, there's no arc station. He does not have Purify. He doesn't have something that can go and give him a bunch of power back to his units. That goes and removes a bunch of energy from his opponent's units. That's not on the table. So it means the next fight that Mana looks to take, not only is he going to have less Argents right now, he's not going to have that big power battery on top of everything. And these Argents of Parting are just going to be that much stronger.
Yeah, Parting also has photo restoration as well for the Argent, so he's got a little bit more micro capabilities, but also just the energy in general is going to become less and less of a factor as these battles drag on, because you've aptly pointed it out, Theomolf, but Mana, he's taking camps and dumping all of his resources into this push, but there's not the investment behind it into further tech. There's not the commitment to other bases or expansions. It is just trying to make this push work in this game, and it feels like it is continuing to just run out of steam.
Yeah, at a certain point, Parting, he realized that, yeah, I have to hold on here. So yes, you got the healing camp, fantastic. I have an arc ship or an arc station at this point that's getting a ton of energy back. I have a bunch of healing cells that I can drop on my units. Is it as good as a healing camp? No. But all these power batteries mean that my units, yeah, they may take a little more damage, but they're going to do so much more damage in these prolonged fights. Again, Purify as well on top of this. Mana's now trying to push in, but at this point, I just don't think... Yeah, it's not going to happen. Parting, he finds the opening, holds on well enough. The blast nodes were super clutch as well. And game 1, we talked about, is CVC, is the Celestial Mirror, is this Parting's weak spot? Game 1, answer is absolutely not.
No, I mean, he did it was a really good job holding on there. And Mana's strategy, right? Let's just take another look at that. He goes into the lower middle and just builds everything there. And he sends the super fast core to the bottom right. And for better or worse, like Parting even now never knew in a way. Like if this game doesn't turn into something where that trade happens, where Mana pushes him right as Parting backstabs him, and he ends up with 3 collection arrays versus 2, I can kind of get where this siege up works. But particularly when the Prism died too, and the collection array, then Parting had 4 prisms on the naturals, so it's not like there was anything Mana could leverage against him from that point anymore, except his position. So it was crazy, but a fun start to the match, and at least to get to see both players take a different approach to it, even though it is a mirror.
Yeah, and I think that build works if Parting doesn't just go immediately across the map, what 4 or 5 minutes in, and just snipes his opponent's main. It's like, great! So each collection array is about half a base. Technically, if you want to really match, get a full saturation, is 4 prisms and a collection array, but still 3 collection arrays is a lot of money, right? So I'm just going to I'm going to snipe one of my opponent's bases, and all of a sudden, this economic lead that Mana is trying to use to go power this all in, again, he didn't mine any Ethereum, right? This wasn't all in off this, no tech off this. Well, if you lose a third of your income, you don't have that power to go and just kind of shove through. You can't build as many Argents, you can't build as many creation chambers. And that means that as we move into game 2 with Boneyard being ready for that second game, well, back to the drawing board. The idea was cool. It did not work, Nate.
Yeah, if anything, if you have a takeaway from watching Mana play today, it's that as a Celestial, you really can just send your prisms to a lot of random places. Your opponent will just never find them. So have fun with that. Live your best life and have a good time with it. But that's something that I've learned here from him. It's been super fun to watch. I think the colors swapped going into this one. So Parting in the blue on the bottom and Mana in the red on the top, as they both move out. And of course, this is the map where the first camp choice is pretty obvious too.
Oh yeah. Also, again, small optimizations though, right? So we see that morph core that you get at the start of the game. It does a little damage to ground. It's not a ton, but it does some. So you make sure that you optimize the damage. Morph core gets very low, and then you take your collection array. And once the collection array gets started, you drop Sovereign's Watch, and it's just the minor efficiencies that mean that instead of taking 5 of the 6 or 4 of the 6 creeps, you get 5 of the 6 creeps, and you get that 20 more Luminite, which may not sound like a lot, but it speeds up your second creation chamber by that much more. And at these high levels, again, parting 3 accounts in the top 10 of ladder, very, very good. Mana as well. Those tiny little adaptations, those tiny little efficiencies can turn into much bigger advantages at 5 minutes, at 10 minutes, as the macro continues to grow and they continue to get bigger on the map.
Yeah, and these little decisions that they make too, right? We have the low ground, power bank, and creation chamber for mana. He wants to have that position for the production to come out. It is actually it's getting started as well now on the low ground for parting, so we're seeing them both follow that flow. And I think that for this game, then it means that mana is the one that's kind of taking the more responsible. I'm gonna be respectful of what just happened. I recognize that if I try and do something greedy like that into a big push, you are gonna punish me. So goes back towards something that we view as a little bit more tried and true for the Celestial matchup. Would you say, Bayo?
Yeah, the one thing, absolutely. The one thing I'm looking at here is I'm really curious. So Boneyard is a map that we've gotten by far the best games of this tournament on. I mean, we had a Laser Percival game 3. We had the Laser Parting on this map. It was awesome. But the thing that makes this map really interesting, and actually it looks like Mana's going to try to take advantage of it right now, is that there are a couple high ground positions that you don't really get access to all that easily. Getting Argents up onto the high ground doesn't really work out all that well. So you can be greedy with it. You can go and put a Morph Core there, put a Creation Chamber down, and up until the point where there's maybe a Star Forge or something that allows you to build flying units, it's very hard to contest. So Mana's taking advantage of that, absolutely. Parting, though, not really. He's just, we talked about macro versus aggression. Parting's just running across the map. He's like, I got Argents, let's party.
I mean, he gets 2 power banks potentially quite quickly here. The second one is running low, but he's defended it so far, and we see that energy dip into the red for mana. So you don't want to get caught in a situation where you can't take the proper actions to defend the attack here. And he does manage to get back up into the yellow. He's got the Sovereign's Watch too, and having that position right there in front of everything is very nice, right? You're controlling a lot of space. You're telling him if he wants to make any kind of harasser assault, he's going to have to go way around the outside, but that's still a lot of Argents for parting, and he has the vision to see that the unit count is still something he could try to take advantage of, but again, those Argents for mana get juiced up, and he knows the energy for him is a little bit lower.
Yeah, not only, again, those power banks, massive deal in this game, but also, again, the ability, that spell that the Archship has that goes, and as long as you're not taking damage, heals up Argents almost back up to full. So it's a massive force multiplier. Yeah, Parting showed up with like 2 more Argents, but if damage on his units was sticking, I mean, he does have the health camp, but half an HP per second is not the most relevant thing when we're talking about damage sticking in the fight. If his damage is not sticking, and Mana's damage is, it's just not a fight that you can easily take. So Parting backs up, there's an energy camp, and this is actually super important for Celestials in particular, because so many of their units really rely on energy to make their abilities useful. We see the empowered shots from the Argents, Seraphim move faster when they have power, Scythes they take no damage when they have power, when they have energy. It's a super important camp to take. So Parting gets that's going to empower his fights maybe a little bit more, and Mana, he's greedy boy, right? we got more money on the way, more Illuminite camps, more expansions.
Yeah, that's the expectation from him. He's been big on the money this weekend. Lots of clever. I don't want to be as dismissive as to say greedy, but lots of clever greed. The way that he's employed the economy here, and Parting is going to clear out the Luminite camp on the west side. So both of them, we are getting to that macro kind of power up phase almost, is what it feels like. Even though I think everybody still kind of has in the back of their mind, yeah, Argents, lots of Argents still. We are getting to some stable pacing that maybe 1 or 2 skirmishes away from seeing a little bit of tech up here.
I mean, I putting this out here, Mana is actively, he's got a Prism on Therium. We are seeing, it's crazy, right? But people are mining more than just Luminite at this point. Mana can get away with it, right? Because he has this base on the north side, this collection array on the high ground that Parting is not aware of. He's got his actually 4th base on the way now. So if you're just up that far in Luminite mining on your opponent, what that means is, yeah, you can go and you can send a Prism to go mine some Therium to start to tech up a little bit, to maybe get photo restoration and make your Argents that much faster, make sure they regenerate that much faster, to go into Arc Station, have Purify, and just not tech up a ton, but tech up enough.
Yeah, and I think that's something that would definitely be an interesting twist if we see what happens. Right, this is the crucible under which the players are going to forge the meta of the game. We were in the grand finals. If it's going to be something we haven't seen before, this is where it would pop out. Now, Mana's kind of pulling Parting's army through the middle of the map. He has a huge Argent squad going through the south side. However, he's going to just target straight down that collection array. Chasing it, there is the liftoff, but I think he's got enough firepower here to clear it out, and so he shall, as well as a Prism. And as the army retreats to clear that out, Bayo, he pushes the South Vision Tower and tries to make a push through the Blast Node, gets one of those, and is taking a little bit of a trade against some choked up Argents and Partings.
Yeah, importantly as well, that Purify goes down. I think it's Mana's Purify as well. So he's just getting that much more energy into this fight, which means that, yeah, yes, there are power banks there, but he's getting something done. Parting got an Animancer. And I don't know if this is for Dark Prophecy trying to go, it doesn't matter. It's just going to get sniped down here immediately. But at the very least, Animancers conceptually are really cool into this fight, because their basic channel, yes, they just have an attack that fights, but their basic channel attack, it goes and steals energy, and it steals HP from your opponent, and it gives it to everyone around you. So what that means is you can go and, like, again, the most important part about these fights is the energy differential. Can you go and have more energy than your opponent, get more empowered shots than your opponent? And if you have this channeled ability that steals that power from Mana and gives it to Parting, that's actually a really interesting idea.
I love this. They were trying to contest to see who would take the first shot on the camp so that the other one could steal it. And then it turns into Dark Prophecy try to actually force the fight there. And Parting gets a couple of decent shots up. But Mana reinforcements arriving now. We see that purification you were talking about coming up once again here. And Parting will be able to retreat. So the collection array was popped. He's tried to move into some higher tech. But is Mana going to be able to overwhelm him here with just this mass Argent shove?
Yeah, I don't know, right? Because, again, we saw how powerful that Dark Prophecy was. Did it kill all the Argents? No, it didn't, but it slowed them down. It denied their concave. It did a lot of damage, which ship damage matters a lot in this context, especially with these blast nodes firing away. And as more Animancers get added into this game, those Dark Prophecies are going to be really good. And this time it's positioned much better. So unlike those previous fights where Mana was able to go and just snipe down the Animancers and find all that value and just deny the Dark Prophecy, this time that was a full channel. That was a full Dark Prophecy cast. And Mana, at this point, he's going to have to go back to the drawing board, go maybe macro up a little bit more. But this attack no longer is going to work out.
It's really nice. We start to see a little bit of variety in the unit composition. Those Animancers have a clear role. It's a little bit tricky to get them out when the economy scale is all about getting as many Argents as possible. But when you can see a few of them mixed in, you can see where that potential comes from. And look at the precast on the ramp. It's just expecting Mana to run up the ramp through this. So trying to have some sort of zoning going ahead of time. Gets the clear and we'll be on the retreat now. But of course, the other side too is the speed there. And okay, there you go. Use the Unseen Veil. Just try to get a little bit of escape. And there, I mean, how often do we get to see that in Celestial Mirror?
Yeah, Parting actually uses this really we actually saw Mana use this really nicely as well in that semifinals. It's like, God, these prophecies are starting to really cause some problems, but also it's a nice concave and there's not a lot of Argents here. But again, also because that Arc Station went down, the Purify is available for Parting. It is not for Mana. Even as we say that, even as everything is happening, Mana almost pushes through, but man, that slow, that prophecy, Purify on top, Parting having energy that Mana does not have, means at the end of the day, Mana has to back up, play under his own static defense. But again, at this point, with those arc ships being gone, I mean, Mana's making a couple more, but they're not there yet. And certainly any sort of arc station is way far away.
The Animancers have been absolutely filthy in these fights too. You can really see the pacing even as they run out of energy, the damage on all of those ones trying to approach. One of them gets fried on the outside, but he's done some really good. Start it up, cancel it, step back. The energy juggling, he's not leaving them exposed. And the way that he's swinging these fights, even with these full energy Argent's coming up for mana, it still just hasn't been enough to overcome the AoE that he's been able to work in, which, and we talk about it's difficult to squeeze out other units. The Argent is really strong, but there are a couple of ways that we're seeing through this game right here that you can really reduce the effectiveness of just massing and pushing with them. Goes for the focus on the collection array. Now, I think that's that channel you were talking about, so just siphoning out on the Argent to fuel up the rest, and that's a cleared out base for parting.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So we saw this Boneyard map. Game number 2, again, Mana is dead here. He's going to hold on a little bit longer because, maybe there's a comeback. This is the grand finals, but he is dead here. Make no mistake about it. But it's interesting because we saw 2 players playing pretty greedy. Parting, in fact, was down on 2 bases for a little bit, but the moment he realized that this map was not going to be pure Argent spam versus pure Argent spam, he actually starts mining a ton of Therium. He goes, drops a Therium Purifier on that, the Therium node on the left side, starts to get a lot of that. And instead of just saying, okay, well, I'm going to mine just enough to get an Arc Station, I'm going to mine not even a Therium Purifier, puts his Arc Station there. I'm not going to do just enough for Photo Restoration and Therium Purifier. I'm going to get up to Animancers, and that splash damage, that slow, yeah, you're not mining as much Illuminite, but these Animancers are such force multipliers that Mana was, again, he took the wrong greedy path, it looks like, in this game number 2. And again, best of 7, Nate. We have more opportunities. Mana has been very good at developing into these series. But as of right now, Parting's idea about how he wants to play this seems to be that much better.
Yeah, to me, the most interesting part about this is you have to wonder on some level if Mana sees this and he thinks to himself, oh, Parting will play this kind of game with me. So if we get into this state, maybe I can try to get Animancers too. But I also think too that for Parting's like, oh, he's just being greedy and throwing lots of basic units. So he's gone back to the way he described handling a similar situation earlier in his other match, right? He's like, I'm just gonna be more macro focused. It's like if I have to turtle to win, that's what I'm gonna do. And we see that turn into the Animancers being able to get those Dark Prophecies. It's so sick too, because the way that unit works, it has to channel it, right? So there's like a risk to have that space denial happening, and the way that he's able to get multiple of those off without them being caught is just, that's the difference maker to get the dub.
Yeah, that it is. And again, we're going to move into another big map, though, as we get ready for Game 3, Nate. Again, I think Boneyard is probably the best map that we have in the current pool. We've just had so many interesting games on it. But Isle of Dread is big. And importantly, though, on this map, there are 4 camps in the middle of the map. This nice big X kind of right in the middle. There are a couple resource camps, a couple healing camps. And that is a position where we do tend to see players really fight over, because having access to that healing camp, super important, but it's pretty exposed. So do we see, again, we've seen, actually, to take a page out of Killer Pigeon, Mana's been attacking every single time, Nate. He's been the one that's been getting aggressive, trying to lean into this. And, well, it hasn't really worked out. And we talked about this at the start of the game. Mana's the macro guy, Parting's the aggressive guy. I think you kind of touched on this, but is this the point we start to see that start to swap, like that idea, those identities start to maybe appear a little more?
That's what I think made it so hard when we were talking with KP about this earlier, because on any given day, if I saw either of these players in a match against anybody else and they cheesed every single game in a row, I would be like, I could see Mana doing that. Oh, I could see Parting doing that. That's within their wheelhouse to be like that. But Parting has, Parting is almost too damn responsible. Bale, that's what I'm gonna say. He's not going as unhinged or off the rails. He's really focused. I feel like that's the energy he's giving off here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, this is a grand finals here. This is not a $100,000 tournament, but the prize pool, we're a $2,000 tournament plus whatever people have gone and donated on into Match Reno. I haven't had a chance to check today, but it is growing a little bit. So yeah, we're gonna lock into this grand finals. You do make sure you do want to win. The one thing I'm paying attention to on top of everything else, and yeah, it's not gonna happen on this map, but we've seen some like one base scythe ideas in this matchup. Now, again, I think Isle of Dread with the speed camp as accessible as it is going to be very hard to pull that off. Multiple access points to go and snipe collection arrays with Argents. Probably not this map. But do we see a map where this Argent opening is something that changes around a little bit? Or was that just something where it's like, this is the NA meta, and the Europeans and the Koreans, they have a better idea about how to play this game?
It is a good question. With how open it is, I think about how all of those fights happened around the chokes, and especially where the Animancer kind of gains that efficiency fighting around the vision camps, and the choke points there obviously Dark Prophecy is going to be great, but Isle of Dread is pretty open, and at some point down the line, as you mentioned, the speed camp is a big change up now, so that mobility becomes even much more of an issue. I feel like we'll probably see more Argents just without the choke points to increase the value of the AoE. I don't know where else they go, but I hope to see a mix up either way.
Yeah, again, I think the fun thing about this, right? So again, Stormgate, we talked about it a lot, but still worth pointing out. Stormgate is a month out into early access, and yeah, there have been different play tests, but every single time there's a new build, tons of things change. And in fact, well, we've had 2 balance patches since that early access started, and things change dramatically after every single balance patch as well. So this is a game that is very, very new. These styles, these strategies, these players, they got a couple hundred games on ladder on the current patch. They got, maybe a couple hundred hours in the game. But this is not something that's been around for 14 years. We're seeing metas develop. We're seeing players learn how to play against each other, play in these longer extended series as they continue. So yeah, I'm with you, Nate. Maybe not on this map. Maybe the speed camp is too strong, but I think we will see more. But for now, speed camp and a health camp. And actually, I think this is really interesting. Look at what Parting is doing here. His arc station, or his arc ship, is so far forward. That's going to enable the Morph Core to go forward. And I think, well, this just unlocks a lot of aggression, right? Creation chambers likely are going to go down, and, well, then things get hot, get spicy.
There's the creation chamber right outside the West Luminite Tower, and he clears that up. And I agree with you too. It's fascinating to see that volatility, the meta of the game completely changing. There was the first public test for Stormgate way back in February. Celestial wasn't even in the game. People still thought it might be anime catgirls for all they knew. So the speed at which things change, and then we end up seeing them, and it's like, oh, they have lasers. Are they like this? No. Their whole base just moves around. It's kind of more like a crawling jungler, really, than an RTS like base that sits there. You go around, you leave things at key areas for objectives, and you kind of control space with everything. And it's been fun to watch. Seeing how a mirror matchup of that plays out has been crazy. But I'm not surprised we see it at this kind of stage, though, because it's people figuring out something that's never really existed before.
Man, look at how they're splitting the map, by the way. So Parting's got like the left side of the middle, and Mana's got the right side of the middle. And who wins? I don't know, but it seems like for now, Parting does have a little bit of first movers advantage, right? He's got these Argents on the other side. They're not actually doing anything just yet, but he has pole position on that natural of Mana. And more importantly, this is a double collection array out of Mana. So Parting's able to snipe both of these. That is a problem. And Mana is, again, woefully out of position. He's going to get on top of the power battery. He's going to go and start to knock down some of the production, maybe. But if Mana loses both collection arrays here, his economy, he has to get something done here. His economy is going to be in the Stone Age.
Yeah, gutted by about 66%, right? Losing that. Now, Mana is going for the same trade on the other side. Sovereign's Watch was popped on it, so he's taking out a collection array. He does have a rather large number of Argents, so I think the other one he's going to be able to focus down as well. So it's a brutal base trade-esque type situation. We've traded at the majority of each other's economies. We are inside of each other's bases with a pretty substantial amount of forces. Mana seems to have a couple more Argents in terms of being right in his face, but the energy is still up there for Parting. He's trying to play around the speed camp boost to avoid him, and I don't know what you make of this, but Parting is also on top of the last is that the last collection array for Mana now in the bottom left? Yeah, so
that is so man, Parting, I forget who he was playing. Parting played a game on this map a couple weeks ago on Isle of Dread, right, where he was playing Infernal, and he had every single collection array sniped. It's like, okay, he's dead. But he took enough on the vision off the different camps on the map that gave him enough money to go and build another collection array, and he was able to get another one up, and it took him like 10 minutes, but he was able to actually go and come back into this game. So Mana, again, he's lost all his collection arrays. He does have some prisms available, and by the way, he's going to be able to snipe theoretically Parting. Parting was very quick on folding this collection array up. I don't think it matters. I think it's still dead. Oh, okay, drops the scan. Okay, we're good. And now there's no income. I don't know that we're able to mine all that much, and that means that Parting, the fact that he's up 15 supply is such a big deal. Actually, no, he does have income. Okay, actually, there is a creation chamber on that middle map base, and that is something that Mana does not have.
Bayo, when I hear words like no income, I have to ask you a question. I know you've played a lot more Celestial than I have. I can guarantee that. So I have to ask you, is the corner of the map unreachable by air on this map? And does the arc ship count for the elimination? Is Is this can Celestial turn into like a draw situation here without the collection array, or does the
So,
arc?
I actually don't know. I have not played a lot of Celestial either. But what I will tell you is these towers count as buildings. These towers count as buildings for a base trade.
Okay.
So I have lost a game. I've lost games, or I lost once because I didn't know about this, where I killed his structures and he killed mine. But I killed his structures first. I'm like, great, I won the game. And then he capped my last camp. Or no, sorry, I didn't cap his camp. He had one camp remaining. He killed my last structure after I killed all of his, and I lost the game. So, you know, that's probably not going to happen in this game.
Okay.
But, you know, there is that as well.
Hey, we're uncharted waters, right? Or slightly charted. Maybe charted once. Not sure if result is repeatable, but Parting is just going to collapse on top of Mana's army. He's going to chew it all up. He's not in the corner of the map hiding. Everything is not quite as insane as I made it seem like it could be, but we have this fight, and I think with what Parting has, yeah, there's not too much he can really do to shut this down anymore.
Yeah, I think the other thing we talk about, oh, might this go to a draw? Can you float the arc ship into the corner? Not really, right? Because if you win the ground battle, as Parting wins this game, goes up 3-0 in the finals, if you win this ground battle, even if you don't have income, right? As long as you have enough army, you can go and take the respawn camps, and that allows you to go get a morph core, which you would then go and
yeah, you know,
get a little more money and build sides
totally
eventually.
Different.
Yeah.
I only asked that question because my first thought is, I'm like, oh, nobody's mining anymore. What is the craziest thing that can happen? And you're like, you know, Bayo, you remind me that there is technically infinite money as long as you have units that can kill camps. So I think, yeah, we don't have to worry about that. Thank you. That's off my mind now.
I mean, it is cool, right? Like, do we get a draw? Draws are, when they are rare, we don't get a ton of them. Draws are a nice joie de vivre, right? They're a spice of life. Now, when you have a 65-minute game where a player could win and then they eventually go to a draw and have to replay, that gets a little bit more painful, but that's not going to happen in this series. Nate, we're now on tournament point. Parting has had a harder run, arguably, sure, fine. But I was really looking at this and thinking that this might be a setup where Parting is vulnerable. Mana's looked very good. But as of right now, everything Mana has shown at him, proxy bases, hidden bases, aggressive plays, macro plays that maybe aren't macro quite enough, I don't know. None of it stuck. None of it has really worked. And Parting, well, we talked about Argents. He gets silver swords. He's deflected one at every single turn.
He's yeah. I really don't have words for it, but Parting has just come in just completely at the top of his game in this series. Everything has been super crisp. Mana has matched him in some ways and brought it to him in some ways, but Parting doesn't need a second game to adjust. That's the difference. Is Parting can adjust inside of the same game and recognize what he needs to do to turn it around, and he just has that processing going faster than the other players in a way that's just awesome to see. He's shown us some mix-ups for CVC today, and if he crushes it like he has the potential to do here, then it's just another reminder that well, he's, you know, that consistency is still something that's kind of incredible, even as much as the game continues to change with each update.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, he has been the best player. Well, maybe Kiwin was the best player of the pre-alpha, but he's been the best player of the alpha and the alpha and the beta and the beta, and he won the EGC TV tournaments. And yeah, sure, there are people fighting him. There are people contesting him now that we're in early access. Probe won the Tasteless TV event. A Laser took him down 3-0 in that lower bracket. You know, he lost to the round of 16 to Garnath in the Ariel tournament. There are people that can hold a candle to him, but consistently, time after time, we look at these events, and if Parting's not in the grand finals, we're a little bit confused. We're a little bit surprised. And, well, you know, this also means that Mana has the opportunity to do the coolest thing ever. Maybe not the funniest thing ever. He can go reverse sweep. I like his ideas. They're cool. They are playing counter to the meta 10%. Maybe to beat Parting, you got to go 15. I mean, maybe you got to go 20%. Maybe you got to go 30% off meta and really throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that with Mana trying to mix it up with the way this has gone, a lot of it still just turns into we're both running into each other's base at the same time, sniping the collection arrays. So if Mana doesn't have that in the back of his mind with whatever he's cooking up, then I think he probably just tries to do something like he has been. But yeah, the opportunity for him is huge, and I mean, you can never be disappointed with Parting though. And I actually throw Mana in there as well because they both give great interviews and they're both pretty funny. I liked. I think the first thing Mana said when he qualified for the grand final was, he's like, "Oh, you're just straight into asking me about the games." He's like, "I thought we were gonna have a little play. You know, you're gonna be like, oh, hey, how are you? How has the tournament been for?" He's like, well, okay, we can get to brass tacks. And I think that, you know, these are guys that they enjoy being able to be a part of these new spaces and help make this stuff happen and figure out the game. So,
which is extra funny because I believe the first question Killer Pigeon asked was asking about Mana's ice cream flavors. So, you know, that is true. I don't know who has better ice cream, whether it's Mana or Parting. But I do know Secluded Grove, again, is map 4. We're going to get Nate in there. There we go. And we are just now getting ready into what is perhaps the last series. The last game of this tournament. We've had awesome games. The semifinals, by the way, were fantastic. And I can't even be upset. You know, we're up 3-0. This might be a 4-0 grand finals. There's this story in a bunch of, like, where the semifinals are good, Nate, the grand finals are not good. But these, I mean, even when we talk about, Argent supremacy, these grand finals have been fascinating to watch, to see how the meta is developing, see how everything's turning out. But Nate, it's the 4th game. What do you want to see out of Mana? How does he adapt? How does he respond?
Oh, I have absolutely no idea. It's really, really tricky. When I close my eyes and I make a wish for this match, Bayo, I see a little bit of that Boneyard game, and I feel like that has been the energy for a lot of this tournament, has been that Boneyard gives us these wild games, and this one is a little still more on the traditional side, but that rush distance also, you know, a factor as well. And seeing the Animancers come into play, seeing a little bit of that control, the back and forth, that does get me excited. I assume that we'll probably have a lot of Argents made in this game, so I guess what I'd like to see then is for them to just push each other to the limit and Mana to maybe squeeze one out, keep us going a little bit here, but maybe force Parting to do something a little different down the line.
Yeah, it's interesting. We talked about Secluded Grove as well, and that is conceptually a map that is very strong for, I mean, this is Celestial Mirror, but very strong for Celestials, right? Because you just float over the Secluded Grove, drop a bunch of collection arrays everywhere, and just start to mine a ton, get double Therium if you need to. But also, again, Celestial Mirror, so it's not like you really need a ton of Therium super early. It's not like you have flying advantage over your opponent. But what's also kind of cool, again, so we have these setups. Mana's playing more towards the middle, really, I guess, focusing on the vision camp above everything else. And Parting, well, again, the healing camp is probably the most important on this map. Again, there's no speed camp, so getting that little bit of extra HP regen can be really solid. As it stands, though, we had Sovereign's Watch. Absolutely, we do have that collection array a little bit further south of him. But there's no production out of Parting right now. I don't see a single creation chamber on the map. He's going to try to take this base down eventually with Morph Cores, but he's a greedy boy into this game number 4.
Yeah, and it's, hey, I when I look at the mini map and it doesn't look like they're both doing the exact same thing, that is what gets my blood pumping a little bit more. So Mana setting up his position in the center of the map, and you know, you're talking about going over the Secluded Grove. Of course, those resources are all right there. Now, what's really interesting is, so Parting he puts his infrastructure on the west side of the trees from that south base that he's set up at, and he's more or less just left the collection array in the starting position in the starting natural, but he's on 3 arrays, and he is positioning himself to go for that center base right next to Mana's base.
You know, if we think Mana's the greedy player and Parting's the aggressive player, you might as well look. Parting can afford to do something weird in this game. He's up 3-0. He's looked very, very good. You talk about production in the center. Well, that, again, you have this safe third base. He's on 4 collection arrays now. You have this safe third base that's kind of hard to put pressure on, but you still have these creation chambers in the center. And what that means is that you're able to go, and again, you're able to actually have production on the map and contest the rest of the map while your mining is safe. Now, how does Mana respond to this? He's on, what is he on? 2 creation chamber or 2 collection arrays right now, I think, thinking about not even getting a third one. Parting right now, Mana has a big supply lead. He's building more Argents. His economy is not as strong, which means he can build more stuff. You give Parting like 2 minutes. You give him 3 minutes. You let all this production start to get ready. And Parting is going to outgrow Mana in the... He's opening up the center, but Parting's already taken it. What is this?
They basically both built their bases right next to each other for the same thing. And what's fascinating, too, is over a long trade in this position, there's no heal camp for mana, so we're fighting with a lot of the same units, and if the unit counts remain similar, Parting's a little choked up. I think he's maybe dropped 1 or 2 more here so far, but just having that bit of extra sustain over time for the trade could end up working out well for Parting too. Keep in mind, once that economy kicks in, 4 collection arrays, like you mentioned, is absolutely nothing to scoff at. Continuing to pull back here, and has that arc ship up front, trying to give that heal you were discussing earlier, and another power bank booting here. This is okay. Is this peak Celestial versus Celestial right now? Is that what I'm getting here, Bayo?
You know, this you may not like it, but this is absolutely what peak Celestial versus Celestial looks like. And again, we look at the setup, and right now Mana's up 11 supply. Like, okay, Mana's in a great spot. You have to remember, Parting has 4 bases. He is mining so much more, and this gap is already closing. It was 11, now it's 9. He's going to build more creation chambers. He's going to be able to build more of these power banks, and eventually he's going to be able to go, and there we go, 7. He's eventually going to be able to go and out macro this. He's not trying to win the game with some massive fight right now. He's just trying to make sure his trades are at the most even, because the money is so much better, and the trades are even better than even right now. He's totally reset the supply at this point. More Argents are going to show up. Mana has been absolutely bamboozled in this game number 4. We talked about understandings of Celestial macro, and maybe that's something that Mana has better, but this matchup right now, Nate, is something that Parting is dominating. We had some close games, but this one is not even close.
Parting is demonstrating just a mastery and an understanding that I feel like we're just not on that level yet. He understood how to make things happen that we didn't think could happen. And every situation that's presented itself, no matter how clever Mana has played to overcome quite a bit of adversity in this tournament through all the different struggles and very close matches on the way here, Parting just did not have that difficulty at all. Mana says, hello, your Argents are better. I mean, they are healing for like half a health per second over time versus yours. That's all I'm going to say. Oh. Well, I'll leave that there.
Mana, ever the showman here. And there we go. So everything's going to go down here. Mana just, saving the last couple seconds of this game. GG, congratulations. Sick run for Mana to get to this point. But again, this was the expected result. When this tournament started, Parting, not the #1 seed, because Probe won the Tasteless TV event when we seeded everything up. But if anyone expected someone other than Parting to go and be in the grand finals to take this thing, well, I'm not surprised. But he made this thing look easy, Killer Pigeon.
He did. King of Heaven, King of the Celestials. I think that is undeniable at this stage. What a crazy series. I think one thing that was really interesting to me, Nate, is that we start off this series with Mana trying to set the tempo, with Mana being the aggressor. And what we've been seeing throughout this tournament is game 3, game 4, there's an evolutionary stage, right? I figure you out, I get a game back. Parting, he had the winning formula and still, like a perfectionist, kept evolving the game.
Yeah, it's what we were talking about, those adjustments during the games. He doesn't need a whole game to figure out what he has to do against a certain style. And, we go back to that first game like you're mentioning, and on one hand, there's an understanding that a defensive or macro player is usually building around where they're going to be furthest away from the opponent and being defensive. So if you think your opponent is going to be aggressive, then I guess for Parting, it makes sense that Mana would have all of his stuff closer to that center of the map. So he is able to get around, not just because it's like, oh, I took the longer way, but he understands that because Mana's been very aggressive the whole tournament, that, okay, well, if he builds in the middle, then he just won't have anything there. Maybe that's why he gets that array snipe. But even though Mana tried to play a little bit greedy, most of what he lost did not end up, getting paid for by what he tried to steal.
I mean, it felt like soul reads, Bale. I feel like of all the players in this tournament, the one that I wouldn't want to be at the table playing poker with is Parting. It seemed like he knew what his opponent was going to do before even Mana knew.
Yeah, Parting once gave this interview against TY back in his StarCraft 2 days before he went off to military service, where he's talking about this game, and he's like, look, the way I approach the game is I just reach into my opponent's brain, I grab the important thing, and I twist it. And he absolutely, I mean, Mana, I liked his build on Boneyard. It's like, okay, the turnaround's going to happen right now. He has this idea, and Parting just found the solution. He reads the game, as Nate was saying, as it happens. He's responding and adapting in game, and just, at a certain point, you can't pull the wool over his eyes. His micro is better than yours. Maybe your macro is slightly better right now, but if he's reading everything perfectly and his micro is better and his timings are better, what exactly are you supposed to do?
Ask the devs to nerf Korean Argents in particular. But you know what? Let's talk to the Korean Mad Lad himself. We've actually got Pine on the line for an interview. Parting. We're going to stop me like this. Congratulations, buddy, on winning the Stormgate Nexus. I mean, first things first. Are you the chosen one? Do you get to send all the Celestials to heaven? Because you've knocked out almost all of them in the tournament.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, okay. He wasn't here. All right, I got him in. Congratulations, buddy, on winning the first Stormgate Nexus tournament. I was just highlighting that you seem to be the chosen one, sending all of the Celestials to heaven.
First, thank you, and grateful to invite me via Murph Stormgate Nexus. Thank you for making me great opportunity for the show the great game, and yeah, finally, yeah, I won.
Man.
Yeah.
It got to be feeling great, right? Like everything you thought was correct. You are the Celestial Master right now. Talk to me how you switched things up, because last time you met against Mana was at EWC, right? And that series looked a lot closer.
Also, that time, meta and now meta is big different. Different, not big, but some detail is different. Also, I practice a lot. Always, I practice hard, so that's why it made me better and better optimize. You know, because mirror match is a very important of a mind game and more good optimize. So yeah.
Do you prefer mirrors? I guess some players, they like it because it feels like the most pure, equal form. Like if you beat your opponent, you were better, right?
Oh, I think I don't want to say I'm better, but
I mean, you're number one, right? You're allowed to.
But I mean, yeah, I won because I'm better, but I'm little bit. I think it's a little bit lucky because the CVC mirror matches have many mind game. So today I won a rock scissor paper. Yeah, that's why I won. Yeah.
Do you feel like you read your opponent well? Because the first two games we were saying that Mana was attacking, but then you started to go on the attack, right? Like game 3 and especially game 4, you were the one aggroing.
First of all, first game I played like a little bit tougher, it's a little bit more macro. I just want a feeling to how Mana playing CVC more aggressive or more safe, because now CVC have a lot of both two styles, only tougher, only aggressive. So when I check the Mana style is aggressive, I change my plan. Yeah, that's why I change the after games, game 1, game 2. You know.
Yeah, I think it goes back to the mind games, right? You're trying to get ahead of him. But, you know, looking at the wider picture, I mean, this tournament, I think, has had some of the best games we've seen of Stormgate so far. What do you think? Future promising for Stormgate and esports?
Oh, it's a good question. Yeah, I believe. And also, Frost Giant and need more than making the great game for the esports and for the future RTS fans. So I very exciting for next year, and my team Aftermath also very exciting for the Stormgate next year and after year. So
You've got there's 3v3 coming, right? Will we see you trying to play in that? Are you hoping to maybe see some tournaments for team games?
Actually now I only focus on Stormgate for the world champion.
Yeah.
But if I win the world champion, I don't know next station. But now I only thinking about the world championship. So yeah.
I don't blame you, man. I mean, you've got a very good shot at taking it. A lot of people are still calling you the king of Stormgate for good reason. But big congrats. Is there anything you want to say to all of your fans?
First, thank you for watching the BioMorph, the Stormgate Nexus Cup, and thank you for made it the great tournament, and thank you for play the players, and good to see you, Killer Pigeon, and BioMorph. Thank you so much. You save of the Stormgate, and my fans. Thank you. Goodbye. Good night. Sugar Bear. Adios. Yeah.
Hey, thank you, man. You're an absolute gem and a pinnacle of the Stormgate community. Look forward to seeing more in the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we kept him long enough. He needs to go celebrate. He's got all those trophies behind him. I want to know which one he's going to pour a beer into and then cheers to. I think that's the level up next time, Bear. We need to get a trophy if we do this again.
Yeah, that'll work out. I bought the collector's edition. I'm really excited about that. Maybe I can ship him a statue. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I think some pretty good games, and hopefully some new fans, or maybe just people that like him a little bit more. Hopefully that's going to be enough. You talking about pouring a beer though, Nate, or Killer Pigeon? It is just about 4 a.m. in Korea right now, so the night's young.
Perfect drinking time.
Yeah, Korean barbecue, right? There we go.
Get it sorted. Invite the friends around. And, I love how positive he was about the future, Nate, right? Like, he said, mate, I don't know about the 3v3. I'll focus on 1v1 for good reason. But I think we can all agree that, there are a lot of personalities, wonderful personalities in the scene. But there is always something so bloody heartwarming about partying.
Oh, he's fantastic. And, the thing is, there's a conversation that happens around stuff, and then there's the stuff itself. There's the things that happen, and there's people that work and people that talk. And he makes a great point about people like Bayo, guys like you, Stormgate Nexus making something like this happen, Herania coming in, and without all these different people coming together and believing in this, it doesn't happen, right? And we're kind of like, well, what are we waiting for? But it's been awesome, and I think that you see through the games, it's not always going to be pretty, it's not always going to be clean. That's the boat that we all got on with early access, and if we can improve and continue to get a better consistency of those quality, especially some of those games that we've had were just so good. I want to see more of that. I want to see that be something that people get to see more of when they hear or think about Stormgate, and see that, because I think that's how you get to win people over. And as the game improves, hopefully with that, it becomes more of a spectacle as well.
Yeah, I agree 100%, right? Like, we polished the diamond a little bit in this tournament. We saw through the rough, we saw the potential there. And I think, a lot of people expect the game to release and be, 100,000 people straight away. That's rare, right? Like, actually, grassroots is what builds it up. From esports size tournaments like this, starting small, building the big, being realistic, not charging someone 20 million to even participate and then wondering why it all fails. It's about the passion that drives us in bigger things. And I think what we'll do, Bear, we'll let you talk to us to round out the show. It is your show. I know you've got plenty of things you want to talk about, because you've been living and breathing making this for a while.
Yeah, guys, this has been a work of love, right? I know early access was maybe not the launch that we wanted, but my cheeks right now are hurting, because I have been smiling so much over these last 3 days. We've had some of the best games that I've been able to see in this, and we've seen some good games before then, but to see this all go off, to see all you watching here with me, to give it, by the way, we have, I think, we're at like 180 subs on this channel right now. All that money is going to people like Nate and Killer Pigeon that have allowed me to, when I went to them and I said, hey, look, I want to run this event. I've got a prize pool. There's nothing else. I don't have anything else, right? I can toss you a little bit of money, but I'm bootstrapping this super hard. They said, look, no, we'll do it. Absolutely here. This sounds like fun. And the fact that I can go and actually pay them something approaching a day rate because of, people watching things on YouTube, and because of people subbing here on this, people donating to Matt Torino as well to make the prize pool that much more, to make it so that we get Mana and Parting and Lucifron and Vortex and all of these top players playing. I could not be prouder of the last 3 days that we've had of this event. I could not be prouder of the work that everyone, Storm Warrior coming in, Vodka coming in, Obs for the final day, Rushy and Liticor casting the 2v2, casting day 1 of the event, everyone coming together to make this happen. I could not be prouder. So from the Herenia, for giving us the prize pool, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for allowing this to be one of the coolest things I've ever done. There will be more of these. I don't know when they're going to be just yet, but there will be more. Make sure to stay on the lookout. Follow things if you want to, but thank you so much. This has been awesome.